Chapter 111. After fighting these three monsters for half an hour, Murong-su discovered something even more terrifying. They seemed to have accurately predicted his defensive and offensive patterns. He considered a possibility. He had clashed with terrorist organizations multiple times. If they integrated the information from each encounter and looked for patterns, they could indeed see through his actions. Qian-sha, do you think my tactics are predictable? Qian-sha replied, young marshal, everyone has subconscious tactical preferences, and you are no exception. Oh! Murong-su said, why don't you tell me about mine? According to my system records, in close combat, you have an 80% chance of using a high-energy beam saber. Before using the beam saber, you will first use a laser cannon to attract the opponent's attention, then dismantle their limbs while they are off guard. When you are surrounded, you have a 90% chance of dodging upwards, followed by an 80% chance of firing your main cannon. Listening to Qian-sha's analysis of his combat data, Murong-su realized he had indeed developed some habits that had been figured out. He opened the communicator and probed in a mocking tone, Red Spider, you haven't studied my tactics, have you? So what if I have? Red Spider's smug voice said, so you still think you have a chance of winning? Ha ha ha. You're good enough for a one-on-one fight. What kind of hero is 3 against 1? Humph. I said I will never be provoked by you. Just wait to die. Murong-su dodged Red Spider's laser cannon attack, and the other two S-class mechs quickly came to meet him. He drew his high-energy beam sword and slashed at the mech that looked like an octopus. Just as he cut off one of its tentacles, the main cannon of another S-class mech that looked like a bat was already aimed at him. He dodged quickly, only to see a fiery wheel hurtling towards him. The fiery wheel was like a giant meat grinder. The moment Qian-sha collided with it, dazzling sparks flashed. If sound could travel through space, it would probably sound like 100 people simultaneously hammering iron. Qian-sha's cockpit trembled violently, as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. On the bridge of the Qiming, Zhou Jingchen saw on the screen that Red Spider's mech had transformed into a fiery wheel, and was continuously colliding with Qian-sha. His heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had seen Murong-su forced into such a situation. He was about to contact Qian-sha, but then hesitated, fearing he might disturb him at this moment. He was facing 3 S-class mechs, and Red Spiders appeared to be S-class. Even though Murong-su had the strength to take on an entire fleet single-handedly, he was still at a disadvantage against 3 S-class mechs. These 3 S-class mechs were clearly targeting Murong-su. Besides Murong-su's 1,000 kill, the only other S-class mech in the Jinpu Allied forces capable of matching them was his jet wind. Zhou Jingchen said in the command channel, Lieutenant General Chao Yang, Major General Tang Lian, Major General Leisha, I'm entrusting the fleet command to the 3 of you from now on. I'm going to pilot the jet wind. Chao Yang said, Your Highness, you are the commander-in-chief. It's too dangerous for you to personally go into battle. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Leisha understood Zhou Jingchen's thoughts. Lieutenant General Chao Yang, let His Highness go. All right then, Your Highness, please be careful. I will. After replying, Zhou Jingchen turned and ran towards the mech hangar. Murong-su's 1,000 kill had been thoroughly shredded by Red Spider, its fuselage riddled with wounds. When Red Spider transformed into its fiery wheel form, its strength was astonishing. If he had run even a little slower, even the most sturdy mech could have been torn to shreds. Young Marshal. We're here to assist you. It was the voices of Tianying and Su Ruiyang. Murong-su usually didn't need assistance in battle, but this time, facing 3 S-class mechs, he had no choice but to accept help. 3 S-class mechs were indeed a bit difficult for him. He could handle it as long as someone could share the burden with one. You two deal with that bat. It's very powerful, don't underestimate it. Roger. Tianying said to Su Ruiyang on the comms channel, Ruiyang, I attack it to draw its attention, you launch a sneak attack. Okay. The two divided the work. Tianying was responsible for launching fierce and continuous attacks, while Su Ruiyang made some feints and waited for an opportunity. The terrorist organization's mechs all looked ugly, either resembling spiders or bats. This bat-shaped mech had long, foldable wings that could extend to 150 meters when fully extended. The wings served as both electromagnetic pulse weapons and defensive shields. When attacked, it would deploy its wings to block high-energy light-speed weapons and positron cannons. Tianying's continuous attacks were all deflected by its wings. Su Ruiyang, waiting for an opportunity, darted behind him and fired a positron cannon. Unexpectedly, the bat's wings could not only transform into a shield forward but also fold deftly backward, even forming a double-sided shield. The positron cannon's trajectory was deflected by its wings. Su Ruiyang exclaimed, "Damn! My main cannon is useless against it. Those wings are made of special material, and can even reflect light speed. Try a kinetic energy weapon." Su Ruiyang said, "How about I draw its attention, and you use the electromagnetic cannon?" Alright. The two changed their battle plan. Su Ruiyang would attack to draw the bat's attention, while Tianning would seize the opportunity to attack with the main cannon. However, Su Ruiyang overlooked one crucial point. The bat wasn't just defensive, it could also attack. He did manage to draw its attention, but this also provoked a fierce attack. Su Ruiyang's weapons were ineffective, forcing him to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Tianning, preparing to ambush from behind, was able to dodge the bat's electromagnetic cannon fire due to its superior performance. Su Ruiyang was continuously attacked by the bat's electromagnetic pulse weapon. Its wings, when spread, could fire ultra-high-frequency electromagnetic pulses, microwave weapons, also known as high-frequency electromagnetic pulses, with a longer range and greater power than the microwave weapons equipped on ordinary mechs, capable of disabling enemy mechs from a distance. Su Ruiyang was frantically dodging the attacks. Warning, core engine damaged. Core engine damaged. Hearing this mechanical voice, Su Ruiyang was almost in despair. Damn it, my engine is damaged. He saw the ugly bat's mouth open, and a grenade launcher was about to fire. I'm going to die. Tianning exclaimed in shock, Ruiyang. In the critical moment, he drew his high-energy beam sword and slashed at the bat at maximum speed. The bat's wings instantly transformed into shields, blocking the beam sword, while a grenade launcher was already fired from its mouth. Su Ruiyang's core engine was damaged. He could only watch helplessly as the grenade launcher hurtled towards him, too weak to dodge. He glanced at Prostar, right before him, and thought that he would never return. However, he was also grateful that he had sacrificed himself to protect Prostar, that he had died in the Prostar star system, not in distant space. If he were to turn to ashes here, then it would be a homecoming, wouldn't it? The orange flames illuminated everything before him. Su Ruiyang closed his eyes, wondering if being hit by a shell and exploding along with his mecha would only cause him momentary pain. What would that pain be like? Would it be more painful than being hit by an electromagnetic pulse gun on Blanca? But the expected pain didn't come. He opened his eyes, thinking, so explosions don't cause pain? That's good. So is he now just a soul? Drifting in space? Tianning. Take Ruiyang back. I handle this monster. Okay. Su Ruiyang heard Zhou Jingchen's voice, and realized that Jiefeng had arrived, and was fighting the bat. Huh? I'm not dead? Tianning grabbed his mecha arm. What? Tired of living? No. Su Ruiyang couldn't describe his joy. Holy crap, I'm not dead. Shut up. I'm sending you back, so I can come back and kill more enemies. I haven't had enough. Su Ruiyang was already in tears, choking back sobs as he said, Damn, I really thought I was going to die. Tianning heard his sobbing voice. You're so easily scared. How will you ever go to the battlefield? Can't I cry tears of joy? Murongsu saw Jiefeng and immediately contacted him. Your Highness, you're the commander-in-chief. Why are you at the front lines joining in the fun? Zhou Jingchen replied during a break from dealing with the bats. They have 3 S-class mechs. We only have 2. It wouldn't be right for me not to come. These 3 S-class mechs aren't ordinary S-class mechs. What do you mean? Have you heard of human-machine integration? Zhou Jingchen dodged the bat's attack. In this critical situation where he could be easily killed if he wasn't careful, he was disgusted by Murongsu's tantalizing way of speaking. Can you skip the rhetorical questions and get to the point? Murongsu said, the point is, Red Spider is no longer a carbon-based life form. His central nervous system has merged with the mecha, so now, for him, the mecha's body is his body. His coupling degree with the machine is infinitely close to 100. Zhou Jingchen was stunned. A coupling degree infinitely close to 100? Isn't that equivalent to 100% mental strength? Among carbon-based life forms, only Murongsu has reached this level of mental strength. In the universe, someone with Murongsu's naturally strong mental strength is practically a miracle. Most people's mental strength is at B or C level, and even those with S-level mental strength are mostly below 95 points. After all, humans are carbon-based life forms, and to achieve coupling with a machine, 90% is already considered exceptional. To compensate for this, terrorist organizations directly connected people to machines, creating a physical human-machine fusion, achieving the same effect as 100 points of mental strength. But in doing so, the person was essentially dead. This approach fundamentally disregards humanity. Your Highness, do you remember when we fought against people together in the simulation training pod? I remember. Zhou Jingchen replied while fighting the bat. You always held me back. I held me back. And you still want to become my disciple? Zhou Jingchen activated his shield, deflecting the bat's high-frequency electromagnetic attacks. Murongsu, what exactly are you trying to say? Murongsu said, 3 S-class mechs. If we work together, master and apprentice, I think we can finish in half an hour. Zhou Jingchen didn't hesitate. Okay. A blur flashed across the screen, and when Zhou Jingchen came to his senses, Murongsu's 1,000 kill was already beside him. Take out the bats first. If I attack, you defend. If you attack, I defend. Understood. Attack. As soon as Murongsu finished speaking, he launched a fierce attack on the bats. Red Spider and Octopus naturally wouldn't stand idly by and immediately attack them. Zhou Jingchen's task was to defend and cover Murongsu. Zhou Jingchen learned his mech piloting skills from Murongsu, and the two had fought countless times in the simulation training pod. He could almost completely understand Murongsu's tactics. Murongsu, needless to say, was Zhou Jingchen's master and knew his apprentice's methods intimately. The two worked together almost like one. Murongsu launched a relentless attack on the bat. Its right wing was destroyed by 1,000 Kill's main cannon, leaving it without a wing and struggling to maintain its balance. Desperate, it prepared to fire the electromagnetic grenade launcher in its mouth. Murongsu pressed his attack, simultaneously firing 6 high-energy laser beams, concentrating them on the cannonball in the bat's mouth. The cannon's muzzle was in a high-energy state, while firing the grenade launcher. If hit by the laser, it would detonate the high-energy electromagnetic device. Finally, in a blinding flash of light, the bat was torn to shreds. Its sturdy left wing wasn't torn apart, but rather separated by the shockwave. Murongsu said, the target is destroyed in one hit. Your Highness, it's your turn to take down someone next. Which one do you want to take down? There are 2 left, an SS and an S. Do I have a choice? If you want to challenge the SS, I'd be happy to cooperate. This spider almost killed you just now. I go deal with that octopus. You can take the spider to get revenge and vent your anger. Oh, so considerate. While the two were teasing each other, they quickly switched positions. Murongsu took care of the red spider, and Zhou Jingchen took care of the octopus. Chapter 112. 2 of the octopus's 8 legs had been severed by Murongsu, leaving only 6. The octopus's tentacles were over 100 meters long, making it easy to be restrained in close combat, forcing it into ranged attacks. This octopus was stronger than the one they encountered in the Athena galaxy. After all, it was a human-machine hybrid mecha. The octopus's main cannon was located at the base of its 8 legs, at the bottom of its body, while its core engine and wiring were in its head. Severing its legs only weakened its combat power. To destroy it, one needed to hit its head and damage its core engine. However, this octopus's design featured long legs and a small head, hidden among its extremely long tentacles. These tentacles acted as a natural shield, making it difficult to hit the core engine at long range. The suction cup-like devices on the octopus's tentacles were high-energy laser emitters, 10 on each tentacle. This meant that even with 2 tentacles severed, it could still fire 60 high-energy laser beams simultaneously. The nimble tentacles could swing at any angle, and the laser cannon could fire from any angle. Zhou Jingchen decided to take a gamble, moving in irregular circles around the octopus at top speed. His speed was so great that he was almost impossible to track. His purpose was twofold: to confuse the octopus and to find its blind spots for a surprise attack. The sight indicated that it was targeting the core engine. Zhou Jingchen quickly activated the electromagnetic railgun, but before he could fire, a long tentacle coiled around him. Jiefeng's body was tightly gripped by the tentacle. He reacted swiftly, activating the electromagnetic pulse gun on his arm, but the octopus was even faster. The ends of its other 2 tentacles curled into fists and slammed towards Jiefeng simultaneously. Caught in a pincer attack, Zhou Jingchen in the cockpit felt the intense impact. His mental network nearly detached from the mech's neural network. 2 tentacles tried to strike a second time, but Zhou Jingchen wouldn't let them succeed. He retracted his electromagnetic pulse gun, instantly transforming it into a high-energy light-speed blade, and swung it at the oncoming tentacles. One tentacle snapped off, its fist-shaped portion severed at the root. The octopus went berserk, wildly lashing its tentacles, and Jetwind was tossed around like a spinning top. Your Highness, do you need help? Murongsu's voice came through the communicator. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. No. Concentrating amidst the turbulence, Zhou Jingchen raised the high-energy light-speed blade and plunged it into the tentacle binding him. The high-energy beam collided violently with the steel crystal tentacle, emitting a blinding light. The octopus's other tentacles fired at him, high-energy laser cannons raining down on him. He immediately activated his protective shield to defend himself. The octopus seemed enraged, opening its main cannon at the base of its body, its dark muzzle pointed directly at Zhou Jingchen. Now! At the last moment, Jet Wind severed the octopus's tentacles, its already fully charged main cannon poised to fire, just in time to stop the octopus from firing. Then, Zhou Jingchen maneuvered Jet Wind to dodge swiftly, the shockwave from the octopus's explosion radiating outwards. Zhou Jingchen used the thrusters to stabilize his mech, and Murongsu's voice came through the communicator, "Your Highness, well done." Zhou Jingchen wanted to assist Murongsu, but he realized that Murongsu had already gained the upper hand. Even though Red Spider had become one with the mech, almost controlling it as his own body, he was still no match for Murongsu. And Murongsu, that bastard, was equally despicable. He ultimately sliced the 8-legged spider down to 2. If it weren't for the need to deal with Shabanda, he could have turned Red Spider into a human pig. Red Spider was on the verge of collapse. He abandoned his physical body, merging with his mecha, because only by merging with the mecha could he increase the coupling with the mecha's mental network when his mental energy was insufficient. But he never expected that even after making such a huge sacrifice, he would still be crushed by Murongsu. He was unwilling, utterly unwilling. His frantic voice shouted over the loudspeaker, "Murongsu, you're the monster. You're the monster." Murongsu sneered, "Monster? Humph, look in the mirror and see who the monster is. I take you down with me." Red Spider seemed to realize he was beyond saving, but he was still unwilling to accept defeat. At the last moment, he activated the self-destruct sequence and lunged at Murongsu. Murongsu swiftly dodged, and the Red Spider streaked across the sky like a meteor, turning to ashes in space. "Looks like this human-machine fusion isn't all that great after all," Murongsu said. Zhou Jingchen saw Murongsu's battered mech on the screen. Back on the Qiming, when he saw him being torn apart by the fiery wheels transformed by the Red Spider on the battle situation screen, his heart had been in his throat. "Murongsu, you should return to base and rest. I handle this. I'm not tired. Even if another Red Spider comes, I can handle it." Although his tone was arrogant, he was right. He could handle another Red Spider. "Next, the 4th target is Shabanga's flagship," Murongsu said. Zhou Jingchen was about to respond when Song Yiming's message came through the communication channel, "Your Highness, the first prince's family and some ministers have been taken hostage by Musel. He left the palace on a warship. They are threatening the first prince and the ministers' lives. I dare not act rashly." "I understand." Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. Musel was truly despicable. His departure from ProStar at this time must mean he knew that Shabanga was about to lose, and was fleeing to save his life. Since he wanted to escape, he certainly wouldn't be heading towards the war zone. Seeing that the Jinpu allied forces had gained the upper hand overall, even if he wasn't in the war zone, it wouldn't affect the outcome. He opened the communication with Qian Sha, Murongsu, Zhou Jingchen's family, and the ministers of ProStar have been kidnapped by Musel. Although Zhou Jingchen is extremely foolish, he is still a member of the ProStar royal family, and the ministers of the ProStar cabinet are the pillars of ProStar. I cannot stand by and watch them die. I go with you. No need. You stay here to oversee the battle. I take a few mech warriors with me. Musel is cunning, be careful. I know. Zhou Jingchen selected 5 mech warriors, some A rank and some B rank. The 6 mechs transformed into shooting stars, and left the battle zone. "Jiefeng, Your Highness, a warship has been detected 12,000 kilometers ahead. It's confirmed to be Musel's LAT. Good go. The enemy has launched an attack." Zhou Jingchen maneuvered Jiefeng to dodge, just about to launch a counterattack, when a communication came through Jiefeng's communication system. It was Musel. "Zhou Jingchen, I didn't expect you to actually follow me here. Let me guess, you wouldn't happen to be trying to save Zhou Jingchen, would you?" Musel's voice was full of sarcasm. "Have you forgotten? He framed you. He labeled you a traitor. He drove you off ProStar." Zhou Jingchen utterly despised Musel. It seemed he felt aversion towards him from their very first meeting. "Is it possible I just wanted to kill you?" "Oh!" Musel's laughter rang out through the communicator. "Ha ha, then why don't you see just how powerful my warship's armor is?" Jiefeng said, "Your Highness, there are people on the LAT." "What do you mean?" Soon, Jiefeng transmitted the image captured by the optical imaging to the screen. On Musel's warship, hundreds of people were suspended, wearing spacesuits, their backs secured to the warship surface by tethers, like balloons, evenly distributed throughout the ship. Then, Muscle said Zhou Jingchen in the faces of people in spacesuits. There were hundreds of people, young and old, men and women, including Zhou Jingchen's family of 4, cabinet ministers and officials, the royal physician, and maids. Muscle's maniacal voice held a hint of excitement. See them? Do you recognize anyone? Zhou Jingchen was furious. Muscle, if you got the guts, fight me one-on-one and release those innocent people. Ha ha ha. Muscle said, these are my talismans. Want to save them? Why not give it a try? Zhang Ziyuan also heard Muscle's voice and asked Zhou Jingchen in the private channel, Your Highness, what do we do? So many people up there, we can't fire at all. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. Yes, so many people, if they attacked the warship, they could easily injure innocent people. These people included his relatives, important officials, and members of the royal palace. He couldn't bring himself to attack them. However, if he didn't attack, Musel would escape, and these people would become hostages, leaving him still under the control of the terrorist organization. Zhou Jingchen said in the command channel, Ziyuan, Gonggu, the other 3 and I will cover you. You're responsible for rescuing them. Lieutenant General Chao Yang will arrange 2 warships later. You deliver the people onto the warships. Everyone responded, Roger. Zhou Jingchen activated defensive mode, drew his high-energy lightspeed blade, and headed towards Musel's warship. Using ion cannons, laser cannons, or even Vulcan rifles at long range was risky due to the risk of friendly fire. He could only use the close combat weapon, the high-energy lightspeed blade. To allow Zhang Ziyuan and Lin Gongdu to focus on rescuing the people, their 4 Mech spread out to draw the warship's fire. Simply drawing enemy fire wasn't enough. Zhou Jingchen's target was the bridge. If he destroyed the bridge and killed the warship's core command, the entire ship would be rendered useless. However, approaching the bridge wasn't easy. Warships were designed with multiple gun ports near the bridge for protection, and the area around the bridge was also the most heavily fortified. Approaching the bridge amidst heavy gunfire was extremely difficult. Jiefeng swooped down towards the lat like a falcon, dodging various artillery attacks. Under Zhou Jingchen's cover, Zhang Ziyuan and Lin Gongdu approached the lat from another direction, with Zhang Ziyuan landing first on the right flank. These people, all dressed in spacesuits, were attached to the ship's hull by retractable ropes thicker than their arms. He was manipulating his mech, grabbing a hostage's body with one hand and ripping the connecting rope with the other. Before he could rescue the next one, the person he was holding exploded. Several of his mech's fingers were blown off, and his palm was covered in smoke and human tissue. Zhang Ziyuan's eyes widened. He shouted into the command channel, Ganggu, don't rescue them yet. There are bombs in their spacesuits. Zhou Jingchen naturally heard him too. What happened? Your Highness, I just rescued someone, and he exploded in my hands. Are you alright? The bomb's power was limited, only my mech's hand was damaged. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. Can the bomb be defused? Zhang Ziyuan immediately scanned the hostages' bodies nearby with his mech and discovered that their bombs were integrated with their life support systems. Defuse bombs were delicate tasks requiring manual operation. Your Highness, defusing small bombs requires operation from outside the cockpit. I can try. Outside the cockpit meant the pilot had to go outside and defuse the bomb in outer space, which was also dangerous for the person defusing it. Furthermore, Zhang Ziyuan had been seriously injured on Hades Star half a month ago, and had only recently left the medical bay. He insisted on going to the battlefield today, otherwise, he would have been treated as a wounded soldier. Zhou Jingchen said, Ziyuan, be careful. I know. Zhang Ziyuan said, I have Gong to cover me. Good, I have Chao Yan arrange some more professional bomb disposal experts. While Zhou Jingchen was talking to Zhang Ziyuan, he was momentarily distracted when a high-energy lightspeed cannon scorched his right leg, instantly destroying it and causing the mech to lose balance. Jiefeng, Your Highness, your right leg is damaged. Zhou Jingchen used the thrusters to maintain his balance, as a dense barrage of laser cannons swept towards him again. He activated maximum speed to dodge. His right leg was severed below the knee, and the leg thrusters were also damaged. Fortunately, the legs of a mech aren't particularly useful in space combat, so even damaged, it wouldn't significantly affect his subsequent operations. He continued to draw fire, buying time for Zhang Ziyuan to rescue him. Not long after, reinforcements arranged by Lieutenant General Chao Yan arrived. Meng Luoxuan piloted a fighter jet, leading 6 other aircraft to evade the Late's artillery fire, and delivered 7 bomb disposal experts to the top of the Late. After sending the bomb disposal experts aboard, they acted as protectors, providing cover for the rescue operation. Chapter 113. On the main battlefield, the terrorist organization's fleet had already suffered more than half its losses. Shabanga, veins bulging with rage, roared, "Activate the heavy firepower warships." At his command, 2 heavy firepower warships were released from the rear supply ship. These warships were much smaller than ordinary warships. Their purpose was to dedicate all of the warship's energy to firing its main guns, their projectiles capable of penetrating 5 or 6 warships in a second. Rise saw the familiar heavy firepower warships, and immediately recalled a great battle 6 months ago. The terrorist organization had used heavy firepower warships to instantly reduce several of their warships to dust. Furthermore, a heavy firepower electromagnetic cannon had landed on the surface of Prostar, causing the instant destruction of a city. No one on Prostar would forget this bloody pain. The terrorist organization has launched a heavy armored warship. Concentrate your firepower. We absolutely cannot let them launch, shouted Leija over the command channel. Chao Yan also yelled, "All warships, line up in a row. Form a wall. We cannot allow the enemy's heavy artillery to fall on Prostar's land." At this moment, Chao Yang's fleet did not hesitate, forming an impenetrable wall. If Leija, at the vanguard, failed to destroy the heavy armored warship, and the terrorist organization successfully launched its heavy artillery, then they would serve as shields, perishing alongside the heavy artillery. No one hesitated, no one was afraid, and no one retreated. Everyone stood before Prostar, ready to die for their cause. Mu Rongxi witnessed this scene, and was somewhat moved. Prostar's military strength was indeed not among the best, but their warriors were all of unwavering courage and integrity. Zhou Jingchen was a good general, and he also had a group of good soldiers. He piloted the 1,000 Killer, cutting through the dense artillery fire, heading towards one of the heavily armed warships. Qian Sha scanned the enemy's firepower. Young Marshal. This heavy armored warship's main gun can fire an electromagnetic railgun with a power output of up to 6 megawatts, 300 times more powerful than the Qiming's main gun, enough to destroy an artificial planet. Murongsu's calm voice said, "Locate the core engine." Qian Sha said, "Young Marshal, this heavy armored warship is currently charging up. The core engine's power is too great. After firing the main gun, the mech cannot escape at maximum speed. I suggest you destroy it from 3,000 kilometers away." Murongsu knew that attacking at close range would be disastrous, but if he waited for it to finish charging, it would be too late. Moreover, the mech's main gun's long-range power would be halved, potentially failing to destroy the target. There aren't many options. Locate the core engine immediately. A few seconds later, a dialog box appeared on the screen. Core engine targeted. The core engine was charging up, and the electromagnetic railgun, powerful enough to destroy an artificial planet, was about to fire. At the same time, Qian Sha's main gun fired the electromagnetic railgun, penetrating the heavy armored warship's high-energy core engine. The next instant, a blinding white light blinded him. Qian Sha, who had already activated his protective shield and was retreating at top speed, was blasted away by the immense impact. Finally, Qian Sha's fuselage crashed into a warship that was already inoperable, denting the hull. Murongsu was stunned by the massive impact. He even tasted a metallic, salty flavor in his mouth, indicating internal organ damage. Murongsu wiped his mouth. He really had coughed up blood. Leaning back in the pilot's seat, he swallowed it. Qian Sha, report the aircraft status. Qian Sha, young Marshal, thanks to your timely activation of the protective shield, the right shoulder thruster and right arm weapon system are currently damaged, rendering the high-energy, high-speed blades and electromagnetic pulse gun unusable. Additionally, the outer shell suffers numerous external wounds. As soon as Qian Sha finished speaking, a dazzling light blazed again. Another heavily armed warship had also been destroyed. Murongsu's lips curled into a smile. Fortunately, the heavily armed warship hadn't damaged any of the Prostar's warships, nor had it landed on Prostar's surface. Otherwise, that prince would be devastated. At this moment, Tang Lian's voice came through, "Young Marshal. Where are you? How are you?" Tang Lian had watched helplessly as Qian Sha was engulfed in flames. Due to the electromagnetic waves from the explosion, he had been completely unable to contact Qian Sha, and he was nearly frantic with worry. Murongsu said, "Don't worry, he's alive." Tang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Shabanga is at his last gasp. He's retreating now. Should we pursue him? Murongsu glanced at the battle situation. The explosion of the heavy armored warship had damaged 2 warships near the terrorist organization, causing them heavy losses. However, the Jinpu Alliance and the Prostar Defense Force had also suffered heavy losses. There was no need to pursue them. No need to pursue. On the bridge of the Lat, Musel looked at the battle ahead, the veins on his forehead bulging like the roots of an old tree. Their main force's artillery fire had to continue, otherwise Jetwind would break through the Lat's defenses and rush straight to the bridge. Jetwind was already badly wounded. Musel wondered how much longer he could hold out. At this moment, the intelligence officer reported, "Mr. Martin, Shabanda has retreated." Muscle slammed his fist heavily on the Nebula platform. That piece of trash, Shabanda. Shabanda's retreat meant the Jinpu Alliance had won. They would soon besiege them, and even with hostages in hand, it would be useless. The only way was to escape as quickly as possible before they arrived. Muscle said, "Bring the hostages up." Soon, Zhou Jingxing and his family of 4 were brought to the bridge. Their hands and feet were electronically handcuffed, and sonic booms were placed around their necks. With the sonic booms, nothing they said could be heard. Zhou Jingxing had been holding out in the high-fire zone for half an hour. During that time, he hadn't relaxed for a second. The slightest lapse in attention would have resulted in being wounded by the concentrated artillery fire. Jetwind's right leg was broken, its high-energy light-speed blade generator was damaged, and its head-mounted microwave weapon was also damaged. Fortunately, its thrusters were intact, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to evade such a dense barrage of attacks. Fortunately, Shabanda had already retreated, and reinforcements were arriving soon. Zhou Jingxing didn't know if he could hold out until they arrived. "Ziyuan, how's the rescue progress?" Zhang Ziyuan replied, "Your Highness, defusing bombs in space is inefficient. We only rescued 12 people so far." Zhou Jingxing was about to say something when suddenly a screen popped up, an image transmitted by the Lat. He froze when he saw the scene on the screen. Behind Shabanda, 4 people were handcuffed and shackled, with guns pointed at their heads. These 4 people were none other than Zhou Jingxing and his family of 4. What's going on? Aren't they tied to the hull of the Lat? Musel, with her fox-like eyes, stared at Zhou Jingxing through the screen. "Zhou Jingxing, open your eyes and look. Are these the people you're trying to save?" Zhou Jingxing nearly ground his teeth to powder. "Musel, Shabanda has already retreated. Do you think you still have a chance to live?" "Of course I do," Musel said. "I'm giving you a choice. First, you continue to pester me, and I kill them. Second, you take your men and retreat. I spare their lives, and once I reach a safe place, I release them. Which do you choose?" Zhou Jingxing sneered. "Musel, are you mistaken? Zhou Jingxing and I are sworn enemies. Why do you think I do this for them? Let you go." "Oh." Muscle narrowed his eyes. "It seems you don't care." With that, he turned off the silencer on Zhou Jingxing's daughter. Zhou Yingqi's sobs rang out, "Uncle! Uncle! Save me, and save my father and mother!" Hearing Zhou Yingqi's voice, Zhou Jingxing felt a stab to his heart. Although he and Zhou Jingxing weren't particularly close, they had maintained a brotherly relationship for over 20 years. He had watched Zhou Jingxing's 2 children grow up. The children hadn't been involved in the adult struggles, and living together in the palace, they had interacted quite a bit. The 2 children were very well behaved, always calling him uncle when they met. Their world was pure and innocent. They truly considered him their closest family. Zhou Jingxing, on the other hand, was in a sorry state. His clothes were stained, and his face was covered in red and blue bruises, indicating he had been abused. He was mouthing something, and Zhou Jingxing understood. He was saying, "Don't worry about me." Musel drew his gun, pointing it at Zhou Yingqi, who was speaking. "Why don't we kill one and see if the 3rd prince feels any pleasure?" Zhou Yingqi's cries reached his ears, and Zhou Jingxing, after all, wasn't heartless. "Fine, I promise you, I let you go." Musel lowered his gun. "It seems the 3rd prince still cares." Musel still felt it wasn't enough. "Zhou Jingxing, since you care about them, why don't you board the Lat and go with them? That way, when I release them, you have a witness." "Musel, don't push your luck. This is my chance for you, 3rd prince. I give you 10 seconds to consider." 10 seconds. "If you don't come up, I kill one on the spot, and then I give you another 10 seconds. Musel looked at Zhou Jingxing, who was shouting so hard but making no sound, simply turned off his silencer. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Zhou Jingxing, don't worry about me. This is what I deserve. I never thought of going back alive. Cheer and Xiener are still young, but we're a family together. There's nothing to be afraid of. From now on, Prostar depends on you. I believe you can restore Prostar to its former state. Although I may not be able to see it, I believe you can. Also, although you may not believe me, I never intended to harm you." Zhou Jingxing's eyes reddened. "Zhou Jingxing, you made a mistake, a terrible mistake. Your life should be left to me. Zhou Jingxing lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. Zhou Jingxin's attitude was resolute. He absolutely could not go with Musel. If he left with Musel, he would become a hostage, threatening the entire Kimpu coalition. He said, Musel, you only have two choices, either die or release the hostage. I'm giving you a way out. This is the biggest concession I made. If you want to push your luck, don't even think about it. Muscle, now only concerned with his own survival, glared fiercely. Then get your men out of here right now. I mean everyone. Zhou Jingxin replied, you can only leave after they rescued everyone on the ship. Enraged, Muscle grabbed his gun and fired a shot into Zhou Jingxing's leg. The bullet pierced Zhou Jingxing's leg, causing him to lose his footing and kneel, but he didn't utter a sound. Zhou Jingxin, I don't have the patience to play games with you. I'm leaving now. If your men dare to chase after me, I kill them all. Muscle ordered, full speed ahead. With the people on the ship still unrescued, if the lack continued at full speed, those exposed outside the hull would be dragged along at high speed, posing a significant risk of death. Just as Zhou Jingxin was about to intercept, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the next instant, the light swept across the Lat's bridge. The Lat's bridge was instantly engulfed in flames. Fear filled Musel's eyes. In his final moments before being torn apart, he saw a gunmetal gray mech. It was 1,000 kill. Then, his body was ripped apart by an immense force, and everything on the bridge turned to ashes. Zhou Jingxin was also stunned. He had originally intended to use the thrusters of the Lat to attack it, preventing his escape and buying more time for the rescue team. He hadn't expected Murong Su to appear and destroy the Lat's bridge. Musel was dead, and Zhou Jingxing and his family of 4 had also turned to ashes. His mech was still connected to the Lat's bridge communications. He heard their final screams. He shouldn't have felt pity for Zhou Jingxing. After all, they had once been sworn enemies. But seeing them die before his eyes, his heart was filled with bitterness. Murong Su's voice came in, Your Highness, as a leader of an army, you should learn to choose wisely when faced with a difficult situation. Zhou Jingxin's heart was still numb, but Murong Su's voice brought him back to his senses. Murong Su was right. As a leader, he should prioritize the overall situation, and not be led astray by others exploiting his weaknesses. Especially on the battlefield. This was a lesson Murong Su, as his mentor, was teaching him. Chapter 114. At this moment, the Qiming fleet commanded by Chao Yang, the Shuguang fleet commanded by Lei Zhe, the Choming fleet commanded by Tang Lian, and the Prostar Defense Force fleet, all well-trained, assembled near the Lat. Zhou Jingxin scanned each fleet. Every warship bore varying degrees of damage, and every warship had fought to the very last moment. As the Supreme Commander, he had witnessed everything on the battlefield. His soldiers were brave, united, and fearless. It was they who repelled the enemy. It was they who defended Prostar. Zhou Jingxin said, Jiefeng, activate the public broadcast. Your Highness, the public broadcast is activated. Zhou Jingxin's booming voice resonated through the public broadcast to every warship, every mech, and every fighter jet. Fellow soldiers of the Jinpu Alliance, fellow soldiers of the Prostar Defense Force, enemy leaders Abraham and Musel are dead, Shabanda has retreated, we have achieved victory, we have fulfilled our wish, and reclaimed our homeland. You are the heroes of Prostar. All the soldiers of the Jinpu Alliance and the Prostar Defense Force, upon hearing this, were moved to tears. No one knew how difficult their journey to this point had been, and naturally no one could comprehend the joy they felt now. On the surface of Prostar, Zhou Jingxin's voice, relayed through the media, reached the communicators of every citizen of Prostar. They spontaneously left their homes, gathering together to celebrate their victory and cheer towards the sky. Flocks of warships slowly descended from the blue sky, almost every one of them bearing numerous scars, each testament to the intensity and peril of that battle. The green flag with white patterns of Prostar was raised above every warship of the National Defense Force. As the warships descended, each flag fluttered upwards, creating a magnificent spectacle in the air. The people of Prostar, seeing that dazzling flag, were moved to tears. The peace-loving people of Prostar had once feared war, preferring to grovel for protection rather than fight the enemy with their bare hands. Later, everyone understood that groveling would strip them of their dignity, their autonomy, and force them to live like animals. Later still, they longed for salvation, for the restoration of their dignity, and only the warriors of Prostar could fulfill their wishes. They were the heroes of Prostar. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Welcome back, heroes. Then everyone joined in, shouting, Welcome back, heroes. Welcome back, heroes. On Prostar, every city, whether or not they could see the warships descending from the sky, chanted in unison, "Welcome back, heroes." The voices of 80 million Prostar citizens resounded through the heavens, reaching the slowly descending warships. Zhou Jingchen stood on the bridge of the Qiming, watching the screen display the scene of thousands cheering to welcome them, a tingling sensation spreading through his body. He had done it. When he was labeled a rebel and fled Prostar, the soldiers of the Shuguang chose to follow him without hesitation. He swore to them that one day he would bring them back to Prostar as heroes. He had done it. He had not let them down. The Qiming landed at the Lishu military base. As the warship came to a stop, Zhou Jingchen and Murong Su disembarked side by side. 200 meters ahead, a group of people stood to greet them. These people were dressed in civilian clothes, but they were all former soldiers of the Prostar National Defense Force. It was they who, together with the Jinpu Allied Forces, drove away the terrorist organization. Leading the group was General Song Liangzi. Zhou Jingchen stepped forward, stopped before General Song Liangzi, and saluted, his voice strong and clear. "General, I am Zhou Jingchen, commander of the Mech force of the Prostar National Defense Army. Reporting to you, the enemy has retreated, and our army has achieved a great victory." Tears welled in Song Liangzi's weathered eyes. He returned the salute, his deep, powerful voice replying, "My comrades, you have worked hard. You are all heroes who protected Prostar. History will forever remember this day." A burst of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted. The entire nation rejoiced. They had finally driven out the terrorist organization, driven out those who oppressed them. They could finally be their own masters. The Jinpu Allied Forces and the Prostar National Defense Army had won a decisive victory. A grand celebration should have been held, but they had no time for it. Although the war was won, the losses were immense. They lost many compatriots, destroyed many warships, and the battlefield was still littered with debris and corpses. The subsequent cleanup of the battlefield, reorganization, and reinforcement of defenses were all tasks that could not be delayed. Zhou Jingchen hadn't slept for 24 hours since returning to Prostar. Finally, unable to stay awake any longer, he wanted to rest in his base's lounge, only to find it had been occupied by someone else, filthy, messy, and smelly. Presumably, an officer from a terrorist organization had stayed there. His germophobia kicked in, and he ended up taking a 2-hour nap in the Dawn's lounge. After 2 hours of recharging, he was back to his energetic self, discussing the National Defense Forces formation with Song Liangzi and other officers. Zhou Jingchen was dead. He still had to handle some urgent administrative matters in his stead. He was overwhelmed by the situation alone, but fortunately, Murong Su was there. As another leader of the Jinpu Allied Forces, all the soldiers on Prostar recognized him and obeyed his orders. On the evening of the second day after returning to Prostar, Zhou Jingchen finally managed to return to the royal palace. He had only been gone for half a year, and the palace hadn't changed much. Everything was still the same as before he left. He returned to his own chambers, and nothing had changed. Zhou Jingchen hadn't touched anything of his. His personal robot, Mia, automatically ended its hibernation upon his return and rolled to him. "Your Highness, you've been gone for 186 days. You're finally back. Your Highness, would you like a bath? I can prepare mineral hot spring water for you to relieve your fatigue." The personal robot's activity was limited to Zhou Jingchen's palace. Outside, there was bloodshed and chaos, but here it was peaceful and quiet. Mia's system was also simple, providing services to its master, so it was unaware of what had happened in the past 6 months. Zhou Jingchen said, "No need, I have other things to attend to." "Yes, Your Highness." Zhou Jingchen changed his clothes and left his bedchamber. He then noticed a group of people walking towards him, led by Zhang Hanlin, the palace steward. Zhou Jingchen asked curiously, "Steward Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang Hanlin said, "Your Highness, you risked your life to save us yesterday. Everyone heard you were back and wanted to thank you in person." The middle-aged woman beside Zhang Hanlin had red eyes. "Yes, if it weren't for Your Highness, we might have died in space long ago." They were the people Musel had tied to the warship yesterday. Seeing them all safe and sound, Zhou Jingchen felt a sense of relief. "As the commander of the Prostar Defense Force, protecting every citizen of Prostar is my duty. Your Highness, you saved our lives no matter what, and we will forever remember this kindness." Zhou Jingchen said, "Prostar has just driven out the terrorist organization, and the palace has not yet returned to order. We will leave the rest to you all. Your Highness, please rest assured, we will do our best." Zhou Jingchen left the palace, and went to the royal sanatorium. After Zhou Shaoqin's surgery, due to the risk of the medical research center collapsing at any time, Zhou Wanqing ultimately decided to transfer Zhou Xiaoqing's medical pod to the Royal Sanatorium. When he arrived at the Royal Sanatorium, Zhou Wanqing had just come out of the intensive care unit. She was completely wrapped in sterile clothing, with only her eyes showing. "Sister," Zhou Jingchen called out to her. Due to his busy military duties, this was the first time Zhou Jingchen had met Zhou Wanqing since his return. Zhou Wanqing took off her mask, looked at him, and smiled with satisfaction. "You've grown a lot in the past 6 months." Zhou Jingchen smiled back. "Looks like I was too naive before." "Not really." Zhou Wanqing looked at him with admiration. "It's just that you're more mature and stronger now than before. As your older sister, I'm proud of you." Zhou Jingchen accepted the praise and then asked, "How is father?" "Everything is going as expected. There haven't been any rejection issues after the organ transplant. If things go quickly, he might wake up in 5 or 6 days. Zhou Wanqing thought of something. "Have you visited mother?" Zhou Jingchen shook his head. "I just returned to the palace from the base, and haven't had a chance to go yet." "Go see her." Zhou Wanqing's expression turned grave. She's now suffering from depression, and her mental state is far worse than before. Zhou Jingchen's eyes darkened upon hearing this. He wasn't surprised that Shuai Wanling had depression. Shuai Wanling had been pampered since childhood, born into nobility, the apple of her family's eye. In the decades she'd been a queen, she had never experienced hardship or injustice. When she was falsely accused and imprisoned, stripped of everything, even the Shuai family she had fought so hard to protect was implicated, reduced to commoners, and had their property confiscated. These blows were undoubtedly devastating. Although Zhou Jingchen wasn't particularly close to Shuai Wanling, she was still his biological mother, and he felt some pity for her. "Have you had her treated by a doctor?" he asked. Zhou Wanqing said, "When she was in the trial court, I visited her every week. I learned she had depression 4 months ago. At first, she wouldn't even take her medication, but I persuaded her to start. Last night, I suggested she undergo memory erasure therapy, but she refused. Besides medication, another effective way to treat depression is memory erasure, removing the memories that cause the illness. This, combined with medication, can lead to a better recovery." But Shuai Wanling refused. Zhou Jingchen asked, "Why?" She said it was all her fault. She doesn't want to forget, she wants to remember this painful lesson, and she doesn't want to repeat the same mistake. 6 months ago, Shuai Wanling discovered that the person who assassinated Zhou Xiaoqing was Zhang Tianqi, Zhou Jingxing's bodyguard. To bring down Zhou Jingxing, she had someone find Zhang Tianqi, giving him 50 million star coins to testify against Zhou Jingxing. It was precisely because of her actions that Zhang Mingyan exploited her, turning against her and causing them to be branded as rebels. If anyone was at fault, Shuai Wanling certainly had her share of mistakes, but she was, after all, his biological mother, so how could he not forgive her? Chapter 115. After leaving the Royal Sanatorium, Zhou Jingchen went to Shuai Wanling's bedchamber. Shuai Wanling had only returned to the palace yesterday, personally escorted by Zhou Wanqing. In the past, Shuai Wanling always maintained her elegance, regardless of whether anyone was coming to see her. Her attire was always magnificent, and her makeup always exquisite. But this time, she returned wearing only a light blue dress, her long hair simply styled in a bun, without any hair ornaments or jewelry. She sat in the pavilion in the garden, lost in thought. Only when the maid announced Zhou Jingchen's arrival did a flicker of emotion appear in her eyes. When she saw Zhou Jingchen in his military uniform walking towards her, her eyes welled up with tears. Zhou Jingchen arrived outside the pavilion and bowed, "Mother." Shuai Wanling beckoned to him, "Jingchen, come and sit." Zhou Jingchen stepped into the pavilion and sat down opposite Shuai Wanling. It was the first time he had seen Shuai Wanling so haggard. She had lost a lot of weight, and her face, neglected for skin care, was already showing wrinkles. Without makeup, her complexion appeared even worse. "Mother, please take care of yourself." "I know." During the past 6 months at the Court of Judgment, Shuai Wanling had been filled with regret. It felt like something was blocking her heart, a pent-up resentment that wouldn't dissipate, becoming a heart ailment that eventually developed into depression. "Jingchen, to be honest, do you hate me?" Zhou Jingchen looked up to meet Shuai Wanling's gaze. She seemed like someone who had done something wrong, desperately seeking forgiveness. Zhou Jingchen said, "You are my mother, the one who gave me life and raised me. How could I hate you? But I'm the one who made you bear the stigma of being a rebel. I almost ruined you. And I also ruined myself and the Shuai family." At this point, Shuai Wanling's tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Zhou Jingchen couldn't bear to hurt her further, so he chose his words carefully. "Mother, it's not entirely your fault. Don't blame yourself too much. Besides, it's all in the past. Don't dwell on it. Let it go slowly and focus on the present and the future. Schwerwanling wiped her tears with a handkerchief. I doubt your father will forgive me if he wakes up. Don't think too much about it, Zhou Jingchen said. Father won't blame you. As he comforted Schwerwanling, a communication call came in. It was Song Yiming. Zhou Jingchen pressed the receiver in his ear, and Song Yiming's voice came through. Your Highness, the senior ministers of the cabinet and the head of the court have all submitted their resignations. Zhou Jingchen frowned. He hadn't expected one problem to arise so soon. After ending the call, he said to Schwerwanling, Mother, I have some important official business to attend to. I come see you another day. Take good care of yourself and stay healthy. Alright, go do what you need to do. Okay. Zhou Jingchen got up to leave, when Schwerwanling called out to him, Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen paused, turned around, and asked, Is there anything else? Schwerwanling looked at him, a hint of pride in her eyes. Your choice was right. You did very well. You are a hero in my eyes. I am proud of you. A smile appeared on Zhou Jingchen's lips. Okay. He then left. Song Yiming temporarily served as his assistant, helping him organize the resignations of the cabinet ministers and the president of the court. Zhou Jingchen read through them one by one. Their reasons for resigning were remarkably consistent. They almost all believed that supporting the acceptance of Hades' protection had pushed ProPlanet into a fire pit, and they were the culprits, hence their resignations. Recalling 6 months ago, Zhou Jingchen had indeed argued with Zhou Jingxing many times about this matter, and the cabinet ministers had initially supported Zhou Jingxing. 6 months later, he had proven himself right, but that didn't mean he would reject those who had initially supported seeking protection. He knew very well that they feared war, feared defeat, and thus, in their desperation, sought protection on the wrong path. But Zhou Jingchen had never doubted their loyalty to ProPlanet. The next morning, Zhou Jingchen convened a meeting in the king's conference room with the cabinet ministers and Zhu Wenyin, the head of the judicial court. Dressed in military uniform, he stood at the head of the conference table, looking at the assembled ministers. Gentlemen, he said, I have received your resignations. Originally, I should have waited for my father to awaken before making a decision, but I still want to share my personal views with you all in advance. You all regret and feel remorse for your choices 6 months ago, but who hasn't made wrong decisions in life? I too have made wrong decisions and chosen the wrong path. Mistakes are corrected, there's no need to leave. You are all veteran ministers of ProStar, the backbone of ProStar, and it is you who have maintained the normal operation of the ProStar government. 6 months ago, I did hold different opinions from you, but that doesn't mean we were enemies. Our ultimate goal is the peace and stability of ProStar. Our choices may have differed, but ultimately, we arrived at the same destination. I have never doubted your loyalty to ProStar, nor have I doubted your abilities. Our nation has just experienced turmoil, and everything is still unstable. Post-war recovery requires everyone's concerted efforts, and at this time, it is even more necessary for you to play your roles. Therefore, I implore you to stay. ProStar needs you. After Zhou Jingchen finished speaking, the veteran officials fell silent. Some of them had been humiliated by Musel, outside the warship, suffering immense psychological trauma. After being rescued, they were filled with remorse for their initial choice, feeling unworthy of such important positions, and thus they all resigned. But what Zhou Jingchen said was also true. They're all gone. Who will handle the affairs of ProStar now? This is a crucial period of post-war recovery. ProStar can't afford to fall into chaos again. One of the cabinet ministers, with graying hair and a somewhat scholarly air, stood up. His Highness is right. ProStar has finally regained its autonomy. This is the time for post-war recovery. We shouldn't just leave and create a mess. We made a wrong choice, but our loyalty to ProStar is unwavering. We should stay and continue to serve ProStar, as a way of atoning for our mistakes. The other ministers nodded in agreement. I was already ashamed to face His Highness, but thanks to His Highness's willingness, I'm willing to remain in the cabinet to serve His Majesty and His Highness. Then I stay too. Even if I retire, I need to cultivate a suitable successor. Zhou Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard everyone decide to stay. Having resolved the issue of the ministers' collective resignation, Zhou Jingchen went to the king's office, which had been Zhou Jingxing's office for the past 6 months. On that desk, there was still a still photo of their family of 4. When Zhou Jingchen was falsely accused of being a rebel, he hated Zhou Jingxing, hated his treachery, stupidity, and malice. But after learning the whole story, his hatred lessened. He had Schwerwanling by his side, willing to do anything to make him crown prince. Zhou Jingxing had Zhang Mingyan by his side, using any means necessary to push him onto the throne. Both were being pushed along. If you really looked into it, Zhou Jingxing wasn't a bad person. In his 6 months on the throne, he also wanted to be a good king, racking his brains to make Proxing a better place. But his mistake was choosing the wrong path. A path that would lead him out of control, ultimately leading him further and further astray until it was beyond repair. Zhou Jingxin originally intended to handle state affairs here, but after thinking about it, he went to the office next door. He met with the Minister of Finance there. Looking at the detailed fiscal revenue and expenditure of ProStar over the past 6 months, Zhou Jingxin's brows furrowed deeply. In the past 6 months, ProStar's trade volume hit a record low, less than a third of the same period last year, indicating a severe economic downturn. However, taxes had increased significantly. Furthermore, a large monthly protection fee was paid to terrorist organizations, along with food supplies such as vegetables and fruits. This expenditure almost equaled the fiscal revenue of the past 6 months. To prevent the ProStar government from going bankrupt, it issued national bonds 9 times in the past 6 months. In addition, many noble families had their property confiscated, primarily those of the crew members from the Dawn. Mingchong City, destroyed 6 months ago, received a reconstruction grant 3 months ago, but the second payment has been delayed. Looking at the accounts, Zhou Jingxin felt a sense of inadequacy, even though it was within his expectations. Strengthening defenses and replenishing military equipment would require a large expenditure. Where would he get so much money? The family assets of the Dawn's crew members would certainly have to be returned. Zhou Jingxin suddenly felt that going to the battlefield to kill the enemy seemed much simpler. After the Minister of Finance left, Zhu Wenyan, the Dean of the Court of Judgment, came to see him again. They discussed how to deal with Zhang Mingyan, the biggest criminal on ProStar. If he hadn't framed Zhou Jingxin, the Dawn soldiers wouldn't have been on the run for half a year, and Musel wouldn't have so easily invaded ProStar. His crimes were countless. Zhou Jingxin entrusted the sentencing to Zhu Wenyan, knowing that Zhu Wenyan was always impartial and incorruptible. He had only one request, that Zhang Mingyan's family assets be investigated and confiscated, as money was scarce at this time. He spent the entire morning meeting with various ministers, and at lunch he ate at the same table as Song Yiming and Zhou Wanqing. But during this meal, Zhou Jingxin ate absent-mindedly, not even noticing that he was sawing the ribs of a tomahawk steak with his knife for 2 minutes. Zhou Wanqing asked Jingxin, "What are you thinking about? You seem so distracted even while eating." Zhou Jingxin snapped out of his reverie, realizing he practically sawed open the beef ribs. He'd been lost in thought. He said, "I have an idea." Zhou Wanqing followed his words, asking, "What idea?" "ProStar's financial situation is terrible right now. We need money for everything. For one thing, we need to prepare the fortress and our weaponry, otherwise, if the terrorists attack again, we have a hard time dealing with them." Zhou Jingxin continued, "It's almost impossible to raise a large sum of money in a short time. So, I want to collect every penny of the protection money Hadestar collected over the past 6 months." Song Yiming and Zhou Wanqing exchanged glances. The former asked, "Your Highness, that might be very difficult." Zhou Jingxin's gaze was resolute. "There's no other way. For ProStar's sake, Hadestar has to pay back that money, whether they want to or not." Chapter 116. Zhou Jingxin was a man of action. That afternoon, he consulted with cabinet ministers, had them draft a letter, affix the king's seal, and sent it to the Prime Minister's office on planet Hades. It wasn't until 3 days later that he received a reply from Prime Minister Brook. The letter stated that planet Hades was also a victim. Over the past 2 years, a large number of its weapons and warships had been smuggled away by terrorist organizations under the pretext of protecting other countries. Now, with a civil war erupting on planet Hades, it was impossible to attend to other nations. This was practically evasive. Zhou Jingxin really wanted to fly directly to planet Hades and reason with them, but things on planet Pro were still unstable. As the only person currently in charge of the overall situation, he couldn't leave. However, planet Pro desperately needed money. He had to find a way to recover the money he had previously given to planet Hades, otherwise, planet Pro would remain in a dangerous situation. Zhou Jingxin thought of Murong-Su. Murong-Su had negotiated with Queen Hadestar and Prime Minister Brook. If he were willing to intervene, things would be much easier. Zhou Jingxin found Murong-Su and told him about the matter. Murong-Su leaned against the corner of the conference table with his arms crossed, smiling broadly. "So your Highness wants me to collect a debt for ProStar?" "No, I handle the debt collection. I need to schedule an online meeting with the Queen and Prime Minister Brook. I want you to be the notary. Then tell me, How exactly do I need to witness this? As a notary from a third country, you will prove that Musel and Shabanda are in cahoots. As for the rest, just improvise during the meeting. That's not difficult. Murong-su raised an eyebrow. What's in it for me? Zhou Jingshan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Finally, he looked away. If you're not going to help, then forget it. Murong-su was both amused and exasperated. Why did he seem like an unreasonable person? I help, of course I help. Zhou Jingshan's gaze returned to him. I can't offer you any benefits. Your Highness can offer plenty, it just depends on whether your Highness is willing to give. Zhou Jingshan was silent for a moment. If there are no problems on your side, I finalize the meeting time as soon as possible. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhou Jingshan walked to the entrance of the Qiming's conference room and bumped into Tang Lian. The two greeted each other and passed by. Tang Lian entered the conference room. Young Marshal, the repairs on the warships and Mechs are nearing completion. We can leave for Jinchi Star tomorrow. Murong-su said, no rush. I can leave after I finish my business. When exactly? It shouldn't be too long. Tang Lian had overheard a few words outside. He had noticed that Murong-su usually frequented Zhou Jingshan's room, but lately the two had clearly become distant in private. Young Marshal, have you and His Highness had a falling out? Even Tang Lian noticed, which meant there really was a conflict between them. Murong-su's tone held a hint of helplessness. Ever since he was injured on Hades Star, he's been very distant from me. Tang Lian thought of something. Did he find out about your near marriage to the Queen of Hades Star when he was on Hades Star? He probably already knew. Then what was it? If I understood, I wouldn't be so troubled by love. Tang Lian, The summit meeting between ProStar and Headstar was held online. Through holographic 3D projection technology, although they were in different spaces, they appeared to be meeting in the same conference room. Those attending from ProStar included Zhou Jingshan, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and General Song Liangzi. Those attending from Headstar included Queen Layla, Prime Minister Brooke, and the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Zhou Jingshan, as the representative of ProStar, first demanded that Headstar return the protection fees paid over the past 6 months, citing the protection agreement signed between them, but Headstar's failure to fulfill the agreement. After Zhou Jingshan finished his statement, Murong-su, acting as a notary from the third country, expressed his opinion. As His Highness the Third Prince of ProStar stated, when ProStar was attacked by a terrorist organization, Headstar failed to send a single soldier to protect it, thus neglecting its responsibilities under the protection agreement. This constitutes a unilateral breach of contract. Since Headstar breached the contract first, it should return all payments stipulated in the agreement and pay a penalty. Zhou Jingshan generously added, if Headstar can return the payments made by ProStar within 7 days, ProStar can concede and not collect any penalty. Murong-su and Zhou Jingshan echoed each other. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Brooke, since His Highness the Third Prince has said so, you should have nothing more to say, right? Brooke said, as you say, Muscle is a spy planted on Headstar by a terrorist organization. He cannot represent Headstar, therefore the protection agreement signed at the time should be invalid. Zhou Jingshan pulled up the payment receipts for every protection fee, displaying them all holographically on the conference table. Since the protection agreement is invalid, the monthly protection fees ProStar pays to the Headstar government are unnecessary. Therefore, you should return the money we paid. Headstar's finance minister, a shrewd individual, immediately blushed upon hearing about the refund. Your Highness, you signed a contract with Musel. Musel is a fraud, he impersonated a Headstar diplomat and swindled your money. You should ask him for it back. Zhou Jingshan said, if the money went into his personal account, then naturally I would ask him for it. However, this money went into the Headstar government's treasury account. The wronged have their culprits, the debtors their debtors. Whoever received the money, I will pursue them. Headstar's finance minister, X, looked constipated. But this money is only symbolic. The money went into the Hades Star's treasury account, but it was quickly invested in the military industry. The weapons and warships manufactured with this money were all transferred out by terrorist organizations. In the end, the money from ProStar was still used by terrorist organizations. Zhou Jingshan said, Mr. X, although I'm not in finance, I understand a principle. We signed an agreement with Hades Star, and the agreed-upon funds were deposited into the Hades Star government's treasury account. Now that the agreement is invalid, it's only right that you return my money. As for how the money in your own accounts was transferred out, and how it fell into the hands of terrorist organizations, that's none of my business. Murong-su picked up his coffee, took a sip, and smiled. Zhou Jingchen's move was brilliant. If Hades Star acknowledged the agreement, then they should refund the money for failing to abide by it. If Hades Star didn't acknowledge the agreement, then they should refund the money even more. The logic was completely flawless. Hades was in the wrong, and anything they said was just a pretext for lying. Sure enough, X started lying. I already said that all the money Muscle collected was swindled away. You want our government to pay for it, but there's no money in the account, and we can't refund it. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. Mr. X, you're being too modest. Hades, as the leading power in the Kepler system, how could it be short of money? If you're going to be unreasonable, fine. I announced to the entire Kepler system that Pro and Hades signed a protection agreement, but when Pro was attacked by a terrorist organization, Hades didn't send a single soldier. Furthermore, Hades' diplomat Muscle even colluded with the terrorist organization, almost invading Pro. Once this news spreads, those countries that are still cooperating with Hades will surely question Hades, right? At that time. When the time comes, it won't just be Pro Star chasing after Head Star to return the protection money. X was furious. You. At this moment, Queen Layla spoke up. X, don't say any more. Hearing the Queen's voice, X changed his expression and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Layla had originally only been invited to listen in, but Murong-Su had personally given her the communication, insisting that she attend. She had listened for a long time, understood the ins and outs, and knew that Head Star was in the wrong in this matter. Zhou Jingchen, Head Star is indeed in the wrong on this issue, but X also said that the funds transferred from Pro Star to Head Star have already been transferred out. Now that a civil war has broken out, Head Star's finances are also tight. If you want to claim compensation, you can only compensate up to 20% of the amount. 20%? That's too little. Your Majesty, everyone has their difficulties. The people of ProPlanet scrimped and saved to scrape together the money and sent it to Hades. Now Hades casually claims it was transferred to a terrorist organization and wants to cripple us. That's hardly appropriate. Layla scoffed. I said, Hades can't pay this money. If Hades doesn't pay, do you ProPlanet intend to attack Hades? It seemed the two sides were about to start arguing. At this moment, Murong-Su said, Her Majesty the Queen seems to prefer installment payments. Hearing this, Zhou Jingchen knew Murong-Su was offering a way out, and he immediately seized the opportunity, saying, Since Hades can't come up with that much money right now, installment payments are indeed barely acceptable. However, 20% is far too little. I hope Hades can pay 50% within 7 days, and the remaining 50% can be given a 3-month grace period. Layla took a deep breath and looked at Brooke, who hadn't said much. Brooke, you're the Prime Minister, you should do. Lord. Brooke was a reasonable man. The protection money from ProStar had indeed been collected by the Head Star government, which had nothing to do with whether Musel was a terrorist organization. ProStar's demand for a refund was indeed justified. He said, 50% is still difficult, Third Prince. We can only pay 30% at most. Zhou Jingchen glanced at Murong-Su, who shook his head slightly. He said, I think it would be better if we each compromised further and paid 40%, and then the remaining 60% could be paid in 2 installments over 3 months. How about that? Brooke glanced at the Queen, then at X, unsure of the outcome of further haggling. Hades was embroiled in civil war, and if the matter on ProStar escalated, it would be detrimental to them. Third Prince, he said, how about this? We pay 30% in cash, and the remaining 10% will be offset by weapons of equal value. How does that sound? Zhou Jingchen, upon hearing weapons, realized they desperately needed them. They would find a way to purchase weapons after receiving the money anyway, and obtaining them from Hades would be ideal. He feigned concession, saying, since Hades is also facing financial difficulties, this is the only option. With both sides reaching an agreement, the negotiations concluded. The finance minister of ProStar couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Head Star has agreed to refund the money. This sum is enough to solve our immediate crisis. Your Highness's move is brilliant. Zhou Jingchen didn't like such flattery. Minister Chiu, since Head Star has agreed, I leave the follow-up to you. Your Highness, rest assured, I will follow up well. After the finance minister left, only Zhou Jingchen and Murong-Su remained in the king's conference room. Zhou Jingchen turned to him. Thank you for today. Murong-Su was still sitting in his chair, leaning back, elbows on the armrests, long legs crossed, watching Zhou Jingchen with interest. What? Just saying thank you. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the time. It was lunchtime. Let me treat you to lunch. Okay. Chapter 117. The two dined in the palace's banquet hall. The long table could accommodate 20 or 30 people, But now, with only the two of them, it felt quite empty. They sat at one end of the long table, facing each other. The dishes on ProStar were small and exquisite, each meticulously plated by the palace chefs, with appetizers, main courses, and desserts clearly separated. Zhou Jingchen remembered that it was in this very place that Murong-su had proposed a marriage alliance with him. As the meal drew to a close, Murong-su said, "I plan to leave ProStar this afternoon." Hearing this, Zhou Jingchen paused in his steak-cutting motion. This wasn't surprising. Jinkixing was still in turmoil. Murong Jinyun's innocence hadn't been cleared, and all of this still awaited Murong-su's resolution. He was one of the leaders of the Jinkixing ProStar allied forces, but not one of the leaders of the ProStar Defense Force. Whom Zhou Jingchen responded, "It's indeed time to resolve the matter on Jinchi Star. How many troops and weapons do you need? I arrange it for you." Murong-su said, "ProStar just drove away the terrorist organization. It's time to strengthen its defenses. I only take the troops originally belonging to Jinchi Star." Murong-su had given him everything he had. He didn't want to owe him anything. He said, "With so few men, it'd be difficult to fight Yin Jinhong. Don't be polite with me. If you help me reclaim ProStar, then even if it means going through fire and water, I will help you reclaim Jinchi Star." Murong-su looked at Zhou Jingchen's righteous and awe-inspiring appearance, and suddenly chuckled softly. Zhou Jingchen, seeing him laugh, was inexplicably annoyed. "What are you laughing at?" Murong-su said, "I'm very happy that your highness is willing to go through fire and water for me." Zhou Jingchen's ears turned red, and he immediately corrected him. "This going through fire and water means I'm willing to do anything for Jin Qixing. After all, you risked your life several times to help me reclaim ProStar. This is just reciprocation. Actually, my dealings with Musel weren't entirely for ProStar." Yin Jinhong dared to be so arrogant because he was connected to terrorist organizations. Now that Musel and Abraham are dead, he's lost his arrogance, making it much easier for me to deal with them. Zhou Jingchen said, "In any case, if you need anything from me, just ask, and I do my best." Murong-su picked up his red wine, took a sip, and said seriously, "Your Highness, I need a hug right now." This request was sudden and abrupt. They were clearly discussing serious matters. Zhou Jingchen glanced at him, unsure what to say. Seeing his lack of reaction, Murong-su stood up, walked around to his side, and slightly opened his arms, asking for a hug. Zhou Jingchen hesitated for a moment, deciding to treat it as a polite hug between friends. He stood up, and before he could react, Murong-su pulled him into his arms. A long-lost surge of hormones filled his nostrils. Zhou Jingchen felt like he was being melded into Murong-su's body, but his mind was blank. He was held captive in Murong-su's arms like a puppet. When the arms finally loosened a little, he felt a wetness on his lips. Realizing it was Murong-su's kiss, he suddenly pushed him away with all his might. Murong-su took a small step back from the push. "Don't do this," Zhou Jingchen said, head down. Murong-su looked at him and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Zhou Jingchen's attitude towards him had changed since returning from Hades. Before, their focus was on dealing with a terrorist organization, and they couldn't be bothered to delve into personal feelings. As long as they tacitly kept quiet, it was equivalent to temporarily putting things aside. Now that the terrorist organization had escaped, Murong-su was determined to get to the bottom of it. "So, can you give me an explanation? Did I do something wrong?" "No." Zhou Jingchen looked up, his expression serious. "I just thought it through. ProStar and Jinchi Star will always be allies, and you and I are allies too. Since we're allies, it's better not to have any personal feelings. Murong-su, what do you think?" Murong-su raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to distance yourself from me?" "No," I said, "we're still allies. If Jinchi Star needs me, I go through fire and water for them. If ProStar needs you, I won't hesitate either." Murong-su looked at him. "Then let me be blunt. Can I kiss you, hug you, and sleep with you?" "No." "Then what can I do? When I see you, I want to kiss you, hug you, and sleep with you." Zhou Jingchen looked up at him, his eyes red, and said, "You're such a jerk." He almost blurted it out, but he held back. "Murong-su, can you stop being such a scoundrel?" "Me a scoundrel?" Murong-su rarely put on a stern face with Zhou Jingchen. "Zhou Jingchen, why don't you ask yourself, a month ago, what intimate things didn't we do together? Ever since you came back injured from Hades, you inexplicably distanced yourself from me without even an explanation. Have you considered my feelings?" Zhou Jingchen said, "That's because." "Because of what?" Zhou Jingchen lowered his head, unsure how to answer. Murong-su asked, "Let me guess, because you regained your memories from 6 years ago?" Unexpectedly, Murong-su directly said it for him. Yes. Zhou Jingshan's eyes reddened. I remember everything from 6 years ago. Do you know why I lost my memories of you? It was me. I asked to erase them myself. When I decided to erase your memory, I made up my mind that I would never have any personal feelings for you again in this lifetime, Murong-su. You shouldn't have bothered me after I forgot you. So that's how it is. No wonder his attitude towards him suddenly changed. What happened 6 years ago is in the past. Why do you insist on holding on to it? Zhou Jingshan said, I don't want to dwell on what happened 6 years ago. I just realized that we can be allies who would go through fire and water for each other, but we can't be lovers who are inseparable. Murong-su felt as if a knife was cutting into his heart as he listened to his words. Zhou Jingshan was truly stubborn when he was stubborn, and truly ruthless when he was ruthless. It was almost impossible to make him yield through reasoning. At this moment, Murong-su's communicator beeped. Tang Lian sent a message, telling him that the fleet was ready, and they were heading back to Jinchi Star. Murong-su knew that further arguing would be pointless. He said, Zhou Jingshan, I'm going back to Jinchi Star to take care of things. Let me tell you, I did all this for you not just to be your so-called ally. Between you and me, it's either a clean break, never to meet again, or we're inseparable, like yours and mine. Think it over carefully in the days leading up to our next meeting before you respond. With that, he turned and left. After Murong-su left, Zhou Jingshan sat alone in the restaurant for a long time. His communicator rang, and Su Ruiyang's voice came through. Your Highness, young Marshal Murong is leaving Prostar with his fleet. Would you like to come see him off? Zhou Jingshan said, no need. All right then. Zhou Jingshan hung up and left the banquet hall. He had always known deep down that without Murong-su, he would never have been able to return to Prostar so smoothly. He could have maintained a close relationship with Murong-su in a daze, but during the interrogation by electric shocks on Head Star, the memories he had deliberately erased resurfaced. 6 years ago, he was only 19, treating Murong-su as his whole world, only to be left utterly devastated. That memory resurfaced, a deep wound, reopened and still bleeding. He couldn't deny how much Murong-su had helped him along the way, but after regaining his memories, his feelings for Murong-su became complicated. He was grateful for Murong-su's help, thankful, but with the wound reopened, he could no longer pretend nothing had happened and continue their close relationship. During the time he regained his memories, he tried desperately to appear the same as before, but ultimately, he was different. Murong-su should have noticed long ago. He thought that as long as he gradually distanced himself from personal relationships, they would only be allies. But he hadn't expected Murong-su's reaction to be so strong. If outsiders were present, they might think Zhou Jingshan was an ungrateful wretch, using people and then cutting ties. Back in his bedchamber, he went to the red sandalwood tree beside it. This tree was 70 or 80 years old, its trunk only as thick as a thigh. Zhou Jingshan took some tools and dug a hole under the tree. Here lay something he had buried 6 years ago. It was a metal box, buried for 6 years, yet still looking brand new. Inside the metal box were everything he had collected about Murong-su, including a silver button, something he had accidentally torn off during their first time together, which he had kept as a memento. There was also half a piece of red sandalwood. Because of its rarity, red sandalwood was used as a token of love by the people of Proxen. He gave half to Murong-su, and kept the other half safe. There was also a champagne-colored rose, which he sealed in epoxy resin so it would never wither. This flower was given to him by Murong-su one morning. He said the flower planted downstairs had bloomed, so he picked it for him. He was overjoyed and placed it by his bedside, but worried it would wither after a few days, so he carefully sealed it in epoxy resin again. The last item was a light semi-automatic pistol with a laser-etched character Su on it. This had once belonged to Murong-su. That day was his 19th birthday. Everyone celebrated with him at Bluhour. Afterwards, Murong-su drove him back to the state guest house. On the way, Murong-su gave him this gun as a gift. It was his sidearm when he was 8 years old. It was a little small, and had been with him for many years. Zhou Jingshan remembered that he couldn't sleep all night after receiving the gun. Back then, he loved him so much that he almost lost himself, treating him as his whole world. But later, he realized he was a joke. Chapter 118. Back then, the Federal Military Academy of Prostar and Jinchi Star, and the Royal Military Academy of Prostar had an exchange program. Zhou Jingshan, then a sophomore at the Royal Military Academy, was sent as a representative along with 5 other students to the Federal Military Academy of Jinchi Star for a 6-month exchange. It was during those 6 months that he and Murong-su fell in love, and became a couple. At the end of the 6-month exchange, Zhou Jingchen had to leave Jinchi Star and return to ProStar. Being forced apart as lovers in the throes of passion was agonizing. Zhou Jingchen wanted to video call Murong-su every day, but Jinchi Star and ProStar had a time difference, and Murong-su was busy with official duties. Even though he missed him terribly, Zhou Jingchen didn't dare to message him too frequently, afraid of disturbing him. A video call every few days would make him happy for days. A month after they separated, it was the 130th birthday of the old king of Headstar, and Murong-su would go to celebrate with Murong-jinyan. Zhou Jingchen pleaded and begged until Zhou Shaoqin agreed to let him accompany him. This trip to Hades Star was for a birthday celebration and an international conference. They would likely stay there for 6 days. The place on Hades Star for receiving foreign leaders was called Ted Palace, a villa district. Leaders from over a dozen countries in the Kepler system were gathered on Hades Star, and each country's leader was assigned a villa. Prosperous Star was assigned to Building 8, while Jinchi Star was assigned to Building 6. Zhou Jingchen had already discussed it with Murong-su. After checking into the villa, Zhou Shaoqin had official business to attend to, so Zhou Jingchen made an excuse to slip away. Murong-su and his group arrived 2 days earlier than him, and for convenience, he had brought his private shuttle. Upon boarding Murong-su's shuttle, Zhou Jingchen immediately threw himself into his arms. Murong-su caught him, a slight smile playing on his lips. So soon? Zhou Jingchen's ears and face flushed red. No, I didn't. Did you miss me? A little? Murong-su said. So you only miss me a little? I missed your highness so much. Hearing this, Zhou Jingchen wrapped his arms around Murong-su's neck, tilting his head slightly upwards. His flushed face and bright, sparkling eyes were truly irresistible. Murong-su leaned down and kissed him. Having not seen each other for a month, the two wanted to be together every moment. After the kiss, Zhou Jingchen leaned against Murong-su's chest to catch his breath. Having experienced the pain of separation, he wished time could stand still at this moment. Murong-su asked him, "Where do you want to go?" Zhou Jingchen fiddled with the cufflinks of his white shirt. "Anything is fine, whatever you say. There's a 3-dimensional fountain in the city square of Hades. Want to go see it? The square is too crowded. There's a forest park on Hades, not too crowded. Want to go? The park on Hades is definitely not as nice as the one on Prox." Murong-su looked down at the difficult little prince in his arms. He had just said anything was fine. How come now he's saying nothing is allowed? Then you decide, where do you want to go? Zhou Jingchen wasn't familiar with Hades, so naturally he couldn't think of anywhere to go. After thinking it over, he felt the forest park was better than this square. Although the forest park on Hades isn't as nice as the one on Prox, we can still go see it. Then let's go to the forest park. Murong-su's shuttle stopped at the forest park, the only forest in Eden, the capital of Hades. Hades is mostly rocky terrain, and this forest, located near a volcano, thrived due to the volcanic mud. The park is usually bustling on weekends, but today, being a weekday, there were only a few scattered people. Hades Forest Park wasn't as beautiful as ProStar's. If he were alone, Zhou Jingchen definitely wouldn't have come, but with Murong-su, he found it acceptable, since his attention wasn't on the scenery. The forest park had many winding paths, perfect for a stroll. Murong-su wore a white shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, the shirt tucked into black military trousers, and black marten boots. Zhou Jingchen wore a navy blue knitted vest over a light blue shirt. They walked side by side, Zhou Jingchen telling him about his recent fighter jet training. "In last Friday's shooting quiz, my hit rate was 86%. That's amazing, Your Highness." The tone was like coaxing a child. "And you, what's your highest hit rate?" "About the same as yours." "Liar." Zhou Jingchen tilted his head to look at him. "Murong-su, even if you said your hit rate was 100%, I wouldn't feel discouraged." Murong-su smiled slightly. "Your Highness is right. It really is 100%. Zhou Jingchen was even more motivated. "One day, I become as good as you. Then I'd be waiting to see." Zhou Jingchen thought of something and asked again, "Murong-su, does piloting a mecha feel the same as piloting a fighter jet?" "There's a slight difference. Could you tell me about it?" "Fighter jets don't require a full connection to the mental network. They test more physical agility and reaction time. Mechs, on the other hand, require connecting your own neural network with the mech's neural network. Controlling a mech is like controlling your own body." Zhou Jingchen wanted to say he wanted to try it too, but currently only Jinchi Star and Head Star in the Kepler system have developed mechs and deployed them for military use. At present, this is still a military secret of both countries, and he didn't want to make an unreasonable request, and put Murong-su in a difficult position. At this moment, a couple walked past them hand in hand. Zhou Jingchen saw their clasped hands and felt a pang of envy. He and Murong-su had never even walked hand in hand in public. He glanced at Murong-su's hand hanging at his side. His hand was a light wheat color, with smooth muscle lines in his forearm. Although not bulging muscles, it gave off a sense of power. Zhou Jingchen's hand intentionally or unintentionally brushed against the back of his hand, but the next instant, it was unexpectedly grabbed. Zhou Jingchen looked bewildered. What's wrong? Murong-su stopped and looked at him. Your Highness is right. This forest park really isn't that great. Aren't we leaving? Murong-su gently lifted Zhou Jingchen's chin with his other hand, his thumb brushing against Zhou's cherry-red lips. Instead of looking at such unappealing scenery, how about we do something else? What do you say? Zhou Jingchen blushed, his cherry-red lips pursed. You like it? Murong-su activated the flying shuttle, switched it to anti-peeping mode, and stopped it deep in the forest where few people approached. The ancient trees surrounding the shuttle, all hundreds of years old, towered into the clouds, forming a natural barrier. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, dappling the white shuttle with shimmering light as it swayed slightly. Birds chased and played in the forest, occasionally letting out a cry. A breeze rustled the leaves. When the wind subsided, a satisfied sigh escaped from inside the shuttle, filled with unbridled pleasure. The seat of Murong-su's shuttle could be reclined, transforming into a bed. Zhou Jingchen nestled in Murong-su's arms, the blush on his face still lingering. After a long while, as Zhou Jingchen's heart gradually calmed down, he spoke, Murong-su, are there many same-sex couples on Jinkixing? Yes, they make up about 10% of married couples. Does that mean Jinkixing is more open-minded about same-sex marriage? Prosperous Star, same-sex couples only make up about 2%, not as many as on Jinkixing, but same-sex marriage is also protected by law on Prosperous Star, and same-sex couples can have children through genetic reproduction technology. Son. I know. Zhou Jingchen lifted his head from his embrace. Murong-su, how about we go public with our relationship to our elders? Jinkixing and Proxing are friendly neighbors. Proxing has already formed a marriage alliance with Langhuangxing, so naturally it can also form one with Jinkixing. If we go public, the marshal and my father should agree. Isn't it good like this? Right now we can only do it secretly. That's not good. If we go public and get the marshal and my father's approval, we can be together legitimately. We can even get married. I can come to Jinchi Star to find you, and you can come to Pro Star to find me anytime. Zhou Jingchen fantasized about the scene after they went public and received the approval of both sets of parents. It would be so happy. With the marriage between Jinchi Star and Pro Star, he and Murong-su could become legally husband and wife. Nothing could be happier than marrying Murong-su. It's not the right time yet, Murong-su said. Zhou Jingchen had planned everything out in his mind. He thought Murong-su would definitely agree readily, but he didn't expect the other party to pour cold water on his enthusiasm. Why? Murong-su stroked his head. If I tell you, don't be angry yet. Tell me. Murong-su said, my father wants me to marry Princess Layla of Head Star. Zhou Jingchen felt like he had been struck by lightning. His face immediately changed, and he sat up. What do you mean? You want to marry Princess Layla? Why are you only telling me now about such a big thing? Murong-su also sat up. Listen to me first. Zhou Jingchen felt as if a hole had been ripped open in his heart, a deep ache emanating from him. But he still wanted to hear what Murong-su had to say. Go ahead, he said. The marriage alliance was proposed by the old king of Head Star. I have no intention of marrying the princess of Head Star, and I will find a way to refuse. Zhou Jingchen was still worried. Head Star was the most powerful nation in the Kepler system. Even Jinchi Star's overall national strength couldn't compare to Head Star's. Could Jinchi Star refuse the marriage alliance proposed by the old king of Head Star? But what if you have no choice but to marry the princess of Head Star? Murong-su chuckled and patted his head. What, you don't trust me at all? No, it's just... Zhou Jingchen felt a pang of sadness. From the moment he met Murong-su today, his heart had felt light, as if it could fly away at any moment. But now, his heart was heavy. Are you confident? Of course. Murong-su touched his cheek. You don't need to worry too much. All you need to do now is trust me. Zhou Jingchen looked at Murong-su. Yes, I need to trust him, he said. Yes, I trust you. Chapter 119. Zhou Jingchen returned to Tade Palace at 10 p.m. After leaving the forest park, he and Murong-su went to a restaurant for dinner. Although he felt somewhat anxious in the latter part of the evening, he cherished every moment spent with Murong-su. Song Yiming, on the other hand, waited patiently for Zhou Jingchen at Tate Palace for a long time, like a statue waiting for his husband. He had come to Hades' star as Zhou Jingchen's personal bodyguard. Today, Zhou Jingchen and Murong-su had slipped out, making it difficult to take him along. However, he also couldn't let the king know he wasn't protecting the prince, so he had slipped out as well and waited for Zhou Jingchen's return at Tate Palace. Seeing Zhou Jingchen return safely, he finally felt relieved. "Your Highness, I heard some news," Song Yiming said softly. Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming walked side by side towards Building 8. "What news?" "Hadstar is going to form a marriage alliance with Jinkistar." Zhou Jingchen paused. "Has it spread?" Song Yiming thought Zhou Jingchen didn't know, but hearing his question, it seemed he already knew. "No, I met a high-ranking diplomat from Jinkistar today, and he told me." The high-ranking diplomat Song Yiming mentioned was named Gao Yuexin, Murong-su's cousin, who had come as part of his entourage. "Murong-su also told me today." Song Yiming thought for a moment, then reminded him, "Your Highness, if Hadstar and Jinkistar form a marriage alliance, Prostar should ideally not get involved. Political marriages between nations, if he forcibly intervened, it would escalate into a political issue." Zhou Jingchen naturally understood. "I understand, but Murong-su didn't agree at all, so this marriage alliance is invalid." Song Yiming wanted to say something more, but as Zhou Jingchen's personal bodyguard, he knew how much Zhou Jingchen cared about Murong-su, and he didn't want to say anything that would spoil his mood. The king of Hades was 130 years old this year, having reigned for exactly 100 years. Representatives from all the Kepler nations sent to offer their congratulations at his birthday banquet. Zhou Jingchen followed Zhou Shaoqin on a flying shuttle to the palace of Hades. Today, he wore a white tuxedo, the overall style similar to his suit, but with more embellishments, including a pale gold badge on his chest. "Father, have you heard about the marriage alliance between Hades and Jinkistar?" On the flying shuttle, Zhou Jingchen casually brought it up. Zhou Shaoqin asked, "Where did you get this news?" "Gossip I overheard at the Tate Palace." Zhou Jingchen guiltily touched his nose. "You didn't know?" "I haven't heard anything yet." Zhou Shaoqin said earnestly, "Don't spread rumors you hear randomly." "I know, I'm just telling you." Zhou Jingchen asked, "Father, if Hadstar really forms a marriage alliance with Jinkistar, can Jinkistar refuse?" "A marriage alliance with Hadstar is a good thing." "Why?" "A marriage alliance between two countries proves they want deeper cooperation, and it also represents a peaceful future for both nations. It's a mutually beneficial thing." Zhou Jingchen felt a little disappointed. Although he was only 19, he understood what Zhou Shaoqin was saying. His aunt had also formed a marriage alliance with the king of Longhuan Star. For the past 20 years, the cooperation between Prostar and Longhuan Star had been very close, with mutual assistance and many benefits. Hades is the strongest nation in the Kepler system, and its marriage alliance with Jinkistar is a powerful alliance. Could Murong-su really refuse this marriage alliance? He began to worry again. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Zhou Shaoqin led him to greet some leaders of friendly nations. Zhou Jingchen was somewhat absent-minded throughout. His mind was preoccupied with where Murong-su was. Today was the king of Hades' birthday. Would he take advantage of this joyous occasion to announce the marriage alliance? Zhou Jingchen saw the princess, who was rumored to be marrying Murong-su. He heard her name was Layla. She was quite beautiful, with blonde hair and blue eyes, a smile on her face, yet she exuded a certain majesty. She remained by the king of Hades' side. The king of Hades was 130 years old this year. His hair and beard were already white, his face somewhat fierce, and time had not erased his overflowing ambition. He had led Hades to become the strongest nation in the Kepler system, and he was deeply loved by the people of Hades. When Zhou Jingchen accompanied Zhou Shaoqin to offer birthday greetings to the king of Hades, he noticed a gaze. Looking up, he met Layla's eyes. Layla looked at him without flinching, her gaze revealing a haughty air of superiority, as if she didn't take him seriously. Although she said nothing, Zhou Jingchen felt a provocation. A palpable sense of pressure. Did Layla know about his relationship with Murong-su? Finally, after the pleasantries, Zhou Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief, and he saw Murong-su with his parents, on their way to offer birthday greetings to the king of Hades. Murong-su also saw him. A smile played on his lips, as he winked his right eye at Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen's heart fluttered at this small gesture. Murong-su was quite the charmer. Zhou Jingchen pursed his lips, suppressing a smile. The banquet hall was mostly filled with dignitaries from various countries. Representing Prostar, Zhou Jingchen dared not be too presumptuous, obediently following Zhou Shaoqin, not daring to make any unnecessary expressions or movements. While Zhou Shaoqin exchanged pleasantries with King Chu Yin of Longhuan Star, Zhou Jingchen stole a glance in Murong Su's direction. At that moment, the three of them were talking to a father and daughter from its star. Murong Zhenyun and the king of its star seemed to be discussing something pleasant. Both were smiling, while Layla's gaze fell on Murong Su, her eyes softening considerably. Who wouldn't like a man like Murong Su? Many people were dancing in the banquet hall, the music masking the noisy conversations. Zhou Jingchen focused on Murong Su's every move, completely unaware of what they were saying. The king of Hades spoke to Murong Su and Layla extended her hand, a gesture inviting Murong Su to dance. Murong Su smiled, bowed politely, and accepted her hand. They were going to dance together. Zhou Jingchen, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have, awkwardly looked away. Wanting to escape, he told Zhou Shaoqin he needed to use the restroom and hurriedly left through a side door. The palace on Hades was vast, with a spacious courtyard. Many guards patrolled outside, and he dared not stray too far, fearing he would be mistaken for a suspicious person. Standing in the courtyard, Zhou Jingchen felt a pang of sadness. He thought Murong Su must have been unable to refuse, which was why he agreed to dance with Layla. How could he refuse in front of the leaders of two countries? He tried to find reasons for Murong Su, but ultimately he couldn't shake his jealousy. He and Murong Su were lovers, they hadn't even danced together yet. But he was dancing with someone else. It's much quieter outside. Hearing this, Zhou Jingchen turned around abruptly and saw Murong Su. He was unusually dressed in a very formal black suit. When he wore his military uniform, his masculine hormones practically overflowed. He could easily charm men and women just by walking down the street. But when he wore a suit, he exuded a gentlemanly air, which was equally captivating. Weren't you dancing with Princess Layla? Zhou Jingchen's eyes were filled with doubt. You're so observant, you even knew I was going to dance with Princess Layla. Meeting Murong Su's teasing expression, Zhou Jingchen wasn't going to joke with him. He had just been genuinely upset. Murong Su stopped teasing him and explained, in front of the king, I did accept Princess Layla's invitation, but I also told her I can't dance at all, so I didn't want to spoil her fun. Zhou Jingchen felt a little better upon hearing this. You really can't dance? Really? Murong Su looked at him. Does your highness know how? Of course, most people on ProStar can dance. Then how about your highness teaches me sometime? Zhou Jingchen blushed slightly at the thought of dancing with Murong Su. Yes. During his stay on Hades Star, Zhou Jingchen either went out with Murong Su or stayed in the villa taking remote classes. He had taken leave to come here this time, and he couldn't neglect his studies. They were leaving Hades early the day after tomorrow, but he had only seen Murong Su 3 times in the past few days. Murong Su was different from him. He was busy with many things and had very little free time. That day, Zhou Jingchen was taking a break from class at the villa, checking out some unique restaurants within a 50-kilometer radius so they could go on a date when Murong Su was free that evening. While he was doing this, an unfamiliar call came in. Zhou Jingchen answered and found it was Gao Yanan's assistant. Gao Yanan said she wanted to talk to him. Zhou Jingchen, like a student being called on in class, respectfully said he would come right away, and even changed into more formal clothes to show his politeness. Gao Yanan said she wanted to talk to him. What would they talk about? It must be about Murong Su, right? Could it be that she wanted him to leave Murong Su? He went to Building 6, where Jin Qixing lived, with a heart full of unease. Murong Su and Murong Zhenyun hadn't returned, only Gao Yanan was there. Gao Yanan possessed a beautiful face. Even nearing 50, she showed few signs of aging. As the eldest daughter of Jin Qixing's top arms dealer, she was decisive and efficient, a typical strong woman. Gao Yanan called him to the garden pavilion at the back, which was filled with pastries. Zhou Jingchen approached her and addressed her as Madam. She smiled and invited him to sit in the pavilion. Don't be shy around me, just relax. Zhou Jingchen tried to relax. Okay. Take a look at these pastries. Is there anything you like to eat? Although they're not as exquisite as those from ProStar, they're still edible. Thank you. But he didn't seem inclined to eat any. Gao Yanan picked up her bone china teacup and took a sip. I heard you've been dating Asu lately. Zhou Jingchen thought to himself. So it's related to Murong Su. Jin Qixing was currently discussing a marriage alliance with Haxing. If he admitted to dating Murong Su now, wouldn't that be tantamount to sabotaging the marriage between Jin Qixing and Haxing? But if he didn't admit it, how could he answer? Could he say they were just friends? No, they'd done everything. He couldn't even bring himself to say pure. Chapter 120. Gal Yanin tried her best to appear amiable. Don't be nervous. I don't want to break you two up. I just want to confirm if you two are really together. Zhou Jingchen forced a smile and replied, yes. Is it just a fling, or are you serious? Zhou Jingchen rested his hands on his knees, sitting upright and answering respectfully, I'm serious. Gal Yanin wasn't angry, her face remained amiable. She simply said, no wonder this child is so resistant to arranged marriages. It seems it's because of you. Zhou Jingchen pursed his lips, not denying it. Gal Yanin continued, Ah Su has been popular since he was little. Over the years, many boys and girls have been infatuated with him. He's responded to 2 or 3, but they were all just flings. He got bored after a month or 2. But this is the first time he's serious. Zhou Jingchen was somewhat shocked, but he tried to hide his slight disappointment, remaining silent with pursed lips. He had thought he was Murong Su's first. He then comforted himself, reminding himself that Murong Su was almost 6 years older than him, so it wasn't surprising that he had romantic experience. He was very possessive of Murong Su, and naturally wouldn't hold his past relationships against him, but it still bothered him. Gal Yanin continued, if you're sure you're serious, I wouldn't object. A marriage alliance with Hades Star certainly has many benefits, and I'd be happy to have one with Pros Star too. Hearing this, Zhou Jingchen was somewhat surprised. Really? Of course. Gal Yanin asked, if I asked you to marry A Su, would you be willing? Zhou Jingchen blushed. I'm willing. If you two are on the same page, it's actually quite easy to handle. Gal Yanin glanced at the time. Ah Su is probably back by now. There's no point in us talking here. Let's ask him to come along and see how best to handle this. Zhou Jingchen used to think Gal Yanin was unapproachable, but after getting closer, he found her quite easy to talk to. He nodded. Okay. Gal Yanin stood up, and Zhou Jingchen followed behind her, his heart pounding. Would they be discussing marriage after meeting Murong Su? He didn't know about Zhou Xiaoqin yet. Should he ask him first? If he could marry Jin Qixing, Zhou Xiaoqin would definitely be very happy, right? He should wait and see how the meeting went before telling Zhou Xiaoqin. At the door, Gal Yanin stopped. Inside, Murong Su was chatting with Gal Yuexin. Gal Yuexin asked, Ah Su, I didn't expect you to be such a romantic, refusing the marriage alliance with Head Star for the sake of that young prince from Pro Star. Murong Su sat on the sofa, a few buttons undone on his shirt, appearing casual and languid. How could that be? He and I were just playing around. Did that young prince know you were just playing around? What real feelings can there be between two men? He should know that very well. Jin Qi Star and Pro Star are friendly nations. You better handle this matter with him carefully, lest it become too ugly. It won't come to that. I know what I'm doing. Gal Yuexin asked, since it wasn't for that young prince, then why did you refuse the marriage alliance with Head Star? My refusal of the arranged marriage was entirely for my own consideration. Princess Layla is the crown prince of Hades, and will be the queen in the future. Being the queen's man, constantly being suppressed, is so humiliating. Gal Yuexin said, how is that humiliating? Plenty of people in this world would want to be that. That's others, not me, Murong Su. I have absolutely no interest in being the man behind the queen. The king of Hades greatly admires you. If he insists on you becoming his son-in-law, it will be difficult for you to refuse. There's always a way. Gal Yanin turned around and found that Zhou Jingchen, who had been following her, had already left. Zhou Jingchen didn't know how he got back to Building 8. He was a prince of Pro Planet, and everything had gone smoothly for him from childhood. Even when things went wrong, there were always people to help him. This was the first time he had experienced the feeling of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Although there were no wounds or blood, it made it hard for him to breathe. So, Murong Su was just playing around with him. Looking back on the past 6 months with him, he considered it the happiest time of his life. Their first formal meeting was 6 months ago. The Apollo Alliance launched a joint mission to destroy an asteroid that could potentially impact the 3 nations. He was ordered to accompany Major General Chao Yang on this mission, while Jin Qixing sent Murong Su instead. The 3 nations dispatched a total of 9 warships. Upon reaching the target star system, the 9 warships concentrated their firepower to destroy the asteroid, preventing it from impacting Apollo at high speed and causing a catastrophic disaster. The asteroid was several kilometers in diameter. After the concentrated firepower destroyed it, the larger fragments had to be further broken up until the debris no longer posed a threat to the Apollo Alliance. Zhou Jingchen hadn't expected that when they shattered a boulder several hundred meters in diameter, the boulder exploded violently. His warship was destroyed by the shockwave, and he was evacuated in a small shuttle under the crew's instructions. His shuttle drifted in space, surrounded by rubble. Due to the explosion, electromagnetic signals were blocked, he couldn't hear anything, his vision was obscured, and he couldn't see any other starships. He felt abandoned in this remote star system, experiencing the terror of the universe for the first time. After an unknown amount of time, a gunmetal gray mech appeared before him. His shuttle was cradled in the mech's arms, and at that moment, he finally felt safe. When he safely emerged from the shuttle, he watched the mech's pilot descend from the cockpit via tether, his heart pounding. A handsome man approached him, his magnetic voice asking, "Your Highness, are you all right? Should we go to the medical room for a checkup?" He shook his head, looking at the man before him, feeling a flutter in his heart for the first time. After that, he fell hopelessly in love. He knew all along that Murong-su had many admirers, and he thought he would be the special one. He thought Murong-su was only devoted to him, just as he was only devoted to Murong-su. But it seemed he had only been wishfully mistaken. Now that he thought about it, Murong-su had never actually said he loved him. They were only together because he had shamelessly pursued him. Zhou Jingchen lay in bed thinking for a long time, from sunset until it was completely dark. When Song Yiming came to call him for dinner, he noticed something was wrong with him. His eyes were red. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "Yiming, do you think I shouldn't be with Murong-su? Do you want the truth?" "Yes." "No." "Why?" "It was alright before, but now the King of Headstar wants to marry his daughter to Marshal Murong. The King of Headstar has a lot of influence in the Kepler system. No one can change his decisions, not even Marshal Murong. If you have a personal entanglement with him now, and it gets out, it could affect the relationship between the royal families of Prostar and Headstar. Is that so?" Thinking about it, he realized how willful he had been. As a prince of Prostar, how could he disregard the greater good of Prostar, but he was still heartbroken. It was the first time he had loved someone wholeheartedly, wanting to give himself completely, but in the end, his sincerity was worthless. Zhou Jingchen said, "How about we leave Hades first thing tomorrow morning?" "Okay." Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming left Hades the next day. The more anticipation he felt when he arrived, the more disappointment he felt upon leaving. He locked himself in his room on the starship, not wanting to speak, see anyone, or even eat. On one hand, he wanted to sever all ties with Murong-su and never see him again. On the other hand, he hoped Murong-su would come to him and tell him from the bottom of his heart that he actually loved him and that he wasn't just playing around. He was like a patient with a split personality. Until 12 hours after leaving Hades, Murong-su called. His emotions finally stirred a little, but he didn't answer. The communicator stopped ringing. Looking at the darkened screen of his personal communicator, he felt a pang of disappointment. Should he answer it, at least to hear what Murong-su had to say? A moment later, the communicator rang again. He hesitated for a moment, then answered. "Jingchen, where are you?" Zhou Jingchen said, "I'm on my way back to Prostar." Murong-su asked, "Weren't you supposed to be going back tomorrow? Why are you here earlier?" "Something came up. I had to leave." "Why didn't you even say goodbye?" "I was thinking of asking you out." Murong-su's voice was normal. Through the communicator, he didn't notice Zhou Jingchen's emotions. "Actually, I just wanted to tell you that I thought of a way to get Princess Layla to give up the marriage alliance." "You don't need to tell me. If I don't tell you, I'm afraid you overthink things." "I won't overthink things." Zhou Jingchen clenched his fist, mustering his courage to say, "Murong-su, let's break up." There was a pause on Murong-su's end. "What's wrong?" "I'm too tired. I don't want to continue." Murong-su then noticed something was wrong with Zhou Jingchen. Usually, his tone was cheerful when he answered Zhou Jingchen's calls, but today, he sensed a hint of despondency. "Did someone say something to you?" "No, I just don't want to get involved. Let's end this before it blows up." Murong-su was silent for a long time. "Have you thought it through?" "Yes, I have." "Then I understand." The breakup went smoothly, as if the other could end the relationship at any time. This also proved that Murong-su was just playing around and hadn't taken it seriously at all. Zhou Jingchen felt like a joke. He heard from Murong-su again 3 days later. He had a fighter jet practical lesson that day, and he practiced shooting in the simulator. His final hit rate was only 33%, his worst performance ever, and the first time he'd been at the bottom of the class. Back at the palace, he found General Song Liangzi had also entered. He and Zhou Shaoqin walked and talked in the palace garden. "I didn't expect Jin Qixing to form a marriage alliance with Headstar," Song Liangzi said with worry. "Both sides are military superpowers. Their alliance. Who knows what the future of the Kepler system will be?" "Precisely because both sides are military superpowers. If they're not allies, They're very likely enemies, Zhou Xiaoqin said. The old king of Hitstar lived to be 130 years old. He should know his days are numbered. He intends to pass the throne to Princess Layla. Bringing Murongsu over is probably to solidify the royal family's position. Zhou Jingchen, standing behind a shrub taller than himself and trimmed into a vase shape, heard this, and his chest began to ache again. Back on ProStar these past few days, he occasionally had that feeling again. Every time the pain struck, he felt short of breath. Zhou Xiaoqin and General Song Liang's discussion about Murongsu and Layla's marriage meant it had been announced. He hesitated for a long time, finally deciding to open the Starnet. The headline that greeted him was the news of Murongsu and Layla's marriage. Didn't he say he didn't want to be the man behind the queen? Why did he ultimately agree to the marriage? Was it against his will? But it was all irrelevant to him now. Murongsu didn't want to marry Layla, but he wasn't truly sincere towards her either. Perhaps, someone like Murongsu, standing at the top of the pyramid, would never lower himself to give his true heart to anyone. Chapter 121. He took out a metal box containing his treasured possessions. A semi-automatic pistol, a silver button, half a piece of Chinese tallow tree wood, and a rose preserved in epoxy resin. He cherished these items, hoping to collect more in the future, for each item bore witness to his love with Murongsu. Ironically, it was all one-sided love on his part. It wasn't love at all. These things were products of his self-pity and self-delusion. Should he let go completely? Throw them all away? He gritted his teeth, holding the metal box, and rode his flying shuttle to the riverbank, intending to sink it to the bottom. The shuttle hovered above the water, his hand out of the window, the metal box teetering precariously in his palm. He held his position for a long time, finally gritting his teeth and pulling the box back. He returned to the palace and saw the red sandalwood tree in the courtyard. He decided to bury the box at the base of the tree. Afterwards, he fell ill, suffering from a high fever for several days. Doctors from the Royal Medical Institute visited his chambers twice a day, and Song Yiming stayed in his chambers daily to care for him. A female doctor from the medical institute asked him, "Your Highness, have you encountered something that has been causing you great distress lately?" Zhou Jingchen countered, "Can you tell? Through a comprehensive blood test, I found that your levels of catecholamines and cortisol are very high. This indicates that you have been experiencing grief and anxiety recently, and your sleep has been poor. This is the trigger for your illness." The female doctor said, "I suggest that while you're recuperating, you should also pay more attention to regulating your emotions, otherwise you're prone to developing depression." Zhou Jingchen wanted to move on, but he couldn't. This injury was devastating for him. Unless he could forget everything, he might collapse when Murongsu and Layla got married. "Doctor, I remember you have a method that can erase certain memories." The female doctor said, "That's right. This is usually used to treat patients with depression and PTSD, helping them forget memories that cause them pain or anxiety, thereby achieving the therapeutic goal." Zhou Jingchen asked, "I want to forget someone. Is that possible?" "Theoretically, it's possible, but if this person has a significant presence in your life and leaves a deep impression, it may require repeated erasure attempts to truly seal the memory of that person, and I can't guarantee success." "I want to try." Zhou Jingchen closed the metal box, took it back to his palace, washed it, and placed it on the side table in his bedroom. He couldn't deny that even if he lost his memories of Murongsu, he would still fall in love with him again if he met him. 6 years have passed, but the buried memories, reopened 6 years later, still have a powerful impact. What happened back then is like a thorn in his heart. Even though he owes Murongsu many favors, he can't bring himself to forgive and forget and rekindle their past relationship. Murongsu has been gone from ProStar for 3 days. In those 3 days, he hasn't sent any messages, as if he's vanished. Zhou Jingchen is incredibly busy. ProStar, severely weakened, has too many things to handle, and almost all of these matters have fallen on his shoulders. In his spare time, he would glance at his communicator, but Murongsu still hadn't sent him a message. In fact, he had already prepared an elite fleet, commanded by Major General Leisha, and with Zhang Ziyuan as the mecha unit captain. With just a word from Murongsu, this elite fleet could assemble and depart within 10 minutes to assist him on Jinchi Star. But Murongsu hadn't contacted him for 3 days. Was he angry? But what did he have to be angry about? Back then, he himself had said that he was just playing around with him, that he hadn't taken it seriously at all. The Tianjin fortress was currently undergoing repairs, and Zhou Jingchen had taken some time today to inspect it. The fortress was the gateway to ProStar, playing a crucial role in its defense. When Zhou Jingchen returned to ProStar, his first order was to repair the Tianjin fortress and strengthen its defenses to prevent another terrorist attack. Now, 10 days later, the repairs to the Tianjin fortress were nearing completion. Jin Qixing is clearly visible from the fortress. Several days have passed, and it's unclear what Jin Qixing's current situation is. Has Murongsu defeated the Yin family father and son, or is he also imprisoned by the Supreme Court? If he's imprisoned, his subordinates would definitely try to contact him for help. He hasn't received any news yet, which means Murongsu should be safe. Zhou Jingchen turned to look at Song Yiming. Any news from Jin Qixing recently? Song Yiming shook his head. Nothing for now. They helped ProStar so much. We should also do our best for Jin Qixing. Call young Marshal Murong later to find out their situation, and see if they need help. Song Yiming didn't immediately accept the order, but rather seemed puzzled. Logically, Zhou Jingchen should have established communication with Murongsu himself. Why was he being sent? Seeing Song Yiming's hesitation, Zhou Jingchen called out, "Yiming?" Song Yiming looked at Zhou Jingchen. "Did your highness have a fight with the young marshal?" Zhou Jingchen guiltily looked away. "No." "Then why didn't your highness contact the young marshal yourself?" Zhou Jingchen paused, ultimately finding it difficult to speak. Song Yiming said, "We all seen how much young Marshal Murong has cared for you and ProStar these past few days. Your highness should take the initiative to inquire about young Marshal Murong's situation." "Of course I know," Zhou Jingchen said. "If he needs help, I'm willing to go through fire and water for him." "Then why?" Song Yiming was not only his adjutant, but also his close friend. They shared almost everything. Zhou Jingchen hesitated for a moment before finally telling him, "On Hate Star, I regained my memories from 6 years ago." Song Yiming finally understood what had happened. "Then your highness intends to... What should we do?" "I told him we only be allies. No more personal entanglements." Song Yiming said helplessly. No wonder young Marshal Murong was angry. Hearing Song Yiming say this, Zhou Jingchen felt he had betrayed him. "Yiming, I feel like you already sided with Murongsu?" "Not really, your highness. I used to think the young marshal was a playboy, not sincere towards you. But after these past 6 months, even I, an outsider, know how much he cares for you. Even if you doubt it's true, when it comes to life and death, he risked his life for you. That can't be faked." Zhou Jingchen was stunned. Song Yiming's words made him realize something. Yes, Murongsu was indeed a scoundrel 6 years ago, but everything he had done for him in the past 6 months was genuine. How could he only dwell on the past and ignore the present? At that moment, his communicator rang. He instinctively thought it was Murongsu, but after answering, he realized it was Zhou Wanqing. "Jingchen, father has woken up." Zhou Jingchen was overjoyed. I rushed back immediately. Zhou Jingchen hung up and said to Song Yiming, "Father is awake, let's go back." "Okay." 10 days had passed since Zhou Xiaoqing's last surgery. 10 days later, he finally opened his eyes. Zhou Wanqing almost cried tears of joy when she saw him wake up. From stem cells to cultivating organs suitable for transplantation, it had taken a full 6 months. During those 6 months, she practically lived at the medical center, constantly worried that Zhou Jingxing wouldn't tolerate Zhou Xiaoqing and might harbor murderous intentions. When Zhou Xiaoqing woke up, a weight lifted from her heart. Zhou Jingchen rushed over and saw that Zhou Wanqing's eyes were still red, clearly from crying. "Sister, what happened to your eyes? Is father alright?" Zhou Wanqing wiped away her tears. "It's nothing, I was just too happy." "Go inside, father is waiting for you." "Okay." Zhou Jingchen entered the intensive care unit. Zhou Xiaoqing had only been transferred from the intensive care unit to the intensive care unit yesterday. All the complicated tubes had been removed, and he only needed to rest in the intensive care unit for another half-month before he could be completely weaned off the intensive care unit. Zhou Jingchen felt a little uneasy as he went in. So much had happened in the past 6 months. ProStar had fallen into the hands of a terrorist organization for a period of time, but thankfully he had taken it back. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaoqing, he choked back a sob. "Father." Zhou Xiaoqing looked much older, his cloudy eyes filled with tears, his voice low and hoarse. "Your sister already told me that you had a tough 6 months. It's not tough. I always thought you were too young, not mature enough in handling things, but now I see I was wrong. You are courageous, resourceful, and responsible, worthy of being entrusted with great responsibilities." Zhou Jingchen didn't dare accept this praise. He knew very well that Murongsu had been supporting him all along. No, not at all. Along the way, I've been lost, I've been desperate. If it weren't for Murongsu's help, I wouldn't be where I am today. Actually, all the credit should belong to him. Don't belittle yourself. You done very well. I'm proud of you. Zhou Jingchen responded, Tell me, what exactly happened in the past 6 months? Okay. Zhou Jingchen stayed in the ward and told Zhou Xiaoqin about the events of the past 6 months, from the attack he suffered 6 months ago until his recent return to ProStar. He stayed in the ward for an hour before leaving. Zhou Xiaoqin had just woken up, his bodily functions hadn't fully recovered, and he would need to fall asleep for an hour or two after waking up. After leaving the royal sanatorium, Zhou Jingchen returned to his palace. He had just been reminiscing with Zhou Xiaoqin about the past 6 months, his mind filled with thoughts of Murong-Su. For the past 6 months, he had relied on him to get through it all. Murong-Su had risked his life to save him time and time again. It wasn't fake. If he was just playing around, why would he risk his life to save someone he didn't truly care for? 5 months ago on the Chongming, when he underwent the lie detector test, he admitted without hesitation that he had given his virginity to him. That wasn't fake either. 6 years ago, Murong-Su might not have given his heart, but that didn't mean 6 years later, Murong-Su was still just looking for a fling. Should he open up to him and talk about this properly, instead of clinging to what happened 6 years ago and trying to distance himself? Thinking this, Zhou Jingchen immediately pulled up Murong-Su's contact and called him. His heart was pounding. He couldn't deny that even when he was busy, he would think of him in the gaps. He also couldn't deny that even after their numerous intimate encounters, his heart still raced every time he had to talk to him. The call connected, and Murong-Su's languid voice came through. Hello? Murong-Su, it's me. Zhou Jingchen sat up straight, almost stiffly, like a student being called on in class. Yes, I know. How are things on your end? Have Yan Jinhong and his son given you any trouble? Murong-Su chuckled softly. What, do you want to know about the overall situation on Jinkixing, or about my situation? Zhou Jingchen said both. I told you before you helped me. If you need me, I'm ready to go through fire and water. I assembled an elite fleet. They're always on standby. Just give the word, and they can go to Jinkixing anytime. No need. Murong-Su's tone carried a hint of distance, which Zhou Jingchen could clearly sense. Murong-Su, this is something I owe you. You don't need to be so polite with me. Then I owe you for now. I contact you when I need you. Okay. Zhou Jingchen wanted to say something more, but then he heard Murong-Su say, if there's nothing else, I hang up now. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He sensed that Murong-Su seemed a little impatient, so he changed his words, okay. And so, the communication ended. Zhou Jingchen was deeply shocked. He had originally wanted to talk to Murong-Su in a friendly manner, but he didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so cold that he couldn't bring himself to speak. Chapter 122. 10 days later, Zhou Jingchen heard news of Murong-Su again. Zhang Ziyuan learned from Tianying that Marshal Murong-Zhenyun had been exonerated, and that the evidence against Yan Jinhong and his son for colluding with a terrorist organization was conclusive. They were imprisoned by the Supreme Court and might face life imprisonment. Zhou Jingchen was unaware of the bloodshed and turmoil involved. Murong-Su hadn't mentioned a word to him. He only learned of this outcome from Zhang Ziyuan. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Jingchen finally decided to send Murong-Su a text message. I heard the marshal has been exonerated. Congratulations. In the past, Murong-Su would reply immediately, even if it was late at night. But after Zhou Jingchen sent this message, Murong-Su didn't reply for 2 hours, with just one word, Zhou Jingchen stared at the solitary figure uttering the word a stark contrast to Murong-Su's usual demeanor. It seemed the other party intended to sever ties with him. He felt foolish. He was the one who had vowed to sever all personal relationships, yet now, he was the one heartbroken. However, he didn't dwell on the matter for long. Nearly 20 days had passed since the Great Battle, and Hadstar had returned 30% of the protection money. The promised weaponry had been delivered. Zhou Jingchen was busy with post-war reconstruction, discussing with cabinet ministers how to restore the economy, how to rebuild, and how to compensate the nobles whose property had been confiscated. He also had to discuss with Song Liangzi and others how to allocate weaponry and improve the combat capabilities of the ProStar National Defense Force. He was incredibly busy. After treatment, Zhou Xiaoqin was able to leave the medical pod, and Zhou Wanqing took him for a walk in the palace garden every day. Each time they reached Zhou Jingqing's bedroom, he would linger for a long time. Zhou Jingqing's bedroom used to be the most lively, where the entire family of 4 lived. Now it was empty. The deaths of Zhou Jingqing's family would undoubtedly sadden Zhou Xiaoqin. After all, they were his own flesh and blood, his grandsons. War is cruel. But they had to accept this cruel reality. Escape and retreat would only lead to destruction. A month later, The three Apollo nations conducted joint military exercises at a distance of 0.6 astronomical units from Apollo planet, and discussed how to deal with terrorist organizations. After experiencing turmoil, Pro-Planet, Jinchi Planet, and Longhorn Planet realized the importance of unity. Terrorist organizations had inflicted enormous losses on them. They could not simply defend without attacking. They had to eliminate terrorist organizations at all costs, otherwise the Kepler system would never have peace. Zhou Shaoqing's recovery is progressing well, and he's already able to resume his duties as king. Zhou Jingchen has also strengthened the defenses of ProStar, and led the 1st to 4th fleets of the National Defense Force to the target coordinates to participate in the Apollo Alliance's joint space military exercise. The leader of this military exercise is Murong Su. As the youngest first-class general on Jinchi Star and the officer with the most combat experience, he is undoubtedly qualified to lead the exercise. Zhou Jingchen is somewhat apprehensive. For the past month, Murong Su hasn't contacted him, and he hasn't tried to win him over. The two have barely communicated. Su Ruiyang, Yu Jiaza, and others had already arranged to engage in combat in the simulation training pod with the people on the Qiming. Once the Shuguang arrived at the designated coordinates, they immediately boarded the shuttle and headed to the Qiming. Tianning messaged Zhou Jingchen in the former Jinpu Allied Forces group, "Your Highness, the Dawn and the Qiming are going to battle. Why don't you join us?" Zhou Jingchen replied, "No, I have other things to attend to." He was a little afraid to meet Murong Su, afraid the atmosphere would be cold and awkward. This was definitely not the outcome he wanted. He had originally thought that by drawing a clear line between himself and Murong Su, they could still be friends, and even have a battle if they met. But things were worse than he imagined. He had been looking for the right opportunity to have a heart-to-heart talk with Murong Su, but he hadn't found a suitable chance. He wasn't one to back down easily. Murong Su's cold attitude towards him only fueled his distance. He resolutely refused to lower his pride to appease him. But now, this stalemate needed to be broken by someone. Before the formal military exercise, Murong Su convened a meeting on the Qiming with the commanders of the three kingdoms and the captains of the various warships, mainly to assign tasks and explain the arrangements for the exercise. After boarding the Qiming, Zhou Jingchen's heart began to race. Despite having witnessed countless grand occasions in the past 6 months, he felt a surge of nervousness at the prospect of seeing Murong Su. He knew the Qiming well. He had once been the commander of this very warship. Meetings were held in the Qiming's operations conference room, which could accommodate over 100 people. Zhou Jingchen and the officers from ProStar easily made their way to the conference room. At the other end of the corridor, Murong Su also walked towards the conference room. Upon seeing him, Zhou Jingchen stopped. Their eyes met, and his heart skipped a beat. They hadn't spoken for a full month, and hadn't seen each other for a month and a half. Murong Su said nothing, his face cold, and turned to enter the conference room. "Your Highness, please go in," Song Yiming whispered a reminder. Zhou Jingchen snapped out of his reverie and entered the conference room. As the commander-in-chief of ProStar, he sat in the front row. Murong Su, as the commander-in-chief, was the host of this meeting. He wore black military trousers and a white shirt, a familiar outfit to Zhou Jingchen. "Greetings, everyone. The main reason I gathered you all here is to reach a consensus on the mission arrangements for this military exercise. Before making specific arrangements, I will be dismantling and reorganizing the fleets of the three countries, dividing them into 2 camps." Murong Su's logic was very clear, and his speech was fluent. An hour later, the meeting ended. The others gradually left the conference room. Zhou Jingchen said to Song Yiming, "Yiming, you can go first." "Okay." Song Yiming left first with the Dawn crew, while Zhou Jingchen remained in his seat until the very end. Murong Su was still there, giving instructions to Tang Lian. After watching him leave, Zhou Jingchen got up and followed. He thought he should put aside his pride and have another proper talk with him, even if the outcome wasn't ideal. Instead of remaining strangers like this, Murong Su was about to head towards the living quarters when Zhou Jingchen quickly caught up. "Murong Su!" Murong Su stopped and turned to look at him. "Is there something you need, Your Highness?" His tone remained distant. Zhou Jingchen mustered his courage and said, "I want to talk to you." At that moment, Olai was walking towards Murong Su. "Young Marshal, I've been waiting for you." Murong Su's attitude towards Olai softened considerably. "Waiting for me for what?" Olai stepped forward and affectionately straightened Murong Su's shirt collar. "I've been eating with you every day these past few days. I can't eat without you. Just finished work, I have dinner with you later." Zhou Jingchen's face darkened. When did Murong Su and Olai become so intimate? It seemed as if they had already confirmed their relationship. He hadn't seen Murong-su for a month and a half, and he knew nothing about what had happened to him during that time. Everyone on the Chiming ship knew about Olia's feelings for Murong-su. If Murong-su accepted him, it wasn't impossible. Murong-su said to Zhou Jingchen, "I'm going to eat first. We can talk about it later." Zhou Jingchen's heart sank into an ice cave. He waited a long time before managing to squeeze out a single word, pretending nothing was wrong. "Okay." Olia affectionately took Murong-su's arm. "Young Marshal, since you and His Highness have something to discuss, why don't we eat on the dawn? Didn't you used to like eating there?" "No need." Murong-su said to him, "Aren't you hungry? Let's go eat." With that, the two left. Zhou Jingchen stood there, watching their departing figures, feeling like a clown. He went to the shuttle hangar on the Chiming, where Song Yiming was still waiting for him. Seeing Zhou Jingchen's expression, he asked, "Your Highness, you don't look well. What's wrong?" Zhou Jingchen shook his head. "Nothing, let's go back." It was lunchtime, but Zhou Jingchen had no appetite. He went directly to the Dawn's operations conference room. Murong-su just divided the fleets of the three kingdoms into two camps, A and B. He is the commander-in-chief of the A camp, Chu Jinza is the commander-in-chief of the B camp, and Murong-su is observing from the sidelines. Alone in the war room, he activated the holographic projection, displaying the warships of both factions, and attempting to deploy them. Staring at the miniature 3D projections of each warship, his mind went blank. The image of Olia and Murong-su's intimacy on the Chiming kept replaying in his mind. A lump formed in his throat, impossible to release, leaving his chest feeling tight and aching. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. How pathetic he was. 6 years ago, he was utterly devastated. 6 years later, he was about to be hurt again. He thought he was mature and composed, but it was all an illusion. If Murong-su really was with someone else, he couldn't be friends with him. He couldn't bear to see him intimate with someone else, to marry someone else. He was even afraid he wouldn't be able to control his emotions in front of Murong-su. Like just now, seeing him intimate with Olia, his whole body felt numb. He sat alone in the unlit war room for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the operations room opened. Zhou Jingchen's heart skipped a beat as he looked towards the doorway. The newcomer was tall, wearing black military trousers and a white shirt, backlit, yet Zhou Jingchen recognized him instantly. He frantically tried to compose himself, his emotions churning, but found his speech disjointed. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out, "Why are you here?" Murong-su stepped in. "His Highness just said he wanted to discuss something with me." Yes, he had indeed said that, but now he felt there was nothing left to discuss. He had chosen Oli. Anything he said would be superfluous. Nothing important. Murong-su raised his hand and swept it across the sensor area by the door, and the lights in the war room came on. "Why don't you tell me? Let me hear whether it's important or not." Zhou Jingchen turned his face away. "Nothing. Since your Highness has nothing to say to me, I do have something I'd like to discuss with you." Murong-su had already stood in front of him, looking down at him. "I want to ask your Highness, if I were with someone else, or even married, would you feel pain?" Zhou Jingchen's gaze remained elsewhere, but the pain he hadn't had time to hide resurfaced. He wanted to say of course not, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Murong-su raised his hand, pinching Zhou Jingchen's chin and forcing him to look at him. "Your Highness, look at me and answer, will you be in pain?" Zhou Jingchen felt incredibly wronged. Why? Why should someone who had never given him their heart ask him this question? "Murong-su, you're such a bastard." Zhou Jingchen slapped his hand away, his eyes red as he looked at him. "Seeing me in pain for you, you feel smug, don't you? But why? Why do you treat me like this?" Murong-su didn't show any smugness. "Zhou Jingchen, your pain means you have feelings for me. If that's the case, why are you cutting ties with me?" "Because I'm different from you. I don't like playing with feelings." "Which eye of yours saw me playing with your feelings?" "You said it yourself. You said there can't be true feelings between two men, that you were just playing with me." Murong-su felt like he was going to die of anger. "When did I ever say such a thing to you?" 6 years ago, have you forgotten? Chapter 123. At first, Murong-su wondered if it was when Pierce, the AI, impersonated him on Blanca and said those words to Zhou Jingchen, but then he realized something was off. 6 years ago, he remembered something, and it all seemed absurd. Was it Gao Yuexin who told you? Or my mother? No, I heard it with my own ears. Murong-su was furious. "So you overheard my conversation with Gao Yuexin back then, which is why you broke up with me?" "Yes. You said that, so why should I cling to you?" He hadn't expected this hidden story from back then. Murongsu asked. Was it my mother who was with you then? Zhou Jingchen looked at him, as if he knew they were outside at the time. So what if she was there? So what if she wasn't? At that time, I knew she was outside. She deliberately arranged for Gao Yuexin to test me. The things I said to Gao Yuexin were intentionally said for her to hear, but I didn't expect you to hear them too. Zhou Jingchen's pupils dilated slightly. He didn't know who to believe. Why? Because she knows I'm with you. My father wants to pressure your father, the king, to make you leave me so that I can marry Princess Layla. Zhou Jingchen was shocked again. When Gao Yanan met him, she spoke very gently, and even said she actually approved of his relationship with Murongsu. So was it a trap? He was so naive back then, completely unaware of Gao Yanan's intentions. 6 years ago, in the study of Building 6, Ted Palace, Hades Star, Gao Yanan looked at Murongsu sitting behind his desk and said, Ah Su is dating that little prince from Pro Star. He's been spending all his time with him these past few days. I think his refusal of the marriage alliance this time is mostly because of that little prince from Pro Star. Murongsu said, this marriage alliance is especially important for Jin Qixing. I find some time to talk to King Pro about this. Alright, Proxing probably doesn't want to get involved either. Let him know about this, and he know what to do. At this moment, the study door was pushed open. Why bother going to King Pro? Just talk to me directly. Murongsu's face darkened. What kind of attitude is this? The attitude is to take responsibility for one's actions. My relationship with that young prince of Proxing was just a fling. I wasn't serious at all. Refusing the marriage alliance with Hades was my own choice. It has nothing to do with him. Murongsu said with a nonchalant air. But you're going to King Proxing and expect me to admit to playing with his son in front of him? That's probably inappropriate. You? Murongsu was furious. His face darkened. You're 25. Don't you understand the priorities? Jinkixiang and Haxing are both military powers. Since the development of combat mechs, the situation has been extremely tense these past few years. If we don't become allies, war is inevitable. Jinkixiang's overall national strength is inferior to Haxing's. If a war breaks out, Jinkixiang has little chance of winning. The king of Haxing is giving both countries a chance. Your marriage to Layla can avoid a future war. Don't you understand this? There are many ways to avoid war between two countries. It doesn't necessarily have to be through marriage. Murongsu looked at Murongsu. Father, you know Haxing's overall national strength is greater than Jinkixiang's. If I marry Layla, I will definitely be the one being suppressed, a man behind a woman. Would you be willing to do that? Murongsu was momentarily speechless, but quickly regained his composure. Marrying Layla? How is that unfair to you? The king of Hades admires you, and will definitely value you in the future. With the Hades royal family backing you, no one in Jinkixiang will dare object if you want to take my position. What more could you want? Gao Yanan interjected. Ah Su, the marriage alliance was proposed by Hades. They're clearly trying to curry favor. Think about what they think if we refuse? Murongsu remained silent. He understood perfectly well that if they refused the marriage alliance, Hades would assume Jinkixiang had no intention of becoming allies, and their relationship would inevitably deteriorate. He couldn't think of a solution that satisfied both sides. Zhou Jingchen said, you said you weren't just playing around. When I broke up with you, you agreed very readily. Murongsu said, at that time, my situation was really terrible. I didn't want to give you up, nor did I want to affect ProStar. Back then, when you proposed breaking up, I wasn't confident I could handle things well, so I decided to respect your choice. And then? You agreed to the marriage alliance with Princess Layla? Murongsu smiled helplessly. Do you remember what I told you before you broke up with me? I wanted to tell you I had a plan. That plan was to advance by retreating. I agreed to the marriage alliance first, and then I did some subtle things to make Princess Layla misunderstand that I wanted the throne. Princess Layla is a very ambitious woman. Naturally, she couldn't accept that the man she married was not under her control, and even intended to compete with her for the throne. So, she also used some tricks to terminate the marriage alliance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingchen felt a surge of relief, though he remained deeply annoyed. Murongsu looked at him. Your Highness, do you have any further questions? Zhou Jingchen pursed his lips. No. So, are you still distancing yourself from me? Zhou Jingchen bristled like a cat. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Before he could finish, Murongsu bent down and pressed his lips to Zhou Jingchen's. Zhou Jingchen's face flushed. He recalled the intimate moment he and Olai had just shared. Instinctively, he pushed Murongsu away, stood up to leave, but Murongsu grabbed his arm and pulled him into his embrace. Murong-su's alluring voice rang in his ear. "Your Highness, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Why are you still running away?" Zhou Jingchen retorted irritably. "Weren't you just all lovey-dovey with Olai? Go find him." "That's not how you use all lovey-dovey. We're the ones who truly all lovey-dovey now." Furious, with nowhere to vent his anger, Zhou Jingchen pinched Murong-su's waist through his shirt, but the bastard's muscles were too firm. He couldn't find any soft flesh after pinching for a long time. Murong-su didn't even flinch. He even offered a gentle reminder. "Your Highness, put your hand inside and pinch harder, that way you feel pain." Zhou Jingchen was even angrier. "You bastard." He wanted to bite his shoulder, but as soon as his teeth touched the shirt, he remembered that on Blanca, he had shot Murong-su, and the wound was nearby. He ultimately didn't bite. That time, Murong-su almost died saving him. Remembering that incident, the cat, which had been bristling with anger, calmed down and nestled in Murong-su's arms, feeling his warm body temperature. He felt all warm and cozy. "Your Highness, I ask you one more time, are you still going to distance yourself from me?" The now docile, arrogant kitten said. "I don't want to talk to you." Murong-su chuckled softly. "Then if we're not talking, what shall we do? Who wants to do anything with you?" At this moment, Song Yiming opened the door and entered with some food. "Your Highness." Upon entering, he saw two people embracing. His face turned pale. He had only brought Zhou Jingchen some food because he hadn't eaten, but he hadn't expected Murong-su to be there. "Sorry." He turned and left as quickly as possible, slamming the door shut. Zhou Jingchen pulled away from Murong-su's embrace, his face full of embarrassment. Murong-su took his hand. "It's still not safe here. Let's go to your room. This guy really has a thick skin. Did I get permission? If you insist on staying here, I won't mind." "Murong-su, are you a pervert?" "Your Highness, stop cursing. The more you curse, the more excited I get." Zhou Jingchen, This guy is really a pervert. Murong-su led Zhou Jingchen out of the command center and towards the living quarters. Zhou Jingchen, afraid of making too much noise, didn't even dare to struggle. His thoughts seemed clearer, yet more chaotic. Were all those things Murong-su said 6 years ago false? Was Murong-su not toying with him after all? Whether everything Murong-su said was true or not, he had no way of verifying anymore, but he believed it. He thought, forget it, stop obsessing over it. He couldn't live without Murong-su. He couldn't bear to see Murong-su with someone else. And Murong-su had explained everything. So what was there left for him to be conflicted about? Murong-su, also bursting with pent-up energy, closed the door and tossed and turned Zhou Jingchen until he was utterly exhausted. Finally, Zhou Jingchen was so tired he could barely keep his eyes open. "Murong-su," he said, "I seriously suspect you made up a long string of excuses to lower my guard and satisfy your desires." Murong-su tenderly massaged his lower back. "How could that be? Every word I said came from the bottom of my heart. Besides, your Highness just enjoyed it quite a bit." Zhou Jingchen's mind was hazy. Hearing this, he mumbled, "I hate you." Murong-su chuckled. "Then I know your pattern. When you say you hate me, it actually means you like me." Zhou Jingchen simply didn't have the energy to argue with this bastard. He finally succumbed to sleep, closing his eyes and drifting off. Zhou Jingchen was awakened by Murong-su's personal communicator. The call was from Tang Lian. "Young Marshal, where are you? The military exercise starts in an hour." Murong-su seemed unhurried, his lazy voice slightly hoarse. "I'll be back in half an hour." Zhou Jingchen woke up, glanced at the time, and immediately became alert. They had slept for a full 10 hours, and with only an hour until the military exercise, he still had many things to prepare. He had just sat up when the soreness in his lower back spread. He frowned, glared at the culprit, and then endured the pain to get out of bed and change. Murong-su came over and hugged him from behind, still looking sleepy. "I shouldn't have set the time so rigidly," Zhou Jingchen said irritably. "Didn't you say you'd be back in half an hour? Friendly reminder, 5 minutes have already passed." Murong-su wrapped his arms around his waist. "What should I do? I don't want to be apart from you for even a second." Zhou Jingchen untied the hands that were preventing him from getting dressed. "Stop it, go back. I come back after the exercise." Murong-su kissed his cheek, then put on his clothes and left. Chapter 124. After washing up, Zhou Jingchen rushed to the bridge to take charge. Song Yiming was already there. He returned to the command post. "Yiming, why didn't you give me a call?" Song Yiming coughed. "I saw the young marshal was there, so I didn't bother him." Zhou Jingchen, His ears turned slightly red. From Song Yiming's tone, it seemed he knew what they were doing. Zhou Jingchen's stomach rumbled loudly. He remembered that he hadn't eaten after being angered by Murong-Su, and then he was too tired from being tormented by him to fall asleep. So, he hadn't eaten for 20 hours. He wasn't picky. He took out a bag of nutrient solution from a hidden compartment next to the command post and made do. It has to be said that even though the nutrient solution simulated the taste and aroma of fruit juice, it was far inferior to real food. On ProStar, nutrient solution was a slow-moving commodity, and only warships kept some on hand for emergencies. Shortly after, Murong-Su's voice rang out on the command channel. His voice sounded quite energetic, a stark contrast to the person who had just clung to him, refusing to leave. In this military exercise, Murong-Su would provide a simulated combat environment. The commanders of both sides would engage in battle based on this environment. The artillery used was all calibrated, and the warships were equipped with sensors on their exteriors. Once an attack was detected, the sensors on the warships would emit red lights. When more than 3 sensors on a warship lit up red, the warship was considered damaged and had to immediately withdraw from the battle. For Zhou Jingchen, who already had several combat experiences, this type of exercise was a piece of cake. Only an hour and a half into the exercise, half of the enemy's warships were already out of the game. As expected, the combat exercise ended in 2 hours. Chu Jinza's personal communicator came in, his tone clearly filled with resentment. Although I was prepared to lose, I expected to last at least 5 hours. I was just lucky. Modesty. Chu Jinza said, by the way, you improved so quickly. Besides having combat experience, what other secrets do you have? I learned a lot from young Marshal Murong during this time. He personally guided me this time, so you can learn a lot from him. Chu Jinza said, it seems I also need to work harder, otherwise the gap between us will only widen. Murong-Su's serious voice rang out in the command channel. Adjust formations in half an hour. In 1 hour, the headquarters of both camps, and the captains of all warships, proceed to the combat conference room on the Qiming for a meeting. An hour later, everyone assembled in the combat conference room on the Qiming. Murong-Su, dressed in a black military uniform and black military boots, entered with a very serious expression. Zhou Jingchen couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. This man always seemed nonchalant in his presence, but in military uniform, his stern and unsmiling demeanor was so imposing. Murong-Su's gaze fell on Chu Jinza. Your Highness Chu Jinza, please give a personal summary of this combat exercise. Unexpectedly, Murong-Su's first act upon entering was to have Chu Jinza give a summary. The intention was very clear, and everyone held their breath. Chu Jinza stood up. In this combat exercise, I underestimated the strength of the opposing force. My combat methods were too aggressive, leading to the loss of control of the overall situation and ultimately defeat. Then what should we do? Before we know the enemy's strength, we should adopt a conservative attack. And then? Then it's... He glanced at Zhou Jingchen beside him, coughed, and then it's a matter of analyzing each situation specifically. Murong-Su asked coldly, why did you chase after them when they were retreating? Chu Jinza wanted to say he wanted to press his advantage, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. At that time, they concentrated their firepower to launch a fierce attack on the enemy flagship. The enemy kept retreating, so he ordered a pursuit. Unexpectedly, they were quickly surrounded by the enemy fleet, which had transformed into an ark, and were ultimately annihilated. Chu Jinza's voice dropped a notch. I wanted to destroy their flagship, so when it retreated, I instinctively ordered them to give chase. Did you notice the enemy fleet's formation? Chu Jinza thought carefully. The enemy flagship was in the center of the fleet, with escort ships blocking its path. The fleet, originally in a dispersed line, retreated from the flagship, with the middle retreating faster and the flank slower, quickly forming a semicircular arc. They had just regrouped and were now surrounded. The enemy formation was originally in a line, but gradually formed a semicircular arc during their retreat. Murong-Su stared intently at him. So you knew that too? This was just a military exercise. If it were a real battlefield, would you still have chased after them without hesitation? Faced with Murong-Su's relentless questioning, Chu Jinza was drenched in sweat. He couldn't answer a single word. He had performed terribly in this military exercise. The debriefing meeting for the combat exercise lasted a full 2 hours. Murong-Su didn't smile once throughout, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was tense from beginning to end. Although Zhou Jingchen wasn't singled out for criticism, he still felt the oppressive aura of Murong-Su's authority. After the meeting, Murong-Su looked at Zhou Jingchen expressionlessly. You stay. Zhou Jingchen's heart skipped a beat. After those 2 hours, he had developed a slight aversion to Murong-Su because his presence was so overwhelming. Was he perhaps reluctant to criticize him in front of everyone, and therefore deliberately made him stay behind for the criticism? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Murong-su was an exceptionally capable general. If he could be criticized by him, and have his shortcomings pointed out so he could correct them, it would be a good thing for him. With that in mind, he prepared himself for the criticism. After everyone in the conference room left, Murong-su said, "Let's go." Zhou Jingchen asked in confusion, "Didn't you have something to say to me?" "I'm hungry. Let's talk while we eat." Zhou Jingchen, The robot chef on the Qiming has been upgraded, and the food is better than before. Let's go try it. Zhou Jingchen responded, "Okay." Murong-su and Zhou Jingchen left the war room side by side. The former touched his waist. "How are you? Still hurting?" Zhou Jingchen's ears turned bright red. There were other people in the aisle, so he whispered, "Shut up." Murong-su chuckled, "What's there to be shy about? Everyone knows I'm the future queen of ProStar." Zhou Jingchen looked at Murong-su now, feeling that he was completely different from the person in the meeting just now, almost like he had a split personality. Zhou Jingchen said, "You were a bit too harsh on Brother Zhe just now. He's the commander-in-chief of one of the factions, after all. Being scolded by you in front of so many people must have made him feel a little embarrassed. A soldier who makes a basic mistake is unlikely to learn from it. If this happened on a real battlefield, Team B would have been completely wiped out." Zhou Jingchen was silent for a moment. During the exercise, he realized Chu Jinza was reckless, so he feigned a retreat under Chu Jinza's fierce attack, actually to form an encirclement and attack them. Everything went as he expected. They ended the exercise in 2 hours. On a real battlefield, Team B would indeed have been completely wiped out. That was a fatal mistake. Oh, what a coincidence. Zhou Jingchen looked up and saw Olai. She was wearing a white lab coat, her light brown hair tied in a half bun, like a fashion magazine model. Olai's appearance stirred up some unpleasant memories for Zhou Jingchen. He even worried that the next second, Olai would be intimately holding hands with Murong-su again. Murong-su replied, "It is a bit of a coincidence." Olai looked at Murong-su with a mournful gaze. "Young Marshal, you were so affectionate with me yesterday. Why are you so cold to me today?" Murong-su said, "Olai, I reconciled with His Highness. There's no need to act anymore." "Oh!" Olai's expression changed instantly, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Then congratulations. But remember to settle my performance fee." Murong-su said, "Tell Tang Lian he pay." Zhou Jingchen, So, those two conspired to put on a show for him yesterday. They almost caused him to have a heart attack yesterday. Zhou Jingchen couldn't swallow this insult. Olai walked away with a smile. Zhou Jingchen glared at Murong-su. "Murong-su, you're such a jerk." "Okay, I admit I'm a bit of a jerk. I apologize. I don't accept it." Zhou Jingchen turned to leave, but unexpectedly Murong-su pinned him against the wall. Zhou Jingchen looked at Murong-su, who was almost 8 centimeters shorter than him. The height disadvantage made him appear almost completely overshadowed. "Murong-su, I already apologized. Why are you running away? Is this your attitude of apology?" Murong-su softened his tone. "I was wrong, please forgive me." Zhou Jingchen's ears turned bright red. This was the way to the cafeteria. If someone saw them, it would be so embarrassing. "Let go first." "Forgive me? Dream on. I won't let go until you forgive me. This scoundrel." Just then, Tianying and several others arrived in a group. Seeing this, they immediately started jeering. "Damn, young Marshal, you're doing something as thrilling as wall slamming?" Zhou Jingchen wanted to disappear into a hole in the ground. Murong-su said, "Stop making a scene, get lost." Tianying and the others slunk away, looking rather pathetic. Afterwards, Murong-su felt a sharp pain in his foot, but he didn't even flinch. "If you want to feel better, stomp on it a few more times." Zhou Jingchen concentrated all his strength into his foot, leaving marks on Murong-su's shiny military boots. To play along and make him feel good, Murong-su deliberately feigned pain. Ouch. Zhou Jingchen was speechless. His acting was terrible. But then, a smile he couldn't suppress crept onto his lips. Murong-su's fingertips brushed across his face. "So nice, my beauty is smiling. If you keep acting like this, I'm really going back to the dawn." Alright, let's go eat. Chapter 125. There were still quite a few people in the restaurant. Tianying, Zhang Yingjie, and the others were all there, but they all consciously kept their distance from Murong-su and Zhou Jingchen to avoid disturbing them. Their young marshal had been on Jinji Star for over a month, and after such a long separation from His Highness, he must want to spend more time alone with him. Zhou Jingchen ordered braised pork ribs, and the taste was indeed better than the last time he had them. Zhou Jingchen was also a little hungry. The packet of nutrient solution he had drunk before the exercise made him crave the taste of food. How does it taste? Murong-su asked. Better than before. I adjusted the parameters specifically according to your taste preferences. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the others. At first, he believed it, but thinking about Murong-su's businesslike demeanor in the meeting just now, he probably wasn't the kind of person to adjust the parameters of the warship's kitchen robot for one person. He looked at Murong-su expressionlessly. I almost believed it. Murong-su chuckled. Even if it wasn't specifically for you, I still considered your tastes. Zhou Jingchen didn't want to argue about these things. He asked, didn't you just say you had something to tell me? Go ahead. What I wanted to say is you improved again. This sudden praise caught Zhou Jingchen off guard. You don't need to give me face. Just say what you want to be told. You did very well. Whether it was the previous practical battle or this exercise, you impressed me. Murong-su then added, no wonder you're the man I set my sights on. Zhou Jingchen, That last sentence sounded like self-praise. After being reprimanded by Murong-su at the meeting, Chu Jinza was in low spirits. Zhou Jingchen was still eating when he received a message from him saying he wanted to go to the Dawn to find him. After finishing his meal, Zhou Jingchen immediately returned to the Dawn and went with Chu Jinza to the aft porthole of the warship, where there was a space to look at the stars. Chu Jinza hadn't even eaten, looking rather dejected. Jingchen, do you think I'm really that bad? Zhou Jingchen said, of course not. I think so too. I always felt it's because you're too strong, not because I'm really bad. Of course, I admit I didn't do well in this exercise. Chu Jinza's mind flashed back to Murong-su's serious face. Murong-su is too scary. Does he usually treat you like this? Zhou Jingchen said, he's actually quite approachable usually. Approachable? Chu Jinza couldn't imagine that cold face being approachable. I can't imagine him being approachable at all. Zhou Jingchen thought to himself that Murong-su is too good at pretending in front of others. Everyone thinks he's a serious person, but when he's not serious, it's truly outrageous. Brother Zay, do you think what young Marshal Murong said today is right? Zhou Jingchen asked. Chu Jinza sighed softly, that's right, I was indeed inspired. In that case, it's not a bad thing, and you don't need to worry about it too much. Zhou Jingchen said, he's not a bad person, and he wasn't specifically targeting you. He just wants our Apollo Alliance's army to become stronger and stronger, so we don't have to fear terrorist organizations. Chu Jinza said, I'm not afraid of terrorist organizations. Don't forget, I still have a trump card I haven't used. However, I don't want to use my secret weapon in the exercise. Zhou Jingchen recalled a time when the Dawn and Chongming were attacked by terrorist organizations, and Chu Jinza provided assistance. At that time, more than a dozen monsters participated in the battle. Afterwards, Murong-su questioned Chu Jinza about those monsters, and Chu Jinza said they were steel crystal beasts he attained. But Zhou Jingchen always felt that things weren't that simple. Brother Zay, tell me the truth, where did those monsters you raised on the Yanfan come from? Chu Jinza's face paused. He shouldn't have brought up this topic. Didn't I say before? They're steel crystal beasts I tamed. You know they're very strong. That's precisely why I find it strange. They shouldn't be controlled by humans. Zhou Jingchen said, Brother Zay, these aren't ordinary star beasts. You better tell the truth. Don't worry, I tamed them for half a year, and they all listened to me. Otherwise, Lanhuan Star would have been in chaos long ago. Chu Jinza stood up. Sigh, I finished venting. I should go back and review what happened. Brother Zay. Zhou Jingchen noticed that Chu Jinza was avoiding the topic of the steel crystal beasts, but he insisted on pressing the issue. More than half a year ago, we subdued the steel crystal beasts of Lanhuan Star, which took a lot of effort. How did you tame them? Chu Jinza said, that's a military secret of Lanhuan Star. I can't tell you. Zhou Jingchen asked again also, what happened to those injured people who wanted to swallow metal? Chu Jinza took a deep breath. Those people eventually contracted the virus and couldn't be saved. Chu Jinza smiled helplessly. Jingchen, have you been spending too much time with Murong-su? I feel like you're getting increasingly strict. Zhou Jingchen realized he had been a bit aggressive. No, I was just curious. If there's nothing else, I head back to the Yanfan. This joint exercise will last for half a month. Yesterday's exercise was just a warm-up. They will be conducting simulated combat in multiple scenarios next. Zhou Jingchen is never one to become complacent after a single victory. Having experienced various wars, large and small, over the past 6 months, he knows that the most taboo things for a commander are underestimating the enemy and being arrogant. In the past 6 months, he has lost too many comrades, which makes him extremely serious about every battle, never daring to relax. They won this exercise, but he still gathered everyone to summarize and analyze the combat exercise. After the meeting, he returned to his room, turned on his personal supercomputer, and dealt with matters on ProStar. Zhou Shaoqin, having just recovered from his serious injuries, was able to begin handling royal duties, but he couldn't overexert himself. He was still personally overseeing the tasks previously handled by Zhou Jingchen, and during the exercises, he needed to juggle both responsibilities. He was focused on his military career and rarely concerned himself with political affairs. Over the past month, he had learned a great deal through trial and error, and now he handled matters with considerable competence. Previously, he believed the throne should belong to Zhou Jingxing, and he would simply be a soldier, protecting ProStar. Now, with Zhou Jingxing and his 2 children dead, and Zhou Wanqing focused on medical research and unlikely to enter politics, only he remained to shoulder the responsibility for ProStar's future. Recently, cabinet ministers have been advising Zhou Shaoqin to appoint Zhou Jingchen as crown prince as soon as possible. Zhou Jingchen did not refuse. He was so busy that he lost track of time. When the doorbell rang, he thought it was Song Yiming and said, "Come in." But it was Murong Su who entered. "Why are you here?" "I missed you, so I came. We just had dinner together a few hours ago." Murong Su said, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder, Your Highness. I started missing you after just 2 minutes without seeing you." "You smooth talker." Zhou Jingchen continued working on his personal terminal. Murong Su bent down and kissed him on the cheek, still feeling it wasn't enough, and wanted to push his luck further. Zhou Jingchen raised his hand and pushed his shoulder. "Stop fooling around. I still have things to deal with." Murong Su glanced at his personal terminal. "Isn't your father recovered? Why do you still need to worry about these things?" "He's just recovered from a serious illness, and can't overwork himself. I need to share his burden." Murong Su knew very well that Zhou Jingchen would be the future king of ProStar, something he had to do whether he wanted to or not, because the throne of ProStar was hereditary. "How much longer?" "Half an hour. Then I go take a shower first." Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and having tasted the sweetness of love, Zhou Jingchen tacitly agreed to Murong Su's request. Yesterday, Murong Su had been a little rough. Today, he was much gentler. Murong Su's forehead rested against Zhou Jingchen's, their bodies in sync. "Jingchen, let's get engaged after the exercise, okay?" Zhou Jingchen held Murong Su's shoulders. "So sudden?" "How so?" Murong Su said, "We've been discussing marriage for 8 months now. We're engaged now, and the wedding will be in a few months, perfect timing." Murong Su stopped, but still wouldn't get off him. Zhou Jingchen, slightly out of breath, said, "Murong Su, you once said you didn't want to marry Layla because Layla was destined to be the queen of Hades, and you didn't want to be the man behind the queen. You meant it, didn't you?" "I meant it." Murong Su said, "But if the person I love becomes king, I'd be willing to be the man behind him." "What about Jinchi Star?" "What about it? ProStar and Jinchi Star are close. At Qiansha's current speed, it's only half an hour each way. Half an hour for commuting isn't a big deal. I work on Jinchi Star during the day and come home to my lover at night. Perfect timing. Have you forgotten that Jinchi Star and ProStar have a time difference? Then let's go by." Based on ProStar's timeline, Zhou Jingchen still felt it was unrealistic. "Murong Su, although the marshal's position on Jinchi Star isn't hereditary, your military rank and status, as well as your popularity among the people, make you a worthy candidate for the next marshal. There are many excellent soldiers on Jinchi Star who can fill that position. It doesn't have to be me," Murong Su said. "I have no desire for that position." Zhou Jingchen then asked, "Does your mother truly agree to our relationship?" 6 years ago it was a lie, but now it's real," Murong Su said. "However, since I decided to be with you, her opinion is completely unimportant." "Any more questions?" Murong Su asked. "And terrorist organizations?" Murong Su immediately interrupted, "Your Highness, this isn't something to discuss in bed." Zhou Jingchen, Murong Su said seriously, "Now we can talk about where we hold our engagement banquet." Zhou Jingchen closed his eyes. "I'm sleepy. Let's not talk about it." Murong Su chuckled softly, then kissed him on the forehead, and pulled him into sleep. Chapter 126. The exercise was already halfway through. Of the 4 exercises, aside from the first one where Chu Jinza made a basic mistake, the subsequent ones went smoothly. That day, Murong Su summoned Zhou Jingchen, Song Yiming, Leisha, Tang Lian, Gui Yuanqi, Chu Jinza, and Zheng Mingsheng, the captain of the Yanfan, to a meeting in the conference room. Murong Su sat at the head of the conference table. He activated the holographic projection above the table. Gentlemen, our joint trilateral exercise is halfway through. Your performance over the past week has been excellent. The purpose of this exercise is to better unite against terrorist organizations. In the coming days, I think we should conduct targeted exercises. Chu Jinza asked, how targeted? Murong Su accessed the information on his personal terminal. Over the past period, I sent many people to gather information about terrorist organizations. We can roughly confirm that they have a base on planet KP30, which they likely built using the cover of Blanca. Zheng Mingsheng asked curiously, wasn't KP30 a mining planet belonging to Hater Star before? That place doesn't seem suitable for human habitation, so Hater Star built Blanca Star as a settlement for miners. That's right. KP30's natural conditions are indeed unsuitable for human survival, but as a former mining planet, there are many mines above, and underground cities can be built within them, creating an environment suitable for human habitation. Motto had a brain transplant 7.5 years ago, and left Blanca 6 years ago. While serving as mayor of Blanca, he used his position to bring in many accomplices, and build their base in KP30. This is one of the reasons he separated Blanca from KP30. Murong Su continued, 6 years ago, KP30's mineral resources were basically exhausted. After Mateo resigned as mayor of Blanca, he smoothly became a member of the council of the main planet of Hades. Later, under the guise of fighting for welfare for Blanca, he got the Hades government to accept many unemployed miner families, making them legal residents of the main planet. Most of these people were actually members of terrorist organizations in disguise. After years of infiltration, Hades has now been deeply infiltrated by terrorist organizations. Now Hades is embroiled in civil war, in a mess, and struggling to survive. It's unlikely they can offer us any help. Zhou Jingshan said, the Mateo we met at the palace was the real Mateo. So where did the fake one go? To be precise, where did the fake Mateo's brain go? Murong Su said, the specifics haven't been investigated yet. Chu, but that fake one must also be a key member of the terrorist organization. And to be able to stir up such a large country as Head Star, he must be a formidable figure. Chu Jinza listened with increasing curiosity. He whispered to Zhou Jingshan, has technology advanced to a level I can't comprehend? Can someone survive having their brains swapped like that? Zhou Jingshan explained in a low voice, it requires a doctor with highly advanced medical skills. Murong Su continued, now that we know the terrorist organization's hideout in the Kepler system, all that's left is to devise a plan to destroy their base. Afterwards, we will also conduct military exercises in this direction. After the meeting, Chu Jinza followed behind Zhou Jingshan. Jingshan, tell me everything that happened on Blanca Star again, from beginning to end. It feels like you all know, and I'm the only one kept in the dark. Okay, sure. How about we go to the Yanfan? I have something else to ask you. Sure. Zhou Jingshan and Chu Jinza went to the Yanfan together. These past few days, to facilitate the exercise, the three fleets had split into two camps. Camp B, with Chu Jinza as commander-in-chief and the Yanfan as its flagship, was 5,000 kilometers apart, a journey of about 5 minutes by shuttle. After leaving the shuttle hangar, the two went directly to the Yanfan's dining hall, where they encountered a woman in a white lab coat. She had fair skin and long, brown, curly hair tied in a ponytail. It was Chu Jinza's wife, Yuan Mani. I thought you weren't coming back for dinner, so I didn't wait for you, Yuan Mani said to Chu Jinza. Chu Jinza said, no need to wait, eat first if you're hungry. Yuan Mani noticed Zhou Jingshan and smiled, Jingshan, long time no see. Sister Mani, long time no see. You two chat, I go get busy. Okay. Chu Jinza led Zhou Jingshan into the restaurant, and the two found a seat. Zhou Jingshan asked, why is Sister Mani here too? She's also a crew member on the Yanfan now. It's not unusual for a warship to have 1 or 2 scientists, so Zhou Jingshan didn't ask further, and instead told him about their experiences on Blanca. On the Chongming, Tang Lian arrived at the operations conference room. Murong Su was alone inside, planning the next exercise. Young Marshal, I have roughly confirmed Barlow's final destination, Lawrence Star. Barlow was the captain of the Corbett they had captured. After Murong Su successfully escaped the Athena system, he kept his promise and released him. However, he was always cautious and placed a tracker on Barlow's small starship. This tracker could only track within half an astronomical unit. Once it exceeded this range, it would be difficult to track him. Recently, Murong-Su had begun planning how to attack the terrorist organization's hideout. Barlow, a former terrorist member, was still useful to him, so he sent people to find him. Have you found him? Not yet. Tang Lian said. According to news from people on Lawrence Planet, Barlow isn't using his real name, and we don't know if he's still on Lawrence Planet. Lawrence Planet, as the hub of the Kepler system, is the best hiding place. He should still be there. I ordered the people on Lawrence Planet to continue searching for him, and to report immediately if there's any news. Tang Lian glanced at the holographic projection in front of Murong-Su, who was simulating an attack on KP-30. Young Marshal, I'm worried our preemptive simulation of attacking KP-30 might get out. Simulated tactics are just that, simulations. On the battlefield, we have to adapt to the situation, Murong-Su said. If it actually gets back to the terrorist organization, I'd be more than happy. Last time we fought the terrorist organization, their mechs improved significantly. I wonder how much they improved since then. I had a private conversation with Brooke, and he told me that the SSS mechs previously developed by Hades were transferred by Mateo, and the engineers were also taken away. Now Hades can no longer develop SSS mechs in the short term. In other words, the terrorist organization currently possesses the only SSS mech in the universe. SSS mechs? How powerful are they? Their maximum speed is almost the speed of light, and their main cannons can easily shatter a warship. However, even if they were developed, without someone capable of piloting them, they're just scrap metal. Tang Lian couldn't imagine what it would be like to pilot a mecha approaching the speed of light. Piloting an SSS-class mecha, how high would your mental strength be? Murong-Su said, at least 98 or higher. Tang Lian looked at Murong-Su, then probably only you can handle it. Murong-Su chuckled, I'd like to try it out. He raised his wrist to check the time on his personal communicator, and turned off the holographic projection. Tang Lian said, going to the Dawn again? Yeah. Lately you practically made the Dawn your home. You bet. Murong-Su draped his coat over the back of his chair. After I marry His Highness, the Dawn and Prostar will both be my homes. Tang Lian, Murong-Su, coat in hand, went to the shuttle hangar and retrieved his personal shuttle, which shuttle traveled between the Dawn and the Qiming every day. During the military exercise, the three countries were all following Prostar's time schedule. It was currently 9 p.m. on Prostar. Except for those on duty, everyone else was preparing to shower and rest, as they had to get up at 6 a.m. the next morning for the exercise. The Qiming and Shuguang were 4,000 kilometers apart, separated by other warships. Murong-Su skillfully piloted his shuttle towards the Shuguang, when suddenly the alarm blared, and red lights flashed. Alarm, unidentified object approaching. Murong-Su saw 2 yellow dots approaching him on the control panel. The yellow dots indicated that the object was not emitting heat, and was metallic. He immediately maneuvered the shuttle to evade. As the 2 objects drew closer, Murong-Su could see clearly that they were 2 winged monsters with over a dozen black tentacles on their backs. They were entirely black, making them difficult to spot in the equally dark space. He had seen these before. They were the steel crystal beasts tamed by Chu Jinza. And now, these 2 monsters called steel crystal beasts were attacking him. What was going on? Murong-Su deactivated the shuttle's intelligent control, manually maneuvering it to dodge the steel crystal beast's attacks, while simultaneously sending out distress signals to the surrounding warships. He calmly stated, requesting Chu Jinza's personal communication. His personal communicator immediately attempted to make a call, but all he received was a series of crackling sounds, and his shuttle screen became filled with dense black and white dots. This was network and signal interference. Although he wasn't far from the other warships in space, without signals and navigation, he was like a small boat adrift at sea. His distress signal probably wouldn't get through, so he immediately switched to physical optical signals, hoping someone would see them. The steel crystal beast, several times larger than his shuttle, relentlessly pursued him. Its tentacles were incredibly agile, and the shuttle, after all, wasn't a mecha. It was far too slow. Moreover, it lacked any weapons or equipment. He maneuvered the control stick, narrowly dodging the tentacles of 2 steel crystal beasts. Suddenly, the shuttle shuddered violently. The shuttle had just been grazed by a tentacle. The metallic tentacle collided with the shuttle's metal shell, sparks flying, and leaving a deep gash. Just as Murong-Su was about to escape in the shuttle, an inverted triangular tentacle pierced through it, embedding itself in the shuttle's cabin. A hole had appeared in the top of the shuttle. Damn it! Space is a vacuum. With the shuttle pierced, the oxygen inside would be quickly sucked out. He had to put on his spacesuit immediately, or he would die. He only had 30 seconds. Chapter 127. He switched the shuttle back to intelligent control, quickly retrieved a makeshift spacesuit from the first aid kit, and found that both the pressure and oxygen levels inside the shuttle were rapidly decreasing. The powerful suction pulled him towards the hole in the air. He hooked his leg around the pilot's seat, first putting on his helmet to ensure he could breathe. Just as he was about to put on the spacesuit, another tentacle pierced through the shuttle's inner wall. The barbs on the tentacle grazed his leg, tearing his military trousers and leaving his outer thigh a bloody mess. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain, put on the makeshift spacesuit, and returned to the pilot's seat. He maneuvered the shuttle away, but several tentacles suddenly appeared, heading towards the porthole. Just as they were about to pierce it, he pulled the control stick, dodging precisely. But soon, the shuttle was flapped by the steel crystal beast's wing and flung away like a ball. Murong-Su tried to regain control, aiming to fly towards the nearby warship, but the control panel, which had just been struck by the tentacles, suddenly started smoking. Damn it! He'd been through countless wars, mostly piloting his mech to take down his opponents. He couldn't possibly die at the hands of two monsters this time, could he? He wouldn't do that. If he had a mech right now, even a B-class one, he could blast these two monsters to smithereens. The two monsters, their jaws agape with their steel-pointed fangs, attacked him from both sides. Murong-Su frantically cranked the control stick, narrowly missing the row of fangs. Then, a blinding flash of light appeared. Through his helmet, Murong-Su saw the jet wind approaching him. Clearly, his physical distress signal had been detected, and not only the jet wind, but several other mechs were following behind. Jiefeng reached out and caught the shuttle, quickly returning to the Dawn. Entering the Dawn's boarding gate and arriving at Jiefeng's private hangar, he gently lowered the shuttle. The cockpit opened, and before the grappling hook even reached the ground, Zhou Jingchen eagerly ran towards the deformed shuttle, almost lunging forward. He reached the shuttle just as the hatch opened, and Murong-Su, wearing a spacesuit, tumbled out. Murong-Su! Zhou Jingchen caught him, helping him remove the spacesuit's visor. Murong-Su, severely oxygen-deprived, gasped for breath. Seeing him unharmed, Zhou Jingchen's heart, which had been in his throat, finally relaxed. He raised his arms and embraced him. On Jiefeng, he had seen the ripped shuttle. He had been terrified that Murong-Su was dead. Thankfully, he was still alive. Murong-Su was somewhat surprised. Since his reunion with Zhou Jingchen had never revealed his love, remaining as aloof as a queen. It was extremely rare for him to so openly express his concern and embrace him like this. Zhou Jingchen asked, "Why did the steel crystal beast attack you?" Murong-Su paused for a moment. "I just wanted to get to the Dawn, but I was suddenly attacked by those two monsters along the way." Zhou Jingchen noticed the hole in the shuttle, and realizing something, he released Murong-Su, looking him up and down. "Are you injured?" "Just a scraped leg, nothing serious." Zhou Jingchen was taken aback, and quickly untied his spacesuit. "Let me see." The spacesuit was a simple type, easy to remove. When he saw the bloody wound on Murong-Su's outer thigh, Zhou Jingchen's face darkened. "Go back to the awakening immediately. Find Olai." Murong-Su was unaware of Zhou Jingchen's nervousness. "This injury can be easily treated, no need to be anxious. Stop talking nonsense. Go." Zhou Jingchen pulled him into the cockpit of the jet wind, taking him to the Qiming. "On the way," he explained, "about 8 months ago, I encountered the steel crystal beast on Longhuan Star. We spent a lot of effort to subdue it. The next day, those injured by the steel crystal beast developed strange symptoms. They had persistent high fevers, and would swallow anything that looked like metal." Murong-Su frowned. "And then?" "Then." Zhou Jingchen hoped his premonition was wrong. "I don't know either. I left Longhuan Star the next day. Upon arriving at the Qiming, Olai was already waiting in the hangar. Zhou Jingchen had contacted him on the way. Zhou Jingchen and Murong-Su landed together. Zhou Jingchen spoke first. "Dr. O, Murong-Su was injured by the monster's tentacles. His wound must be treated immediately. The monster's tentacles likely carry some kind of virus that could cause abnormalities. A full-body examination is essential." Olai rarely saw Zhou Jingchen so tense, while Murong-Su beside him was much calmer, seemingly even pleased with Zhou Jingchen's anxiety. Olai said, "Young Marshal, let's go to the medical room first. I need to treat your wound, and then have your blood tested." "Okay." Zhou Jingchen wanted to go with them, but his personal communicator rang. Zhang Ziyuan's voice came through. "Your Highness, these two monsters are made of steel crystal. They survived being hit by an electromagnetic railgun, and in just a few minutes, they damaged 2 of our Class B mechs." Zhou Jingchen said, "Use physical methods to bind them." Understood. Still uneasy, while Oli was tending to Murong-Su's wounds, Zhou Jingchen piloted the Jetwind again. When he emerged, 7 or 8 mechs had already bound the 2 monsters with tungsten chains. Zhang Ziyuan asked, "Your Highness, what should we do with these 2 monsters?" Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. The thought of these 2 monsters nearly killing Murong-Su made him want to tear them to pieces. At this moment, Chu Jinza arrived at the scene in his mecha. He turned on the loudspeaker, sorry for the trouble. Zhou Jingchen was furious, but he tried his best to suppress his anger. Brother Zhe, these are your pets. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Chu Jinza said, Jingchen, I take the steel crystal beasts back first, and I explain later. No way. Zhou Jingchen said, these 2 monsters almost killed Murong-Su. I can't let them go so easily. Then what do you want? Zhou Jingchen was furious, but Chu Jinza was, after all, Lanwan. The Prince of the Stars, who was also his own cousin, didn't want to argue with him in front of so many people. Let's go to the Yanfan. I have something to ask you. Okay. The 2 returned to the Yanfan together. Zhou Jingchen got off the Jiefeng and immediately grabbed Chu Jinza by the collar. Didn't you say you tamed the steel crystal beasts? Then why are they still coming out and hurting people for no reason? Chu Jinza was somewhat ashamed. I don't know either. Before this, they were always very obedient. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. Do you know that Murong-Su almost died at their hands? Chu Jinza asked, how is young Marshal Murong now? He was injured and is currently receiving treatment. Chu Jinza wanted to ask something, but hesitated. Zhou Jingchen already understood what he wanted to ask. You want to know if he was injured by the steel crystal beast's tentacles, right? Well, I tell you he was. Chu Jinza was taken aback. Then, it's not serious, is it? Zhou Jingchen noticed Chu Jinza's subtle expression. He felt that the other was hiding something from him. I ask you one more time. Where did those 20-odd people who were injured by the steel crystal beast, had persistent high fevers, and even ingested metal go? Chu Jinza had told Zhou Jingchen last time that those people were all dead, but Zhou Jingchen felt something was wrong. Why would those people die? Some of their injuries weren't serious at all. With current medical technology, it was impossible for them to lose their lives because of that. Seeing that Chu Jinza didn't answer, Zhou Jingchen shook his shoulder. Tell the truth. Chu Jinza's expression was pained. He didn't know whether to speak or not. Chu Jinza couldn't finish his sentence, but Zhou Jingchen had already vaguely guessed what was going on. Those so-called steel crystal beasts you tamed, they're them, aren't they? Chu Jinza lowered his head. Yes. Zhou Jingchen hated himself. He should have thought of this sooner. Why didn't he expose it sooner? The thought of Murong-Su being injured made his heart feel like it was being torn apart. His eyes were bloodshot, his face almost contorted with rage. Tell me the whole story. Now! Chu Jinza was in the wrong. He had always considered the steel crystal beasts as the talisman of Lanhuan Star, but he hadn't expected that 2 of them would attack Murong-Su without orders. Now, he could no longer hide it. 8 months ago, the steel crystal beasts appeared on Lanhuan Star. You were the one who subdued them, right? Of course. Chu Jinza continued, after you left, those injured by the steel crystal beasts continued to have high fevers, and went mad, but they would temporarily stabilize if they swallowed metal beads. After discussing it with Manny, we decided to transfer them to an underground laboratory for centralized care. They ate, but they had to consume metal beads every day, otherwise they would go mad. After about 15 days, their bodies began to change, as if metal armor was slowly forming. Zhou Jingchen asked, if that's the case, why did you continue to provide them with metal beads? I had no choice. Chu Jinza said, they are all my comrades in arms, my trusted confidants. Did you expect me to watch them go mad and die? Besides, as long as they consume metal beads, they're like ordinary people, they can communicate with me. Later, I watched their bodies slowly grow into the shape of steel crystal beasts, but they still retained human reason, they weren't enemies. After listening to Chu Jinza's retelling, Zhou Jingchen said, they only temporarily retained human reason, but they clearly been parasitized by monsters. Once they're completely devoured by the monsters, they become true monsters. Don't you understand that? Although Chu Jinza was in the wrong, he was also in pain. He raised his voice. Then what do you want me to do? Do you want me to kill them with my own hands? If they were your comrades, your trusted confidants, could you bring yourself to do it? Zhou Jingchen's arrogance subsided somewhat. Putting himself in their shoes, if Song Yiming, Zhang Ziyuan, and Su Ruiyang had become like that, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to kill them all either. He felt desperate. Is there Is there any way to stop it? Chu Jinza said, I don't know. We've been researching and observing for a while now. Why don't I go see young Marshal Murong? It was Yuan Mani who suddenly appeared. She was the chief scientist researching the steel crystal beasts, and the person who knew most about their evolution. Just as they were speaking, Tang Lian and his men approached, all armed, and quickly surrounded them. Zhou Jingchen looked at Tang Lian. Tang Lian, what are you doing? Tang Lian's face was cold. The one who tried to kill the young marshal was a star beast raised by His Highness Chu Jinza. We request His Highness Chu Jinza's cooperation in our investigation. Chu Jinza knew he was not entirely to blame. I do bear some responsibility for this, but I didn't instigate it. The Apollo Alliance is a unified entity, and now is the time for us to unite against a common enemy. I had no motive to harm the young marshal. Tang Lian said, whether there's a motive or not will only be clear after the investigation. I'm sorry to trouble your highness to come with us for questioning. Zhou Jingchen understood why Tang Lian was doing this, and he was also angry. He didn't speak up to defend Chu Jinza. Chu Jinza was in the wrong, but he was still somewhat cooperative. Alright, I cooperate. Yuan Mani said, I heard the young marshal was injured by a steel crystal beast. I know a bit about this, so please allow me to speak with the doctor treating him. Tang Lian didn't recognize the person in front of him. And who is this? Yuan Mani said, I'm Jinza's wife, and also a scientist from Longhuan Star. I'm quite familiar with steel crystal beasts. If you're worried, you can put an electronic handcuff on me. Tang Lian was very wary. Murong Su had just been almost killed by their steel crystal beast, and he couldn't allow them to get close to him again. If you want to speak with our doctor, I have him come to you later. Please cooperate with our investigation for now. Zhou Jingchen, considering that Chu Jinza might be marginalized because of this, reminded him, Tang Lian, before we investigate this thoroughly, we shouldn't let too many people know about it. Tang Lian nodded. I know. Chapter 128. Chu Jinza and Yuan Mani were taken to the Qiming for questioning, while Zhou Jingchen went straight to the medical room. Murong Su had changed his clothes and was now leaning against the hospital bed in the medical room, reviewing the holographic footage of the attack he had just suffered. Nearby warships had captured the attack on him. During this joint trilateral exercise, there were patrols and guards on the perimeter 24 hours a day. The steel crystal beasts disembarked from the Yanfan, the closest ship to him, so no one noticed anything amiss. The footage showed that the two steel crystal beasts rushed directly at his shuttle after disembarking from the Yanfan, indicating it was intentional. Zhou Jingchen entered from outside. Murong Su looked up and saw him, then turned off the holographic projection. Is the matter resolved? Yes, the steel crystal beasts have been subdued, and Tang Lian has taken Brother Zhe to question them. Zhou Jingchen subconsciously glanced at his thigh. How are you feeling? I'm fine, just a minor injury, nothing serious. Hearing Murong Su's nonchalant attitude, Zhou Jingchen became even more anxious. Murong Su, it's not about how bad the injury is, but that the steel crystal beast's tentacles might carry some kind of virus. Infected people will have high fevers, go mad, and only be relieved by swallowing metal. And they will eventually mutate. You must take this seriously. Zhou Jingchen's face showed pain, and his voice trembled as he spoke. The two steel crystal beasts that injured you were human 8 months ago. After hearing this, Murong Su showed no fear or shock. He grasped Zhou Jingchen's hand, a smile in his eyes. So worried about me? What time is it? You're still being so inappropriate. Zhou Jingchen wasn't in the mood for jokes. Murong Su, I definitely find a way to prevent you from ending up like that. Okay. Murong Su pulled him over and made him sit on the hospital bed. Zhou Jingchen raised his hand to feel his forehead. It wasn't feverish yet. Murong Su naturally put his arm around his shoulder, making him lie down and lean against his shoulder. Zhou Jingchen leaned against him obediently. Is there anything else bothering you? Not for now. What did Dr. O say? You two are practically treating the medical room like your own room. What can I say? Does anyone even want to listen? Olai's voice came, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. Zhou Jingchen pulled away from Murong Su's embrace. Dr. O, what were the test results? Olai, hands in the pockets of his white coat, said, we detected a non-self substance in the young marshal's blood. It has been extracted and is currently undergoing component analysis. During the blood analysis, the amount of this non-self substance is constantly increasing, and its reproduction rate is very fast. Zhou Jingchen's heart pounded. Murong Su was indeed infected. He unconsciously clenched his fists. Murong Su sensed Zhou Jingchen's tension and asked Olai, would a hemodialysis procedure be feasible? Olai said, I had thought of that too, but I just tried it. This substance has very strong penetrating power, and cannot be separated using conventional hemodialysis. Zhou Jingshan's face darkened. He thought of Yuan Mani. Dr. O, Princess Yuan Mani of Longhorn Star, has been researching steel crystal beasts for a long time. You could talk to her, perhaps it will help with the treatment. Okay. After Olai left, only Zhou Jingshan and Murong Su remained in the medical room. It seems I was still careless, Murong Su said. Zhou Jingshan felt guilty. I was wrong too. I came into contact with the steel crystal beast 8 months ago, and I knew that those injured by it could be infected. I should have taken action sooner, instead of waiting until something happened to regret it. Murong Su patted his head. You don't need to blame yourself. Speaking of this, I also saw the steel crystal beast 2 months ago and considered intervening, but I didn't succeed. Even if you came, it might not have been successful. Zhou Jingshan recalled 2 months ago, when Chu Jinza led the steel crystal beasts to rescue the Dawn and Chongming. They had both seen the steel crystal beasts then, and Murong Su had severely questioned Chu Jinza, but Chu Jinza insisted that he had tamed the star beast and refused to accept any suggestions. Your Highness, I just watched the footage of the attack. Those 2 steel crystal beasts clearly attacked me intentionally. Furthermore, during the attack, unidentified electromagnetic waves interfered with my communicator and shuttle, preventing me from calling for help. This suggests there's a spy among the 3 participating nations in the joint exercise. They even know my daily schedule and route to the Dawn. If there is a spy, who could it be? Zhou Jingshan pondered for a moment. If it were Brother Zhe, he wouldn't use this method, and he has no motive. I know it's not him, Murong Su said. It's most likely a terrorist organization. They acted faster than us. If it's a terrorist organization, that makes sense. Murong Su is the backbone of the Apollo Alliance. The soul of the Apollo Alliance's 3-nation allied forces. Killing him would weaken the strength of the 3-nation allied forces. Zhou Jingshan gritted his teeth. Since they acted first, we don't need to wait any longer. Before we act, we must find the traitor. Murong Su raised his wrist, activated his personal communicator, and instructed Tang Lian to transmit the video of his interrogation of Chu Jinza. Soon, a projection of the interrogation room appeared above the hospital bed. Tang Lian and another officer were questioning Chu Jinza across a table. On the virtual screen, Chu Jinza recounted how he acquired the steel crystal beasts on his warship. After he finished, Tang Lian was furious. Your Highness, since you knew these monsters could infect people, why did you keep them? I said, they are all my trusted confidants, my comrades. Besides, the Apollo Alliance was in dire straits at the time. Pro-Star sought protection from Head Star, Jinchi Star closed its star system, and only Longhorn Star was still struggling. I had no confidence that I could defeat them when the terrorist organization attacked. As for the steel crystal beasts, I personally witnessed their combat power. We subdued the first steel crystal beast. When we encountered the beasts, we suffered heavy losses. I thought, if these star beasts could be used by us, then Longhorn Star wouldn't need to fear terrorist organizations anymore. Then why did they come out and hurt people? The enemy hasn't even attacked yet, and they're already hurting their own people. Do you think that makes sense? No, before today, they hadn't hurt anyone. Chu Jinza held his forehead with both hands. I don't know why they suddenly attacked the young marshal. Can you communicate with them? Chu Jinza said, before they transformed, they could talk. Later, they could understand my commands, but they couldn't speak anymore. Do they only obey your orders, or do they obey other people's orders as well? Chu Jinza said, they recognize me, so they generally only obey my orders. Where did you place them? In the Yangfan's hangar. Chu Jinza said, they're usually very well behaved, as long as we provide them with a fixed amount of steel crystals each day. Steel crystals are their food? Yes. What were you doing when they left the Yangfan without permission to attack the young marshal? I was in the operations room with several captains discussing the tactics the young marshal discussed today. I only found out later that they had gone out on their own. You just said they only obey your orders, but this time they acted independently, and even had a purpose. A targeted attack on the young marshal, how do you explain that? Chu Jinza scratched his head, he was completely confused. I don't know either. This is the first time they acted without my orders. Tang Lian said, since you don't know either, these steel crystal beasts are now dangerous. We must eliminate them. Chu Jinza looked at him, you want to kill them? It's not that I want to, but they must be eliminated. Tang Lian said, otherwise, I'm worried it will lead to even more serious consequences. If Tang Lian had said this yesterday, he would have definitely resisted him to the end, But today's events showed that he could no longer truly control the steel crystal beasts. Tang Lian wanted to destroy them, and he had no reason to object. Meanwhile, Olai arrived at the interrogation room where Yuan Mani was being questioned. She had just finished being questioned by Jin Qixing. Yuan Mani saw Olai in a white coat and stood up, politely asking, "Are you the doctor from the Qiming?" Olai, always casual, simply greeted her, "Hello. How's the young marshal?" Olai walked over. "I detected a non-self substance in his blood. You've been in contact with the steel crystal beast for so long, you should know what this is, right?" "Yes," Yuan Mani said. "This is a substance from the barbs on the steel crystal beast's tentacles. We call it beast spore. This substance carries the steel crystal beast's genes. Their reproduction method is similar to a virus. They must parasitize a carbon-based organism as a host. Then it quickly invades the host's body." Olay frowned. "What about a treatment?" Yuan Mani shook her head. "We haven't figured it out yet, but we tried one method. Electric current can inhibit the beast spores of the steel crystal beast, but to kill the spores, high voltage is needed. What will happen if the beast spores aren't cleared from the body in time?" Yuan Mani said, "When the beast spores begin to multiply in the human body, it will trigger an immune system reaction, causing a persistent high fever. As the number of beast spores increases, the human's genes will be slowly modified. Just like a normal person needs water and food, the steel crystal beast needs metal. They frantically try to absorb metal in order to synthesize their own bodies." Olea's face was extremely grim. "Is this monster a specialty of your Longwan star?" "I'm not sure yet. I don't know where it came from." Olay said, "What else do you know about the steel crystal beasts?" "Tell me all of that." "Steel crystal beasts are 80% metal, but they are essentially carbon-based life forms. They parasitize carbon-based life forms, modifying their genes to absorb external metals and convert them into their own bodies. With their thick metal shells, they can survive in outer space. So, steel crystal beasts don't necessarily need steel crystals. If they absorb other metals, they grow shells of the corresponding substances." "That's right. Then can I understand that as long as they don't absorb metals after infection, the steel crystal beasts can't synthesize their own bodies in the host, and therefore won't mutate?" "No, Dr. O. Yuan Mani said, "The human body naturally contains metallic substances." Olai's face grew increasingly grim. "That's right, the human body also contains metals, calcium in bones, iron in blood, and sodium, potassium, etc. If these metals are absorbed and transformed, the human body will suffer serious problems." Yuan Mani continued, "Moreover, once a person is parasitized, their genes are slowly modified. Infected people go mad and lose their minds. Only by providing them with metals can they regain their sanity." Olai's back teeth almost ground to powder. "Anything else?" Yuan Mani said, "That's all I know for now. I'm still researching steel crystal beasts." Chapter 129. Zhou Jingchen punched the wall of the medical room. He and Murong Su had just finished watching the interrogation of Chu Jinza and the conversation between Olai and Yuan Mani. He was furious and had nowhere to vent his anger, so he resorted to self-harm. Murong Su, on the other hand, showed no fear on his face, as if he had never known fear. He held Zhou Jingchen's hand, looked at his knuckles, which were red and raw. "When did you develop this bad habit of punching walls for no reason?" Zhou Jingchen looked at him. "Aren't you scared?" Murong Su gently rubbed the red spot on his hand. "What good is being scared?" "But..." Zhou Jingchen felt like his chest was about to explode. Murong Su was infected, and he desperately wanted to find a way to save him, but he couldn't think of anything, and he couldn't do anything. He abruptly looked up at him. "Murong Su, tell me, why are you so calm? Do you have a solution?" "No," Murong Su said. "There's always a way. Fear and anxiety aren't solutions. But we can't just sit here and wait to die," Murong Su said. "Indeed, there's something we must do now." "What?" "Strengthen our defenses," Murong Su said. "The news of my injury by the steel crystal beast must have already reached the terrorist organization's ears. They definitely won't let this opportunity pass." "I know," Zhou Jingchen said. "I already issued a level 2 combat readiness order. Also, Yiming and Yingjie are secretly investigating spies." Murong Su threw back the covers to the operations room. He had just gotten out of bed when a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and he almost lost his balance. Zhou Jingchen caught him, only then noticing that his temperature had spiked dramatically. "You have a fever." Zhou Jingchen helped him sit down on the edge of the bed, then felt his forehead again. It was burning hot, and the temperature had risen rapidly in a short time. "How are you feeling now?" "I'm okay, just a little dizzy. Murong-su grasped Zhou Jingshan's hand. Jingshan, don't panic. It's precisely in situations like this that you need to stay calm. Zhou Jingshan wanted to remain calm, but he couldn't be like Murong-su. He and Murong-su had just resolved their years-long misunderstanding. They should have been making up for the regrets of the past with their tender affection. But now Murong-su's life was in danger. How could he accept this? At that moment, someone appeared outside the medical room. It was Gao Yi's lover, Chen Jing. She had been a history teacher at the Federal Military Academy, and now served on the Qiming. Young Marshal, I have something I want to show you about the steel crystal beasts. Murong-su said, go ahead. Chen Jing walked over, brought up a virtual screen on his personal communicator, and displayed the information in midair. The steel crystal beasts should be called demon birds. They should come from the planet Pado in the Ander Galaxy, which is the home planet of terrorist organizations. Murong-su said, continue. Chen Jing manipulated the virtual screen. My mentor is an interstellar archaeologist. He has been to many planets, including Pado in the Ander Galaxy. He brought back information about demon birds and had me organize it, so when I saw the steel crystal beasts, I immediately remembered this information. Demon birds are creatures from Pado. They parasitize carbon-based life forms, using the metals absorbed by these life forms to shape their bodies. Thousands of years ago, before humans even set foot on Pado, demon birds were already rampant there. Later, scientists speculated that the demon birds became extinct because they almost wiped out the carbon-based life forms on Pado, leaving them unable to find hosts to parasitize. The demon bird should be extinct, yet it has appeared on Longhorn Star, feeding on steel crystals, and developing a shell so tough it can't be penetrated by laser cannons or electromagnetic rail guns. This is definitely a terrorist conspiracy. If the steel crystal beast is the demon bird from planet Bodo, then the first steel crystal beast discovered on Longhorn Star is very likely the work of a terrorist organization. They deliberately infected people on Longhorn Star with the demon bird spores. On Longhorn Star, rich in steel crystal ore, those infected with the spores grew bodies even tougher than mech shells, becoming steel crystal beasts. The mature steel crystal beasts then infected many more people. Those infected with the spores faced only two paths, death or mutation. Due to the beast spores modify human genes, and most of them try their best to ingest metal, eventually mutating. The mutated steel crystal beasts are very powerful in combat, and Longhorn Star craves powerful protection, which tempted Chu Jinza. Therefore, he has been raising these 20-odd steel crystal beasts, using them as a secret weapon. Zhou Jingshan asked, Professor Chen, after infected people mutate, do they retain their previous human memories? Chen Jing adjusted her glasses. No, when a human body completely mutates into a demon bird, it means their body has been completely used as nourishment for the demon bird's growth, and their brain is no exception. Therefore, mutated demon birds cannot have human memories. Zhou Jingshan had a question he couldn't understand. If these demon birds no longer possess human memories after mutation, then how could they obey Chu Jinza's commands? If that's the case, how exactly did Brother Zay manage to control these demon birds for so long? No, it wasn't him controlling it. Murong-su said, when I was attacked, the shuttle received a set of electromagnetic waves of unknown frequency. At first, I thought it was interference, but now I realize it's not right. It should be the kind of electromagnetic waves used to control the demon bird. Zhou Jingshan picked up on Murong-su's train of thought. So, this spy must be someone close to him, because only someone constantly with him could create the illusion that he was controlling the demon bird. Zhou Jingshan thought of something, and he opened his personal communicator to call Song Yiming. Yiming, what's the progress on your end? Your Highness, we just apprehended the personnel on the Yangfan who were involved in the research on the steel crystal beast, and we're preparing to question them one by one. Where's the steel crystal beast? It's still in the Yangfan's hangar. Major General Tang Lian gave the order. To eliminate the steel crystal beasts, we haven't found a quick way to wipe them out all at once. Currently, all the gates in the hangar are locked, so they can't escape for the time being. Okay, report back immediately if anything happens. Zhou Jingshan ended his call with Song Yiming. Murong-su said, Jingshan, come with me to see Chu Jinza. Okay. Just as they left the medical room, Olai came in from outside. Seeing Murong-su about to leave, he frowned. Young Marshal, where do you think you're going looking like this? I have something to do. Olai said, I just went to see Yuan Manny. She said that electric current can inhibit the activity of the beast spores. I want to try it on you. Chen Jing said, the principle is correct. The demon bird's beast spores contain metal, and metal conducts electricity, so it might affect the beast spores. Zhou Jingchen had just heard what Yuan Mani said, but he still felt this method was risky. Using electric current to suppress the bee's spores is also very harmful to the human body. I experimented with blood extracted from the young marshal's body. 36 volts, 10 milliamps of current can suppress the activity of the bee's spores. This is the critical value for safe voltage in the human body. Olay sighed softly. If there were any other method, I wouldn't use this one. Chen Jing said, young marshal, we can't delay any longer. The longer the bee's spores stay in your body, the greater the probability that your genes will be modified. Murongsu said, let's try it. Then, he looked at Zhou Jingchen and said in a reassuring tone, don't worry, I won't die easily. You go, and do what you need to do. Zhou Jingchen nodded, okay. Chen Jing majored in interstellar history research, but had also participated in the research of star beasts. Moreover, he was the only one who knew the characteristics of the demon bird of planet Bodo. He also stayed in the medical room to assist Olay in helping Murongsu control the bee's spores in his body. Before administering the electric shock, Olay drew a blood sample from Murongsu and gave it to Chen Jing and the scientists on the Qiming ship for immediate analysis. The electric shock was to be performed within the safe range for the human body, followed by another blood sample for analysis. By comparing the activity and quantity of the bee's spores after the two shocks, a conclusion could be drawn. However, the first electric shock was not ideal. It did not inhibit the bee's spores. Chen Jing said, the critical value of the safe voltage for the human body can inhibit bee's spores outside the human body, but it cannot inhibit bee's spores inside the human body. I just conducted an experiment simulating the internal environment to test the bee's spores, and found that reaching 60 volts and 30 milliamps can temporarily inhibit the bee's spores, but this inhibition is short-lived, lasting only about half an hour. After half an hour, the bee's spores will regain their activity. Without hesitation, Murongsu said, then let's try 60 volts, 30 milliamps. Olay's expression changed. Although he had suggested the electroshock, he disagreed with using treatment exceeding safe limits. This voltage and current are beyond the safe range. It could cause ventricular fibrillation, respiratory paralysis, or burns. Murongsu, do you want to die? Murongsu, however, was determined to try. He'd rather be electrocuted than mutate into a monster. I won't die. I can withstand this voltage. Olay, try it. You? Chen Jing said, Dr. Olay, we have no other choice now. We can't let the young marshal's genes be modified, otherwise the damage will be irreversible. Olay took a deep breath and glanced at Chen Jing. Duration? At least 5 seconds. Olay adjusted the electrotherapy device's settings and pressed start. The current immediately flowed through Murongsu's body. He clenched his teeth, his body trembling involuntarily. The veins on his neck, like gnarled tree roots, seemed about to burst from his skin. Olay couldn't bear to watch and turned his face away until the electric shock ended. After the shock, Chen Jing immediately drew a blood sample from Murongsu for testing and found that the bee's spores had stopped activity and division. The electric shock did inhibit the bee's spores, but until a complete solution is found, an electric shock needs to be administered every half hour, Chen Jing said. After half an hour, the bee's spores can still regain activity. Okay, no problem. Murongsu's whole body was still a little numb after the shock. He sat up and said to Chen Jing, I need a portable electrotherapy device. Chen Jing nodded. I can arrange for it to be made. It might take 2 hours. Okay. Olay said, currently, the bee's spores are only present in the blood. I will also try to find a way to filter the bee's spores from the blood. Chen Jing adjusted her glasses. Actually, there's another way. Find the person who resurrected the demon bird. They can control the demon bird through electromagnetic waves, so perhaps they know how to cleanse the bee's spores from the human body. Chapter 130. Zhou Jingchen arrived at the interrogation room. Chu Jinza saw him and stood up to greet him. Jingchen, how is young Marshal Murong? Zhou Jingchen didn't answer his question. I have a few questions for you, and you must answer them honestly. Go ahead. Those infected people could ingest any metal, yet they ended up with bodies made of steel crystals. That means they were regularly ingesting steel crystals, right? That's right. Steel crystals are precious. Longhorn Star has more than just steel crystal mines. Who suggested you feed them steel crystals? Chu Jinza looked at Zhou Jingchen. Why are you asking this? Zhou Jingchen's expression was serious. Never mind that. Answer me. Chu Jinza said, it was me. I thought since they were going to mutate anyway, why not grow bodies like the steel crystal beast we captured back then? How did you give commands to the steel crystal beasts? Verbal commands. And who was with you each time you gave commands? How could I remember? Chu Jinza asked Jingshan. What exactly do you want to ask? Zhou Jingshan was always polite to Chu Jinza, but this time, because of Chu Jinza's negligence, Murong-su was infected, and he harbored a lot of resentment, which he was trying his best to suppress. Do you know that the steel crystal beasts come from the terrorist organization's home planet Porto? This is a trap set by the terrorist organization, and you, just like that, stepped right into it. Chu Jinza's eyes widened. How do you know? There's a historian on the Qiming ship who knows about these creatures. Their name should be Demon Bird. Zhou Jingshan said, You say you can control the steel crystal beasts? That's impossible. They initially possessed human consciousness and could communicate smoothly. Later, they gradually lost their language ability. No, they didn't lose their language ability, they simply ceased to exist. During the steel crystal beast's mutation process, human bodies are used as nourishment until they are completely absorbed. The mutated steel crystal beasts no longer have any human consciousness, they have completely transformed into another kind of creature. Chu Jinza was extremely shocked. What Zhou Jingshan said was completely different from what he had always thought. He believed these steel crystal beasts were his trusted subordinates, still warriors of Longhorn Star, still protecting it. But Zhou Jingshan told him that his trusted subordinates were long gone. He had raised a group of monsters, and these monsters were beyond his control. If they were to invade the human population and infect humans, the entire Longhorn Star might descend into chaos, even suffering a devastating catastrophe. Zhou Jingshan continued, The reason I asked you those questions is because we suspect there's a terrorist spy infiltrating your ranks. He's guiding you in raising the steel crystal beast and controlling it with electromagnetic waves, creating the illusion that the beast only obeys your commands. We must find him, or the consequences will be severe. Chu Jinza's face paled, and he fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Zhou Jingshan looked at him and asked, Brother Zhe, tell me the truth. After I told you all this, who was the first person you suspected? Chu Jinza's eyes were somewhat blank. After a while he said, I don't know. Zhou Jingshan was utterly exasperated. At that moment, Chu Jinza's communicator beeped with an emergency red alert. He answered, and the call went through speakerphone. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Steel crystal beasts have appeared simultaneously in various mining areas. We received reports of at least 30 so far. They injured many miners and police officers. We've been notified and are on our way. Chu Jinza's expression changed. How could this happen? Where did they come from? I don't know either. The voice on the other end of the communicator said, If they're wild steel crystal beasts, the tragedy of 8 months ago might repeat itself. Your Highness, I'm worried we won't be able to handle it. Synchronize the real-time situation to my personal communicator. After hanging up, Chu Jinza's communicator received several video feeds showing the situation in different abandoned mining areas. The scenes were chaotic, people were crying and screaming, some were running away, and others, fearless, tried to shoot, only to have their bodies pierced by the tentacles of the steel crystal beasts. The scene was horrific. Chu Jinza couldn't bear to watch any longer. He put away the holographic projection and looked at Zhou Jingshan. You seen it too? Something's happened on Longhorn Star. I have to get back immediately. Zhou Jingshan had also participated in the battle against the steel crystal beast 8 months ago. Back then, there was only one, and they barely managed to capture it. Imagine how difficult it must have been with dozens. If too many people are injured by the steel crystal beast, more and more will mutate, and Longhorn Star will be in complete chaos. If Longhorn Star is taken over by the Demon Bird, then Pro Star and Jinchi Star, both in the Apollo Galaxy, will also suffer. The only option is to eliminate the Demon Bird as soon as possible before more people are injured or infected. Logically, Chu Jinza should not be released while still under investigation, but he knew that the most urgent task was to save Longhorn Star. Zhou Jingshan said, Take your men back first, I follow. Okay. Also, you can't continue using the Yan Fan. All the steel crystal beasts on board must be eliminated under our watch. And everyone on board must stay and be investigated, Zhou Jingshan said. Chu Jinza paused, then nodded. I understand. The Yan Fan will stay. I take another warship and Mech back to Longhorn Star. Zhou Jingshan explained the situation to Tang Lian, letting Chu Jinza return to Longhorn Star on a warship. He then returned to the medical room, where he encountered Shen Jing coming out. Young Marshal, how are you? Just finished the first electroshock treatment. The beast spores are temporarily suppressed, but only for a short time. Another electroshock treatment is needed every half hour to 40 minutes. Zhou Jingshan frowned. Will that cause significant damage to your body? It will, but for now, it can only be temporarily. Use this method to control him first. I go in and check on him. Zhou Jingchen entered the medical room. Murong-su had already gotten out of bed and was putting on his coat. How are you? Murong-su smiled at him. Feeling good? Zhou Jingchen raised his hand to feel his forehead. It was still very hot. You still have a fever. The immune response doesn't just come and go as it pleases. This fever won't affect anything. Zhou Jingchen said. Something happened on Longhorn Star. Steel crystal beasts have been discovered in multiple steel crystal mining areas. I already sent Brother Zhe back to Longhorn Star to handle this. Yes, that's his responsibility. Zhou Jingchen originally wanted to stay by Murong-su's side, but now he had things he had to do. The steel crystal beasts suddenly went on a rampage on Longhorn Star. I feel it's a terrorist plot, but there's nothing we can do now. The steel crystal beasts are very powerful. If too many people get infected, the consequences will be unimaginable. I have to lead men to Longhorn Star to provide support. Murong-su's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Your analysis is correct. Whether it's my injury or the steel crystal beast rampage, it's all a terrorist plot. But we already fallen into this trap. We can only minimize the losses. You take men to Longhorn Star to eliminate the steel crystal beasts. I stay here to prevent the terrorists from launching a sneak attack. Zhou Jingchen stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Murong-su's neck, and hugged him tightly. Take care of yourself. I'll be back soon. Okay. Longhorn Star. Longhorn Star is famous in the Kepler system for its steel crystal mines. There are about 100 mining areas of varying sizes scattered across the planet, some of which have been abandoned. These abandoned mines became breeding grounds for the steel crystal beasts, and suddenly, they all erupted in unison across the abandoned mines. Longhorn Star deployed its armed police and national defense forces, with armored vehicles advancing towards the target area one after another, and fighter jets and mechs almost entirely mobilized. However, the steel crystal beasts, with their steel crystal shells, were not so easy to deal with. Ordinary artillery fire struck their sturdy shells, like fireworks exploding, causing no real damage. The steel crystal beasts were also incredibly fast and agile. Fighter jets in the air were easily swatted down by their wings, and their dozen or so tentacles pierced through the steel crystal shells of mechs, which were also made of steel crystal. One of these terrifying creatures is already difficult to deal with, let alone dozens at once. The ground commander watched in horror as these monsters devoured their fighter jets, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted into the command channel, long-range combat. Don't get too close. Anti-aircraft guns, prepare. Aim at the head of monster number 3, fire all 3 at once. 3 anti-aircraft guns fired simultaneously, hitting the target. Half of the steel crystal beast's body was engulfed in the flash of the fire. Everyone hoped the formidable monster would explode. However, before the flashes of the fire had even subsided, the steel crystal beast flapped its wings and swooped down towards the anti-aircraft guns on the ground. Its tentacles rained down like arrows, striking the armored anti-aircraft vehicles on the ground, instantly destroying them. Major, our equipment can't stop them. Stop them even if you can't. We absolutely can't let them break into the city. Otherwise, more civilians will suffer. A soldier with a severed arm was being carried onto a medical shuttle by medics. His arm had just been severed at the shoulder by the tentacles of a steel crystal beast. He had lost too much blood and said weakly, I was injured by the tentacles of a steel crystal beast. Will I turn into a monster? I don't want to become a monster. If that happens, I'd rather die. Zhou Jingchen led half of the mecha warriors from Jin Qixing and Pro Star aboard a warship from Longhorn Star towards Longhorn Star. It would only take 30 minutes to enter Longhorn Star from their training area. During these 30 minutes, Zhou Jingchen issued a mission on the Jiefeng. We have 10 minutes to enter the atmosphere of Longhorn Star. After entering the atmosphere, the hatch will open. Tianing, you take the first squad to coordinates 24, 120. Ziyuan, you take the second squad to coordinates 85, 75. Ruyang, you take the third squad to coordinates 45. Yuxian, take the fourth squad to coordinates 3598. The rest of you follow me to coordinates 8582. After he issued the order through the command channel, everyone typed received in the public chat. I engaged the steel crystal beast head-on. Be extremely careful of its tentacles. Fight from as far away as possible. Physical weapons are difficult to damage the steel crystal beast's steel crystal shell. I recommend two-person teamwork, using electronic cannons or point-and-click weapons. Provide cover for each other. Received. More than 20 warships pierced through the atmosphere of Longhorn Star, emerging from the clouds like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The warship hatches opened, and Mechs detached from the ships one after another in an orderly fashion, heading towards the target coordinates at maximum speed. Less than an hour had passed since the Steel Crystal Beast rampage, yet the scene was already a mess. Armored vehicles, and fighter jet wreckage, and debris were everywhere, along with blood and corpses. The National Defense Force and armed police had been fighting for nearly an hour, using high-energy laser cannons, ion cannons, and missiles. Half of their deployed fighter jets and armored vehicles had been lost, barely delaying the Steel Crystal Beast's advance towards the city. This horrific scene filled everyone with despair. They were already the strongest fighting force on Longhorn Star, and even their desperate battle had failed to subdue the Steel Crystal Beast. Was there any hope for Longhorn Star? If the Steel Crystal Beast broke into the city, harming innocent civilians, and the civilians were infected and mutated into indiscriminately killing Steel Crystal Beasts, then Longhorn Star would ultimately face annihilation. Thinking of this, the combat commander was gripped by immense fear. He watched helplessly as his comrades fell one after another. He hysterically shouted, "Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, high-energy ion cannons, prepare. Aim at the monster, fire." The 3 armored shuttles carrying ion cannons fired their high-energy ion shots simultaneously. Unexpectedly, the Steel Crystal Beast's wings flapped rapidly, creating a hurricane. The armored shuttles lost their balance in the air, causing the ion cannons to miss their mark. The Steel Crystal Beast roared, its tentacles piercing through an armored shuttle, forking it like a fork. The pilot, seeing the mouth full of cone-shaped teeth, let out a blood-curdling scream. The next instant, a white shadow flashed past. The armored shuttle, brought to the brink of death, wasn't swallowed. The pilot, still shaken, landed on the ground. Through the windshield, he saw the white object that had saved him. It was a mech, its silver-white body gleaming in the sunlight. After dropping him off, it immediately flew towards the Steel Crystal Beast. It nimbly dodged the tentacles, then drew its high-energy lightspeed blade and slashed at the tentacles with fluid, graceful movements. Following this, more Mechs arrived and joined the battle. Reinforcements have finally arrived. It's Jet Wind. This is the mech of the third prince of Prostar. He's the one who subdued the Steel Crystal Beast during its last rampage. An S-Class mech is something else, so fast. The commander saw the reinforcements, his eyes welling with tears. He finally saw a glimmer of hope amidst his despair. He ordered in the command channel, "Reinforcements have arrived, but we can't let our guard down. Cooperate with the mech warriors to deal with the Steel Crystal Beast." At this moment, the mech Jet Wind sent a communication request. The commander accepted, and Zhou Jingchen's voice rang out, "The Steel Crystal Beast is afraid of electric shocks. Is there any way to get an electric shock cannon?" The commander replied, "Understood. I get it right away." Chapter 131. The Qiming. A female crew member in a Jinkixiang military uniform entered the interrogation room carrying a meal. She was there to bring food to Yuan Mani. The crew member placed the meal on the table in the interrogation room. "Miss Yuan, please eat." Yuan Mani asked, "Is something happening outside? Why is it so quiet?" The crew member said, "The Steel Crystal Beasts on Longhorn Star are in a riot. His Highness Chu Jinza led the Longhorn Star National Defense Force back to suppress the Steel Crystal Beasts." "What?" Yuan Mani's eyes widened. "How could this be? I don't know either. Many people from the Qiming have gone to provide support, so it's relatively quiet outside. When can I leave?" "I don't know yet, but Rear Admiral Tang Lian didn't say you couldn't leave. The Longhorn Star warships have all left, and you can't go to the Yanfan for the time being. Stay here and rest for now. I need to use the restroom. Is that all right?" The crew member said, "You can use the restroom whenever you want, don't ask me." The interrogation room door wasn't locked. Major General Tang Lian said that bringing you and Prince Chu Jinza to the Qiming wasn't to lock you up, but just to cooperate with the investigation. He even told me not to be negligent. "Okay, thank you." The crew member yawned. "I go rest now. I haven't slept for 18 hours. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After the crew member left, Yuan Mani left the interrogation room. It was indeed empty outside. She found the restroom and went into a stall. She quickly and efficiently took off her white coat, which concealed some disguise tools. She quickly transformed her face to resemble the crew member from before. She removed her outermost garment, revealing Jin Qixing's military uniform underneath. In this way, no one could detect the problem. This was her first time on the Qiming, but Chu Jinza had frequently attended meetings there recently, and she had placed a detector on him, gaining knowledge of the Qiming's structure and layout. Many of the Qiming's crew had gone to Longhorn Star to provide support, and some had been sent to the Yanfan to investigate. The ship was half destroyed, making it very quiet, and she easily reached the hangar. Half of the mechs in the hangar were also missing. The remaining half were on standby on the Qiming, but she wasn't interested in them. What interested her was Murong-Su's SS mech Qiansha. Qiansha wasn't stored with the other mechs, but in a separate mech bay next door. She went to the entrance and found that identity verification was required to enter. Xiaoyun, what are you doing here? Yuan Mani straightened up. Xiaoyun was the name of the girl she was impersonating. She quickly composed herself and turned to look at the man in the blue engineer's uniform. Isn't the young marshal injured? He asked me to come to the mech bay to retrieve something for him. I only realized I don't have permission to go in when I got here. The maintenance engineer smiled. It's alright, I have permission. I open it for you. Okay, thank you. The maintenance engineer scanned her iris and opened the door. Need any help? No, you can go about your business. Okay, I get back to work then. After the engineer left, Yuan Mani entered Qiansha's mech hangar. She looked up at the gunmetal gray steel giant, over 30 meters tall, which was currently in hibernation. This was Jin Qixing's strongest mech at present. Yuan Mani climbed up a metal rack to a platform. The quantum computer on the platform was connected to Qiansha's core engine, usually used for engineers' maintenance. This quantum computer could also view Qiansha's core data. She activated her personal terminal and expertly accessed the core data of the 1,000 killers. Before she could even glance at it, an alarm suddenly went off, and Yuan Mani's face turned deathly pale. What was happening? The hangar doors burst open, and Tang Lian led 6 men in, all of them pointing their guns at Yuan Mani in midair. Murong-Su entered, his military boots clicking. Miss Yuan, do you think my mecha looks good? Yuan Mani met Murong-Su's gaze across the distance. She gritted her teeth, then feigned innocence. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come. I was just too curious. I remember Miss Yuan is a scientist. Why are you curious about mechas? Yuan Mani argued, Longhorn Star has steel crystal mines, but no technology to develop mechas. I was just blinded by greed and wanted to come and learn. If you want to learn, you can just ask our engineers. Why sneak around and pretend to be my subordinate? Yuan Mani was stunned. Hearing this, she understood that Murong-Su knew her every move from the beginning. Otherwise, how could he have immediately identified her from dozens of meters away, even though she was disguised? It seems everything was planned by him. First, the female crew member deliberately told her she could come and go freely, then he hinted that she needed to rest. This way, her disguise as a female crew member went unnoticed for the time being. Afterward, she made her way to the hangar without any hindrance. Even though she didn't have permission to enter Qiansha's hangar, a kind engineer opened the door for her. She thought it was just good luck, but now it seemed she was a bit foolish. How could the disciplined Qiming allow her to enter Qiansha's hangar so easily? Murong-Su, did you deliberately send me here? Murong-Su chuckled. You came of your own accord. I didn't intentionally send you. You? Murong-Su stepped inside. I always been curious. The terrorist organization wanted to control the Apollo Alliance. Jinchi Star and Pro Star both suffered varying degrees of invasion, but Longhorn Star remained unscathed. It turns out a landmine was planted years ago. Yuan Mani stubbornly refused to admit it. I really don't understand what you're talking about, young marshal. I admit it was my fault for sneaking in to study the 1,000 kills, but don't try to pin any other accusations on me. Whether they're trying to pin it on you or not, just take a lie detector test, won't that do? Murong-Su glanced at Tang Lian, giving him a meaningful look. Tang Lian immediately ordered Yuan Mani to be taken to the interrogation room. There were 2 types of interrogation rooms. One was the place Yuan Mani had just been in, which resembled a reception room. The other was the one next door used for interrogating spies and prisoners, and it contained various torture instruments. All of Yuan Mani's electronic devices were confiscated, her hands and feet were chained to an interrogation chair, and a nerve sensor connected to the electric shock chair was attached to her head. If it detected that she was lying, the electric shock chair would directly shock her. Tang Lian interrogated her personally, while Murong-Su watched from the side with his arms crossed. Tang Lian asked directly, Did you control the steel crystal beast to assassinate the young marshal? You have 10 seconds to think it through before answering. Yuan Mani said, I told your doctor how to suppress the beast's spores. Do you think I would have gone to such lengths if it were me? Just answer yes or no. I am the princess of Longhorn Star. Aren't you afraid of antagonizing Longhorn Star by treating me like this? If anyone should be interrogating, It should be someone from Lanhuan Star. What right do you have? Murong-su walked to Tang Lian's side and calmly pressed a button on the table. A strong electric current surged through Yuan Mani's body. She couldn't bear it and screamed. After she regained her senses, Murong-su's lips curled into a smile. Even if I dissect your skull right now for research, Lanhuan Star wouldn't dare do anything. Yuan Mani's face still showed pain as she gasped for breath. Murong-su, this is an abuse of torture. It seems my reputation is still too good. My penchant for abusing my power hasn't spread yet. Yuan Mani gritted her teeth in hatred. She couldn't understand when she had been exposed. Why did you suspect me? Murong-su remembered that before Zhou Jingchen left, he had hugged him, telling him to take care of himself and to keep a close eye on Yuan Mani. As a scientist researching the steel crystal beasts, Yuan Mani, even with her status as the princess of Lanhuan Star, couldn't escape suspicion, especially since Zhou Jingchen had specifically reminded her. That's why Murong-su guided Yuan Mani to reveal her true colors. Tang Lian said, "We're interrogating you now, not you questioning us. Speak, did you control the steel crystal beasts? How did you control them? Also, how did you clean the beast spores? You only have 10 seconds to think. If you don't answer after 10 seconds, you'll be shocked as well." Yuan Mani gritted her teeth, glaring at Tang Lian, who showed no mercy. 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The lie detector chair automatically delivered the shocks. Yuan Mani struggled in the chair. Her wrists, locked to the armrests, were chafed raw. After the shocks, she throbbed, convulsing in pain. After a while, she raised her tear-filled eyes. Whether I answer or not, I'd be shocked anyway. Is there any point in me answering? Tang Liando said, "You're wrong. As long as you tell the truth, the lie detector chair won't activate the electric shocks. As long as you cooperate honestly, I guarantee you won't be tortured." Yuan Mani suddenly laughed. "Let me tell you, my mission is complete. I can die without regrets." Ha ha ha. Murong-su, I'm being electrocuted, and you've been electrocuted quite a bit too, haven't you? Ha ha. Maybe you'll be electrocuted for the rest of your life, otherwise you become a monster. Aren't you very tough? 20 shocks a day. How long can you last? 10 days? A month? Or a year? Murong-su narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining calm. What? Is a terrorist organization so worth your lingering affection? Even at this point, you still won't betray them? Yuan Mani said, "What do you know? We are wanderers in space. We just want to have our own home, Everyone is striving for this goal. TSK. Murong-su felt he heard the funniest joke in the entire universe. Making invading and plundering other countries sound so grand and sentimental, have you no shame? This world is a dog-eat-dog world, the weak should be eliminated, is that wrong? So, you're rushing to the Kepler system to die? Yuan Mani gritted her teeth. She realized Murong-su never lost an argument. Soon, very soon we know who the weak really are. We will be the victors. Hearing Yuan Mani's voice, Murong-su felt dizzy. He looked at the electronic handcuff in Yuan Mani's hand. Every cell in his body was screaming. The effects of the electric shock had worn off, and the beast spores within him had regained their activity. He had to undergo another electric shock, or he would lose control. He tried to remain calm, not letting Yuan Mani suspect anything. Tang Lian, continue the interrogation. Send the video to Chu Jinza and have him call her remotely when he has time. If all else fails, just send her to Chu Jinza, he probably has a way. Okay. Upon hearing Chu Jinza's name, Yuan Mani's emotion surged. She said, Chu Jinza? Chu Jinza is nothing but a coward. Do you think I listened to him? What a joke. Absolutely a joke. Chapter 132. Murong-su ignored her and left the interrogation room. He found Olay waiting for him outside. Should we get a robotic caregiver to take you to the medical room? Olay asked. Murong-su rubbed his forehead. No need. Olay turned and walked towards the medical room. The equipment has been running all along. Come on over. Murong-su followed behind him. How's the portable electroconvulsive therapy device progressing? Chen Jing and several engineers are working on it. It should be finished soon. It doesn't need to be too sophisticated, just functional. I advise you to come to the medical room for electroconvulsive therapy. You already been electrocuted 3 times, and your condition is a bit bad. If you try to electrocute yourself in private, you might go into shock and there won't be time to save you. Murong-su said, staying in the medical room all the time isn't a solution. I need a portable device. The two entered the medical room. Murong-su skillfully laid down on the electroconvulsive therapy bed. At that moment, his personal communicator beeped with an emergency call. He pressed the receiver in his ear. Liang Gonggu, on duty on the bridge, reported, Young Marshal. 33 warships have been spotted approaching 2 astronomical units away. Preliminary analysis indicates they are warships belonging to a terrorist organization. They finally arrived. Murongsu wasn't surprised at all, and decisively issued the order, immediately issue level 1 combat readiness. Prepare to engage the enemy. Yes, sir. Hearing what he had just said, Olai roughly guessed what had happened. A terrorist organization has attacked? It was inevitable. They've been laying the groundwork for so long, they couldn't possibly not show up. Olai said, half of our forces went to Longwan Star to provide support. Engaging them now is quite troublesome. They came knocking on our door. This war was inevitable. Murongsu lay on the bed. Let's begin. I need to get back to the bridge as soon as possible. After receiving electroconvulsive therapy, Murongsu immediately went to the bridge. Liang Gonggu reported, Young Marshal, it's strange. Just now, the terrorist organization was heading towards Apollo at maximum speed, but now they're stationary at 1.5 astronomical units away. Murongsu went to the holographic nebula map, looking at the 33 points clustered together, stopped at 1.5 astronomical units away. What are they up to? Are they deliberately trying to mislead us? No, they've been planning this for a long time, intending to invade during the Steel Crystal Beast rampage on Longwan Star. They will definitely not let this perfect opportunity slip by. Suddenly, Murongsu realized something and shouted into the command channel, all mech warriors, listen up. Attack immediately. Liang Gonggu understood Murongsu's intention. Young Marshal, do you suspect the terrorist organization left the warship 1.5 astronomical units away and is using mechs to infiltrate? That's right. Murongsu hadn't considered this, but Yuan Mani had gone to great lengths to infiltrate the Qiming and approach Qiansha, partly to obtain core data, and partly to tamper with it. According to their plan, if she successfully obtained Qiansha's data and modified the parameters in the core processor, Murongsu would definitely lose. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. The warship's heat was far greater than the mech's. Even the most advanced detectors could only accurately detect the heat of a mech at a distance of 0.5 astronomical units. Therefore, when it could be detected, it meant the enemy was already quite close. 10 minutes later, countless red dots suddenly appeared on the nebula map. Liang Gonggu said, Young Marshal. You guessed right, they really did come in mechs. How many? 542. The intelligence officer said, based on thermal analysis, there are also 2 SS-class mechs, 5 S-class mechs, 38 plus class mechs, and 68 class mechs. This configuration and quantity are astonishing. During Mateo's tenure, too much advanced weaponry from Hades was transferred to the terrorist organization's hideout. Therefore, even Jin Qixing would find it difficult to match the terrorist organization's weaponry. The enemy's mechs are of a very high level, while they only have 1 SS-class mech, Qiansha. Tang Lian also upgraded to an S-class mech 2 months ago, so they barely have 2 S-class mechs. Murongsu gritted his teeth. In this situation, he had no choice but to fight. He was well aware that he was infected with the beast spore, and needed electroconvulsive therapy every 40 minutes at most to put it into dormancy. If he didn't receive the therapy for an extended period, the spore would become active, causing him to enter a confused state, potentially affecting his piloting. Therefore, he only had 2 options. One was to engage in short-duration combat, returning every half hour. However, this was impractical. The battlefield was not like the training ground, and once in combat, timely escape would be difficult. The other option was to carry a portable electroconvulsive therapy device, administering the shocks himself whenever the spore became active. However, this had a drawback. The electroconvulsive therapy would be very painful, potentially affecting his mental strength. Liang Gonggu said, Young Marshal, I want to go into battle too. Liang Gonggu was an original member of the Wind Blade faction, and was proficient in piloting A+ level mechs. Now that the terrorist organization's warships hadn't arrived, only mechs, logically, everyone capable of piloting mechs should be deployed. Permission granted, Murongsu said. Call Bui Yuanqi over to command the fleet. Liang Gonggu thought Murongsu was going to personally oversee the command. Young Marshal, aren't you staying? The enemy has 2 SS-level mechs. If they're not mechs of the same level, they'd be difficult to deal with. But you? Let's do it this way. Tang Lian, piloting an S-level mech, took command of the mech force. The enemy had over 500 mechs, while Jin Qixing and Pro Star had less than 300 combined, half the enemy's numbers. Fortunately, the terrorist organization's warships hadn't arrived, and they still had warships and fighter jets to support them from the rear. Tang Lian said, "Gentlemen, we are outnumbered and can only cooperate with the warships. Keep the combat area within the firing range of our warships as much as possible." "Understood." At this moment, Murong Su's communication came through his personal communicator. "Tang Lian, the enemy has 2 SS-class mechs. Don't engage them head-on, stall them for time. I'll be there shortly." "Young Marshal, can your body pilot a mech?" "I have to." If he didn't engage the enemy's 2 SS-class mechs, many of their mech warriors would surely be killed. The approaching enemy mechs resembled a swarm of bees. The two forces clashed, and with the first shot fired, the mech-on-mech battle officially began. The enemy's 2 SS-class mechs maintained their previous design, one resembling a hydra and the other an octopus. The octopus-shaped pilot, like Starscream, had abandoned his physical body and was directly connected to the mech's nervous system. Meanwhile, another hydra-shaped mech, piloted by Shabanda, a half-human, half-machine, had its mental network connected to the mech via a metal device on its head, achieving a 99% compatibility level. Shabanda scanned the area, but didn't see Qian Sha. He activated the public broadcast. "Murong Su, you coward. What, you're too scared to fight me? Are you afraid?" Shabanda's voice echoed across all the mechs and warships. Murong Su responded via public broadcast, "Oh, I didn't expect you to personally take the field this time. Seeing it's me, you're too scared to come. Are you afraid? What's the rush? Then I force you out." With that, the Hydra mech charged towards the warship group, immediately drawing a fierce barrage of fire. SS-class mechs can reach half the speed of light, making them difficult to lock onto. The dense barrage didn't even scratch them. Piloting the Hydra, Shabanda entered the fleet in seconds. His mech had 9 heads, each capable of firing both a main cannon and a laser cannon. At high speed, the 9 heads merged into one, resembling a slender club. When attacking, the 9 heads automatically separated and operated independently. By the time the warship's optical imaging detected it, the Hydra's main cannons were already poised to fire. 9 heads, 9 high-energy electromagnetic reconnection cannons, landed on the same warship. The forward half of the hit warship was instantly engulfed in fire. Murong Su, seeing this, gritted his teeth, wishing he could immediately launch an attack and teach him a lesson. Guiyuanqi exclaimed, "Young Marshal, Thunder 3's bridge has lost contact." Murong Su said, "Notify all warships to activate their protective shields while firing their cannons." "Yes, sir." Just as he gave the order, Tang Lian, piloting the Swift Blade, launched an attack on the Hydra. Afterwards, Murong Su called Qinjing to inquire whether the portable stun gun was ready. He was about to dial when Qinjing entered from outside. "Young Marshal, what you requested is ready." Qinjing tossed him something. Murong Su caught it. It was a black vest, a modified bulletproof vest, containing a discharge battery and controller. The voltage and current were properly adjusted. "Thanks," Qinjing said. "This device carries some risk. I suggest conducting it in the medical bay if possible." Murong Su put on the portable stun gun vest. He glanced at his wrist. Half an hour had passed since his last stun. He pressed the stun button, and the current flowed from his back through his limbs for 5 seconds. He remained standing, enduring the 5-second electric shock. Afterward, his body and head were numb, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Qinjing supported him. "How are you feeling?" Murong Su finally regained a sliver of clarity. "I'm alright, I can handle it." He glanced at the battle situation on the main screen. Tang Lian was about to give up. Tang Lian had only received the Swift Blade last month. Previously, Jin Qixing only had 5 S-class mechs in total, 2 of which belonged to Murong Su. People with higher ranks were waiting ahead of him, and he thought he would have to wait several more years. This Swift Blade originally belonged to Yan Jinhong's confidant, but last month, Yan Jinhong and his son were imprisoned, along with his confidant. Murong Su directly assigned the Swift Blade to him. Last month, Murong Su returned to Jinchi Star and faced off against Yan Jinhong and his son. As Murong Su's adjutant, he was busy with various tasks, and didn't have much time to train in the mecha, so he wasn't entirely proficient with this S-class mecha. Shabanda's Hydra mecha was extremely agile, and he had just witnessed the power of its 9 heads and 9 main cannons, capable of destroying half a warship. He was well aware of the gap between himself and the mecha, but as a soldier, sometimes it wasn't a matter of not being able to win, he had to fight to the bitter end, until he was incapacitated or died. A violent tremor shook his internal organs out. Just now, he hadn't dodged Hydra's electromagnetic recharge cannon. One of his legs was hit, and he was thrown off by the immense impact. But he quickly regained his composure. If he couldn't react quickly after being attacked, he would face even more intense attacks. He piloted the swift blade, swiftly dodging Hydra's second wave of laser cannon fire. Shabanga's distorted voice echoed through his mech. Ha ha ha, what, is that all you got? Aside from Murong-su, the rest of Jin Qixing are trash. Murong-su, open your eyes, and watch how I tear them to shreds. With that, the 9 heads of the Hydra merged into one, vanishing at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, then reappearing like a ghost behind Xuanren. Tang Lian knew something was wrong. Just as he was about to flee, his head and remaining leg were bitten by the serpent heads. His arm materialized into a high-energy lightspeed blade, and he swung it back at the serpent heads. However, the serpent heads were incredibly strong. His first strike only produced sparks. Before he could land a second blow, as the 2 serpent heads pulled in opposite directions, Xuanren's head and leg were ripped off. A cold, mechanical voice rang out, alarm, head damaged, microwave weapon destroyed. Tang Lian was drenched in cold sweat. His swift blade was reduced to half its body, headless. His first instinct was to escape as quickly as possible, or death awaited him. He activated the Vulcan cannon with his arm, unleashing a barrage of fire at the Hydra, then floored the main thrusters and sped away. Shabanga's ghostly voice rang out, you think you can escape? The Hydra's tangled, black heads simultaneously opened their cannons. Tang Lian gritted his teeth. He wouldn't give up until the very last moment. But he was also prepared to sacrifice himself. System notification. Mech locked onto by enemy main cannon. Damn it. Then, in the next instant, he felt a violent tremor. Had his mech been hit? It took him a while to recover. No, if his mech had been hit by the main cannon, he couldn't possibly be alive. Tang Lian, your mech is incapacitated. Return to base. It was Murong-su's voice. Chapter 133. Just moments before, at the critical moment, Murong-su piloted the 1,000-kill mech, escaping Hydra's target area. The 1,000 kills maximum speed reached half the speed of light, rendering Hydra's targeting system unable to lock on accurately. Young Marshal, your body. Don't worry about it. They still have one SS-class mech. Go back and pilot an A-plus class mech, cooperating with Ganggu and the others to deal with the other SS-class mech. Okay. Shabanga's arrogant voice came through the broadcast. Murong-su, you finally decided to show yourself. Murong-su said, Shabanga, what kind of aesthetic sense do you have? Each mech you make is uglier than the last. Humph. A mech that can defeat you is a good mech. With that, Shabanga launched an attack on Murong-su with unusual excitement. Murong-su drew his high-energy lightspeed sword. Qiansha, scan the enemy mech. Qiansha replied, Young Marshal, this mech is quite special. It has 9 heads, and each head has its own engine and reactor. Each head can fire an electromagnetic recharge cannon at the level of a main cannon. Murong-su wasn't surprised. When he spoke with Brooke had mentioned that Hades was developing multi-engine mechs, but a few months ago, the engineers disappeared, presumably taken away by a terrorist organization. This Hydra was the result of that multi-engine mech. While both were SS-class mechs, Qiansha's mech had similar performance, but its firepower was clearly inferior. No wonder Tang Lian was beaten so badly. Shabanga piloted the Hydra, firing its main cannon at Qiansha in turn, but Murong-su dodged with incredible speed and precision. Then, taking advantage of Shabanga's inattention, Qiansha's fuselage began to spin at high speed, like an electric drill. With a burst of sparks, Qiansha's high-energy beam sword struck the engine of one of the snake heads. However, the snake's skin was extremely thick, and the joints of each segment were interlaced, without any straight gaps, so the high-energy beam sword couldn't penetrate it in a short time. The other snake heads immediately surrounded Murong-su and launched a high-energy laser cannon attack, but Murong-su reacted extremely quickly, precisely slipping through the gaps before the snake heads could close in. Longhwan Star's surface. According to statistics, there are 36 steel crystal beasts appearing in various parts of Longhwan Star. 3 hours have passed, and only 8 have been subdued, leaving 28 still uncaptured. Zhou Jingchen captured 4 single-handedly. After clearing the steel crystal beast from an abandoned mine, he immediately moved to another battlefield to continue fighting. Song Yiming called with an urgent message, reporting the situation in space. As expected, the terrorist organization had attacked at this time. Meanwhile, Murong-su, piloting the 1,000 killer, is currently battling against the Hydra mech piloted by Shabanga. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. Have the Lai and Teacher Chen found a way to suppress the beast spores in his body? Currently, he's being treated with electric shocks every 40 minutes. He brought a portable shock device with him. Nonsense! Zhou Jingchen was almost frantic. If he gets an electric shock while piloting the Thousand Killer, his mental connection will weaken, making him vulnerable to attack. Song Yiming said, but there's no other way. Shabangda's SS-class mech is too powerful. Even Major General Tang Lian couldn't last 15 minutes. Only the young marshal can handle it. Zhou Jingchen momentarily lost focus, his arm caught in the tentacles of a steel crystal beast. He immediately concentrated, conjuring a high-energy beam sword in his right arm and severing the tentacle with a whirlwind slash. The communication wasn't over yet. Zhou Jingchen asked, "Have you found the spy?" "You guessed right. It's Yuan Mani," Song Yiming said. But Yuan Mani is determined not to say anything. "We already sent someone to Longhuan Star, hoping His Highness Chu Jinza can find a way to get her to talk." "I understand," Zhou Jingchen said. "I go back immediately after I dealt with things here." Zhou Jingchen had been worried ever since he learned that Murong Su had piloted the Thousand Killer to the battlefield. He desperately wanted to quickly deal with these troublesome steel crystal beasts, return to space, and fight alongside Murong Su. However, these steel crystal beasts were incredibly difficult to handle. While the Gale was fast and agile in space, atmospheric resistance significantly reduced its agility, making it challenging to deal with multiple beasts simultaneously. The steel crystal shells used by the Mechs are 3 to 5 centimeters thick, while the steel crystal beasts, solidified from steel crystals, have formed their bodies with a thickness of 5 to 6 meters. This is akin to fighting a moving mass of metal. The quickest solution is to find a way to control these steel crystal beasts, and the key person in this is Yuan Mani. Zhou Jingchen connected with Chu Jinza's communication system. "Brothers A, the terrorist organization is already fighting our Apollo allied forces in space. We can't let the steel crystal beasts hold us off for too long, otherwise the soldiers remaining in space will be in danger. Yuan Mani knows how to control these steel crystal beasts, and she also knows how to control the beast spores. You must get her to talk." "I understand." A starship slowly landed, and Chu Jinza dismounted from his mecha, striding towards the boarding gate. He still felt it was unreal. He couldn't believe his wife was a spy planted on Longhuan Star by a terrorist organization, but Yuan Mani's actions forced him to face reality. Yuan Mani was handcuffed and shackled electronically. Her face was deathly pale, and her hair was disheveled. She had been shocked 3 times in the interrogation room of the Qiming. An ordinary person would likely have already passed out. Chu Jinza approached her, his eyes red-rimmed, his fists clenched, as if suppressing something. Yuan Mani glanced at him, then lowered her head again. "I never doubted you." Chu Jinza's voice trembled slightly. "Even when Jingchen reminded me that the spy might be someone close to me, someone familiar with the steel crystal beast and inseparable from me, I didn't suspect you. But it just so happens to be you." Yuan Mani sneered. "What? Are you here to get emotional with me?" He should have been crying hysterically, because he had been deceived so badly these past few years. But he had no time to dwell on his personal feelings. He had to stop the steel crystal beast immediately. He had to save those infected by it. "Tell me, how do you control the steel crystal beast, and how do you suppress the spores in the infected's bodies?" Yuan Mani looked up at him, tilting her head. "I worked so hard for this day, for this moment. Do you think I would destroy all the results of my efforts?" Chu Jinza gritted his teeth. "You want to destroy Longhuan Star?" "No, I should say the entire Apollo Alliance. You will all be destroyed." Chu Jinza raised his fist fiercely, his breathing rapid, but his fist never fell. Yuan Mani smiled mockingly. "Chu Jinza, you really are a coward. You don't even dare to hit me. If you weren't a coward, if you wanted to rely on the steel crystal beast's power, you wouldn't be in this situation today." Chu Jinza trembled all over. Yes, it was him. It was his cowardice. If he hadn't been unable to train a group of elite mecha warriors, if he hadn't been afraid of terrorist organizations, he wouldn't have needed to rely on the steel crystal beast's power. He was filled with deep self-blame. It was his fault, all his fault. "Your Highness, we must find out how to control the steel crystal beast as soon as possible," the female soldier escorting Yuan Mani reminded him. Hearing this, Chu Jinza suddenly realized. Yes, he shouldn't blame himself. He was wrong, but what he could do now wasn't self-blame and shame, but to find a solution. They can't be held back by the steel crystal beast. They must get to space and confront the terrorist organization head-on as soon as possible. Chu Jinza said, "Yuan Mani, tell me how to control the steel crystal beast." "I already told you I won't. Don't waste my time. I'm begging you." Chu Jinza looked at her with bloodshot eyes. "I'm begging you. I do whatever you want, but tell me how to control the steel crystal beast." I said I wouldn't destroy all the achievements I made over the past few years. These past few years, I haven't mistreated you, nor have I done anything to wrong you. For you, I almost fell out with my father. I beg you, for the sake of our marriage these past few years, tell me. Even if it costs me my life, I'm willing. Yuan Mani sneered. Chu Jinza, don't try that on me, it just disgusts me. Chu Jinza nearly broke his teeth. He pulled out his electromagnetic pulse gun and pointed it at her head. Yuan Mani, don't push me. Yuan Mani remained unmoved. Do you dare? What wouldn't I dare? You driven me to this point. What wouldn't I do now? Then shoot. You really think I wouldn't dare? You just wouldn't. Chu Jinza pointed the gun downwards and fired at her leg. The electromagnetic pulse gun pellet pierced her thigh, blood splattering and flowing onto Chu Jinza's hand. Yuan Mani was drenched in cold sweat. She seemed surprised that he actually dared to shoot, her fierce eyes fixed on him. Kill me if you dare? Kill me! She was courting death. Looking at Yuan Mani at this moment, Chu Jinza's heart was numb. The Yuan Mani before him was the real Yuan Mani. The one who loved him before was just an act Yuan Mani put on to achieve her goals. It was all fake. I won't let you die until you tell me how to control the steel crystal beast and suppress the beast's spore. Chu Jinza said to his subordinate beside him, bring the torture instruments. Murongsu hated multi-legged or multi-headed animals more than anything. The biggest characteristic of the S-class and above mechs of this terrorist organization was their numerous tentacles. Red spider and black octopus were already disgusting enough, but he didn't expect there to be a hydra as well. After half an hour of fighting, Murongsu destroyed 2 of the snake heads of the Shabangda, specifically targeting the core engine to fire the main cannon. When the snake heads exploded, the other snake heads danced wildly, creating a rather comical scene. After his exchange with Murongsu, Shabangda's previous arrogance subsided somewhat. He had known about Murongsu's infection for some time and believed that with his strength, he could gain the upper hand against the injured Murongsu. However, once the fight began, he realized that Murongsu's reaction speed was simply inhuman. He finally understood why Hag had said that only Murongsu in this universe could pilot the SSS-class mech, the World Destroyer Azura. But even though he was currently at a disadvantage, he could still win. The suppressed beast spores in Murongsu would soon become active, and he would go berserk. Even if he could slow it down with electric shocks, the moment he used the shocks would be the moment he counterattacked. Young Marshal, your mental strength matching value is decreasing. Qiansha's voice suddenly rang out. Murongsu also felt it. The beast spores in his body were regaining activity, and his heart rate increased. He needed to find an opening to administer an electric shock, but during the few minutes of the shock treatment, his mental strength wouldn't be able to recover to its optimal state. The only way was to have Qiansha maintain maximum speed and escape, buying him 3 to 5 minutes. But Shabangda seemed to realize he was having an attack, and the attacks became even more intense, leaving him no opening to escape. It felt like countless insects were crawling inside him. Every cell in his body screamed as his gaze swept across the metal panel before him. He gritted his teeth, trying to concentrate. Young Marshal, the mental strength compatibility has dropped to 90%. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Murongsu's forehead. The next instant, the cockpit trembled. Qiansha's shoulder had been hit by a laser cannon, and black smoke billowed from the shoulder thruster. And that Shabangda started acting arrogantly again. Murongsu, weren't you so smug just now? What? Can't be smug anymore? Murongsu sneered. What, Shabangda, you think you can take advantage of someone who isn't strong enough? Shabangda launched another barrage of laser cannon attacks at Qiansha. If someone didn't want your whole corpse, you would have been blasted to dust by me long ago. Murongsu remembered hearing similar words when he fought Red Spider before. It seemed that the people behind this terrorist organization were very interested in his body. Chapter 134. Young Marshal, the mental strength matching level has dropped to 80%. This is very dangerous. Murongsu said. Qiansha, activate autopilot mode and move out of the combat zone at maximum speed. Should we activate the protective shield? Murongsu thought for a moment. Qiansha's shoulder thrusters were already damaged. If the protective shield were activated, the maximum speed might not even reach a quarter of the speed of light. Once the maximum speed couldn't be reached, Shabangda would catch up. Don't activate it. Yes, young Marshal. On the bridge of the Qiming. Qin Jing kept watching the monitoring screen. He said to Gui Yuanqi, Colonel Gua, it's been more than 40 minutes since the young Marshal's last electroconvulsive therapy. He needs to undergo electroconvulsive therapy again soon. Is there any way to send 2 mechs to assist him? Gui Yuanqi glanced at the battle situation. The enemy's number of mechs far exceeded theirs. The mechs were more agile than the warships, so the warships only played a long-range support role in this battle. Their mechs were basically fighting 2 against 1. I talked to Major General Tang about the situation, and see if he can go assist the young marshal. Wu Yuanqi established communication with Tang Lian through the command channel. Major General Tang Lian, the young marshal needs electroconvulsive therapy, and Shabangda is relentlessly pursuing him. Can you spare some time to cover him? Tang Lian and Liang Gonggu are dealing with another SS-class mech. Together, they can barely suppress the octopus. If Tang Lian leaves, Liang Gonggu will have a hard time handling it. Gonggu, I'll be gone for 10 minutes. Can you hold out here? Go, even if you can't hold out, you have to. Okay. Tang Lianglong was about to head towards Murong Su's area, but his screen showed Qian Sha was escaping at maximum speed. This was. If Qian Sha left at maximum speed, his A+ grade mech wouldn't be able to catch up. But they would eventually stop, so he gave chase anyway. After Murong Su activated autopilot mode and left the mech's mental network, Qian Sha possessed intelligent driving capabilities, maintaining maximum speed and dodging attacks. However, its ability to dodge artillery fire was limited. Speed and distance were within its system's reaction range. For example, it had difficulty dodging laser cannons, which could reach the speed of light at close range. Furthermore, when artillery fire was concentrated, the intelligent system couldn't perfectly dodge. While Qian Sha's intelligent driving system wasn't as good as his usual self, it was still better than it was now. After leaving the mental network, it immediately underwent electroconvulsive therapy. The electric current traveled through his vest, spreading to his limbs and bones, lasting for 5 seconds. But precisely during those 5 seconds, the relentlessly pursuing Shabanda unleashed its 7 heads, firing high-energy laser cannons in rapid succession. The 7 heads could fire from different directions and change angles at any time. While dodging, Qian Sha inevitably lost focus, and with a violent tremor, he was struck by the laser cannon again, this time hitting his right arm. Qian Sha, young marshal, I'm very sorry, my right arm has been hit. The nerve circuits in my right arm have been damaged, and I can no longer use the Vulcan cannon and the high-energy beam sword. Murong Su had just undergone electroconvulsive therapy. His body was still numb, and his mind was foggy. He clearly felt that with each additional electrocution in a short period, the physical reaction after each shock became increasingly severe. It took him a while to regain consciousness. Leave the mental network to me. Yes, young marshal. Murong Su reconnected to the mental network. Shabangda was still launching a dense barrage of high-energy laser cannon attacks. As soon as he reconnected, he launched a counterattack, circling the 7-headed Hydra at maximum speed to dazzle it. Then, catching it off guard, he fired his main cannon, striking the core engine of one of the Hydra's heads, igniting a blinding flash. Taking advantage of the Hydra's confusion, Murong Su wanted to continue his attack. 1,000 Kill's right arm was damaged, rendering his high-energy beam saber and Vulcan gun unusable. Having just fired the main cannon, it would need at least 60 seconds to recharge. He controlled 1,000 Kill, circling the Hydra, firing the laser cannon whenever the opportunity arose. He wanted to end the battle quickly, otherwise, if he waited another half hour, another attack could trigger shock if he received an electric shock. Suddenly, a tearing pain shot through his head, the pain extending from his head to his spinal cord, almost pulling him out of 1,000 Kill's mental network. The system issued an alarm, warning, the mental connection compatibility is rapidly decreasing. 92%, 88%, 85%, 80%. Qian Sha's medical system scanned Murong Su. Young marshal, you've been subjected to too many electric shocks, damaging your central nervous system. Your current mental strength is insufficient to control an SS-class mech. Continuing to connect to the mental network carries the risk of disconnection at any time, and may cause irreversible damage to your nerves. Murong Su was drenched in cold sweat. A helpless smile curled at the corner of his lips. Did I have a choice? Faced with a powerful enemy, whether he disengaged from the mental network or continued fighting, his life would be in danger. If continuing to fight offered a sliver of hope, then he had no other option. Just then, Hydra, regaining its senses, launched another fierce attack. Murong Su had already severed 3 of its 9 heads, leaving 6. This multi-headed, multi-engine mech had a significant advantage. Each engine functioned independently. Even after severing 3, the remaining 6 remained unaffected. Murong Su dared not lose focus for a moment. His physical condition no longer allowed him to sever the heads one by one. He had to destroy the cockpit. Hydra's cockpit was located at the base of the forked heads, protected by its 9 heads, making it difficult for direct fire to hit. Unless he could use a feint to draw the attention of the 6 heads while launching a surprise attack. His time was running out. His recent forced output had nearly severed his connection to the mental network. He had to finish the job quickly. Hashabanda, having been repeatedly struck down, was extremely agitated and launched a fierce attack upon regaining its senses. Enduring excruciating pain, Murong-Su focused intently on dodging, maintaining a safe distance from Hydra while simultaneously defending and attacking. This drew Shabanda's full attention. After exchanging blows for several minutes, Murong-Su seized an opportunity, closing in on Hydra. Hydra seemed surprised by the sudden approach, immediately converging its scattered heads towards its center, preparing for a concentrated defense. Murong-Su then opened the main cannon's muzzle, an electromagnetic railgun poised to fire. Shabanda's eyes widened. Suddenly, a blinding white light illuminated the scene, nearly obscuring Murong-Su's vision. Warning! Warning! Mental compatibility is rapidly decreasing. Mental compatibility is rapidly decreasing. Pilot, please disconnect the mental network immediately. Qiansha said, Young Marshal. You must disconnect now. Otherwise, your nerves will be damaged, and you will never be able to pilot a mecha again. Murong-Su's head felt like it was about to split open. He had already been at his limit during the initial clash, and now his consciousness was beginning to blur. He vaguely heard Qiansha's mechanical alarm, warning, mental strength compatibility is rapidly decreasing, below 65%. Pilot, please disconnect from the mental network immediately. Murong-Su clenched his fists, glancing at the screen displaying mental strength compatibility, 54%, 53%. Below 50%, his nerves would be damaged. He had subordinates whose mental strength was below 80, yet they stubbornly attempted to pilot A-class mechas. Their mental strength compatibility fluctuated around 60, and in the end, not only did they fail to control the A-class mecha, but their nerves were also damaged. This was like a person lacking strength trying to lift a 100-kilogram weight. Ultimately, they would suffer muscle damage or ligament strain. There is currently no cure for nerve damage, so those who overestimate their abilities will ultimately be unable to pilot mechas again, and may even suffer hemiplegia. Qiansha whispered in his ear, Young Marshal. Disconnect now. Murong-Su closed his eyes, detaching from the mental network. His last glimpse of the number on the screen, 50%. Qiansha automatically activated intelligent piloting, returning Murong-Su to base. His headache persisted. He asked, How Shabanda? Qiansha, he's still alive. His main cannon was blocked by its snake head. Murong-Su said, I rest for 2 more minutes. Hand over the mental network to me in 2 minutes. Qiansha, Young Marshal, it's not that I didn't warn you, but your current physical condition isn't suitable for piloting a mech. Please don't court death. Had you really grown up, daring to even curse me now? That's what they said to you, mimicking Prince Zhou Jingchen's tone. Zhou Jingchen. It seems Qiansha knows how to manipulate him. Murong-Su slumped in the driver's seat. Raising his hand to look at it, his hand was numb. Since the infection, he had received 6 electric shocks. The side effects of the earlier shocks weren't too noticeable, but this time, the side effects became obvious. Hydra is catching up. Murong-Su clenched his fists. They're relentless. Murong-Su. What? Trying to run away? Shabanda's distorted voice rang out. You think you can escape? As soon as he finished speaking, its remaining 5 heads launched a high-energy laser attack. Qiansha's shoulder thrusters were damaged, his right arm was also damaged, and the agility of the intelligent piloting decreased. Suddenly, the cockpit shuddered violently, red warning lights illuminated, and the mechanical systems beeped, alarm, main thruster hit. Main thruster hit. Inoperable. Murong-Su nearly ground his teeth to powder. A damaged main thruster meant they were now helpless prey. Qiansha said, Young Marshal, I'm sorry, but I think we need to prepare our last words. Last words. Qiansha, Young Marshal, my last words are, these past years, I've been very happy to fight alongside you. Murong-Su felt a pang of sadness. I also been very happy to fight alongside you. He had collected last words for many fallen comrades, and each time he listened, his heart was heavy. When he handed these words to the families of his fallen comrades, the families would weep bitterly, and those scenes always made him feel suffocated. If he were to leave a will, what should he say? Although Zhou Jingchen is more mature than he was 6 years ago, he still retains a childlike temper occasionally. Would he listen while crying? Would he cherish it for a lifetime? And when he's old and gray, would he still sit under the tree and listen to it repeatedly? And what should he say? Jingchen, there's a legend circulating on ancient Earth. They say that after death, People go to the underworld. I don't know where that place is, but those who go to the underworld can be reincarnated. As long as they don't drink the Mingpa soup when crossing the bridge of helplessness, they can remember everything from their past lives. When I'm reincarnated, I will find you. Qiansha, having lost its main thrusters, propelled itself through space using only a few small thrusters, as if floating in space. The next second, the catching up Hydra used its remaining heads to wrap around Qiansha's limbs, tearing them apart. The gun-gray steel giant disintegrated in space. Chapter 135. Zhou Jingchen's eyelids twitched violently, and his heart remained uneasy. After more than 4 hours of fighting, more than half of the steel crystal beasts had been subdued. While fighting the steel crystal beasts, he also kept an eye on the news from the space battlefield. Song Yiming had just told him that Murong Su and Shabangda had left the combat zone and gone to an area nearly 0.8 astronomical units away. 2 SS-class mechs, with a maximum speed of half the speed of light, could reach an astronomical unit in just 16 minutes, thus expanding their combat area significantly. He had never worried about Murong Su losing to anyone, because he had never seen Murong Su at a disadvantage in mech combat. Even back in the Athena system, when he was severely injured, he could still handle Red Spider and Black Octopus. This time was different. Murong Su was infected with beast spores, a substance that drives people mad. Even with electroconvulsive therapy, it was extremely dangerous. His opponent was an SS-class mech, and a Shabanda even more formidable than Red Spider. He was very worried. After successfully subduing one steel crystal beast, he glanced at the statistics on the screen. There were still 12 steel crystal beasts putting up a stubborn resistance. The others should be able to handle them. Ziyuan, Tianying? I'm leaving this to you. I need to go to the space battlefield to provide support. Zhang Ziyuan said, Your Highness, go with peace of mind. We take care of this. Tianying, that's right, Your Highness, go to space. The young marshal is injured, he needs you more. Alright. Zhou Jingchen activated maximum speed and flew towards the atmosphere. Leaving Lonhuan Star's atmosphere, Zhou Jingchen immediately connected to the Space Combat Command Channel. Yiming, report the battle situation. Song Yiming said, Your Highness. The young marshal's 1,000 kill is missing. Zhou Jingchen's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? I'm not sure right now. It's possible he piloted the 1,000 kill beyond the communication range. Definitely beyond the communication range, Zhou Jingchen thought. Murong Su would never lose, he would always find a way to escape. What about the terrorist organization? They're preparing to withdraw? Withdraw? Zhou Jingchen was confused by the current situation. Why would they suddenly withdraw? The battle wasn't even over yet. I already left Lonhuan Star. I'm going back immediately. Zhou Jingchen's eyelids were still twitching, and his heart was filled with unease. Murong Su was missing. He firmly believed the other party had gone to a place where communication was impossible. But upon closer inspection, what if it wasn't? A chill ran down his spine, and he dared not think any further. Jiefeng, attempt to locate Qiansha. Jiefeng activated its remote detection program. After completing the detection, it replied, Your Highness, Qiansha is not within my search range. Jiefeng and Qiansha were both once Murong Su's mechs. Both Jiefeng and Qiansha's artificial intelligence programs were created by the same engineer. Initially, they were like twins, but with different experiences and intelligent training, they became two different individuals. However, being of the same origin, they could establish communication and locate each other within an astronomical unit without communication satellites. Now that Qiansha was not within Jiefeng's location range, it meant that Qiansha was either outside an astronomical unit, or Zhou Jingchen arrived at the battlefield. The battle had just ended, and many fragments and wreckage floated in space, including the wreckage of Mech from terrorist organizations and those from their Apollo alliance. Zhou Jingchen said in the command channel, Arrange for battlefield cleanup and casualty tallying. Your Highness, it's being arranged. Colonel Gua, send me Qiansha's last coordinates. Yes, sir. Gui Yuanqi said, Your Highness, Major General Tang Lian chased after the young marshal when he left the combat zone. I understand. Zhou Jingchen said, I go check. Zhou Jingchen piloted the jet wind at maximum speed towards the coordinates set by Gui Yuanqi. These were 0.8 astronomical units away from their combat zone. On the way to the destination coordinates, the jet wind continuously scanned the nearby mechs. Your Highness, we detected a mech 3 astronomical units away. Zhou Jingchen was taken aback. Is it Qiansha? Jiefeng. No, probably Major General Tang Lian's mech Zhu Ke. Zhou Jingchen pursed his lips. Send a communication request. Soon, Zhou Jingchen and Tang Lian connected. Tang Lian, where's Murong Su? Tang Lian said, I was chasing after Qian Sha, but they were too fast. I couldn't catch up. I kept going forward but couldn't find any trace of Qian Sha. I'm preparing to return. Zhou Jingchen said, I go check it out. Tang Lian said, I go with you. 2 is better than 1. Okay. By maintaining a certain distance, the two Mechs, Jiefeng and Zhu Ke, doubled their search range. Using Qian Sha's last known location as the center, they conducted a thorough search of a region of space 1 astronomical unit in radius. Zhou Jingchen remained tense, eagerly awaiting news about Murong Su, yet fearing it might be bad. Your Highness, metallic debris has been detected at a location 6,000 kilometers away in the 9 o'clock direction. Zhou Jingchen's heart skipped a beat. Go. 6,000 kilometers was nothing more than a matter of seconds for Jet Wind. Zhou Jingchen arrived near the wreckage detected by Jet Wind, and saw a gunmetal gray mecha arm. Your Highness, according to the scan, this is Qian Sha's right arm. Zhou Jingchen felt a chill. Qian Sha's right arm was here, but what about Murong Su? Was Qian Sha alright? The right arm was the generator for the high-energy beam saber. Without it, Murong Su couldn't use the beam saber. Then, was he still alive? He spoke after a moment, his voice trembling, captured. Jetwind released a traction cable, pulling Qian Sha's right arm back and binding it to his back. Tang Lian's voice came through the communicator, Your Highness, I found the remains of Qian Sha's left leg. Zhou Jingchen's heart ached again. Qian Sha's right arm and left leg had been severed. Jiefeng asked, Your Highness, should we continue the search? Zhou Jingchen clenched his fists. Continue. Subsequently, Liang Gonggu and the others joined the search for Murong Su, gradually finding Qian Sha's left arm and left leg. It seemed Qian Sha had been dismembered. Where was the main body? Where did it go? Zhou Jingchen recalled the scene in the Athena galaxy, where Gao Yi's mecha was caught in a black octopus's web, its limbs bound, and it was brutally dismembered. The remaining body was blasted to ashes by the main cannon. That image kept replaying in his mind. Qian Sha's current situation was very similar to that time, and Murong Su was also. Zhou Jingchen's face turned deathly pale. Something suddenly seemed to choke him, making it impossible to breathe. He gripped his clothes tightly, deforming them. Jiefeng, Your Highness, my system has detected that your physical condition is not suitable for connecting to the mental network. Do you wish to disconnect from the mental network? No, let me catch my breath. Zhou Jingchen didn't believe Murong Su would die so easily. They hadn't eliminated the terrorist organization yet. His life shouldn't end now. The main body of the mecha hadn't been found. Even if it had been blown up, fragments should have been found. The fact that they hadn't even found fragments meant it was very likely it hadn't exploded. He might still be alive. He had to keep searching. He had to confirm it himself. After finding Qian Sha's limbs, Zhou Jingchen expanded the search area again. Half of the mecha warships from Jinchi Star and Pro Star joined the search, while the rest remained stationed in the Apollo Star region to guard against another terrorist attack. 20 warships, 82 patrol ships, and 126 mechas were all deployed to search. They searched for a full 36 hours, but apart from the limbs of Qian Sha found initially, they found no other fragments. During those 36 hours, Zhou Jingchen hadn't closed his eyes once, surviving on the nutrient solution he had once scorned. Each heat detection alarm from Jiefeng rekindled his hope, only to be dashed when the analysis revealed it was merely heat emanating from passing civilian ships. Song Yiming's communication came in. Your Highness, you haven't slept for 56 hours. If this continues, your body won't be able to handle it. Go back to the dawn to rest and recover. We will continue searching for the young marshal. Hearing Song Yiming's voice, Zhou Jingchen realized he hadn't slept for so long. When Murong Su was injured by the steel crystal beast, it should have been his time to sleep. After his injury, he lost sleepiness. Then, the steel crystal beast rampaged on Longhuan Star, and terrorist organizations took the opportunity to attack. He then spent another 36 hours searching for Murong Su in this vast universe. In truth, he hadn't slept for 56 hours. But he wasn't sleepy. His mind was solely focused on finding Murong Su as soon as possible. Jiefeng, Your Highness, you should listen to Major Song and rest. Otherwise, if you encounter a terrorist organization, your mental strength compatibility won't reach S level. Zhou Jingchen's eyes welled up with tears. Jiefeng was right. He was only concerned with finding Murong Su quickly, forgetting that he was also the commander-in-chief of the National Defense Force. Now that Murong Su was away, and Chu Jinza was cleaning up his own mess on Longhuan Star, If the terrorist organization attacked again, he would be the one to take charge. Murong-su needed to be found, and he couldn't afford to give up. He really needed rest. His physical functions were nearing their limit, and if he didn't rest soon, he might collapse. He returned to the Dawn, where Song Yiming greeted him. Your Highness, Professor Chen-Jing just sent word that they found a method to filter the bee's spores from the blood. The principle is to use a honeycomb filter made of metal to repeatedly filter and dialyze the infected person's blood. The bee's spores are attracted to metal, and when the blood passes through the honeycomb filter, it adheres to the filter. The infected on Longhorn Star are already being controlled using this method. Zhou Jingchen should have been overjoyed, because finding a method to filter the bee's spores meant that Murong-su wouldn't have to suffer from electric shocks or worry about being parasitized by the spores. However, Murong-su had disappeared, and his fate was now unknown. Seeing Zhou Jingchen's distracted appearance, Song Yiming said, Your Highness, you should go and rest. We inform you as soon as we have news. Okay. Zhou Jingchen returned to his room, where Murong-su's presence still lingered. Ever since they cleared up their misunderstanding, Murong-su had come to the Dawn every day without fail to visit him. Every inch of this place held memories exclusively for Murong-su. Zhou Jingchen took a shower and lay down on the bed. He deliberately lay on his left side, the right side usually where Murong-su slept. He hugged the pillow beside him, which still seemed to carry Murong-su's unique scent, a scent Zhou Jingchen couldn't describe, but one that brought him peace. Even though his body was extremely exhausted, he couldn't sleep. Just as Song Yiming had said, he couldn't afford not to rest. He still had to support the Apollo Alliance's army and continue searching for Murong-su. So he decided to give himself a sleeping pill. Chapter 136. Everything in the world has boundaries, except for the universe. A star visible to the naked eye, even traveling at the speed of light, would take millions of years to reach. The universe is so vast, so boundless. Zhou Jingchen piloted the jet wind through the universe. Compared to this immense cosmos, he was less than a speck of dust. Where was he going to find Murong-su? Your Highness, a metallic object is approaching. The jetwind's voice pulled him back to reality. He glanced at the screen. Indeed, a yellow dot was approaching him. Analyze the source. Soon, the analyzed image appeared on the screen. A steel crystal beast. How could there be a steel crystal beast in space? Zhou Jingchen hated this monster. If it weren't for it, Murong-su wouldn't have been infected. If Murong-su hadn't been infected, he wouldn't have been at a disadvantage in his battle against Shebangda. He drew his high-energy lightspeed sword and sped towards the steel crystal beast at maximum speed. He had experience fighting the steel crystal beast and knew how to quickly subdue the monster. In space, Jetwind was more agile, while the steel crystal beast's movements and speed were largely unaffected. Therefore, Jetwind's advantage was very obvious in space. Zhou Jingchen quickly severed 2 tentacles on the steel crystal beast's back, then fired in succession from the 4 laser cannons on his back, the high-energy lasers exploding like fireworks on the steel crystal beast's shell and wings. Through the continuous attacks, although the steel crystal beast was not yet dead, its shell had been riddled with holes. Zhou Jingchen pressed his advantage, raising the muzzle of his ion cannon and aiming it at the steel crystal beast. Just as he was about to launch, a familiar voice rang out, Jingchen, no. The voice sent a jolt through Zhou Jingchen's body, leaving his limbs numb for a long time. There was nothing around him except the steel crystal beast before him. So was the voice from the steel crystal beast? You are? Zhou Jingchen choked out, Murong-su? It's me. Zhou Jingchen didn't launch the ion cannon. Jiefeng hovered in space like a puppet, silently staring at the black steel crystal beast. How could this be? Murong-su had ultimately been possessed by the steel crystal beast. Zhou Jingchen's heart ached, tears streaming down his face. How could this be? Zhou Jingchen opened his eyes. Everything was dark. He touched the side, it was his bed. He had a dream. A nightmare. Turn on the light. The surroundings brightened, and Zhou Jingchen realized his eyes were filled with tears, which had even soaked his pillow. He sat up, remaining motionless for a long time. He picked up his personal communicator and tried to call Murong-su, but the communicator indicated he was out of range. Where is he? How is he? If he's alright, why hasn't he contacted them for so long? If something happened to him, why can't they find any fragments of the Thousand Killer's main body? The only remaining possibility is that he was taken away by Shebangda. The terrorist organization meticulously planned to infect Murong-su, then used the steel crystal beasts of Longhorn Star as a diversionary tactic to draw away half of their forces, followed by a massive invasion of the Apollo Alliance star system with Mechs, only to retreat before a decisive victory was achieved. What was the reason for the retreat? If it was just a large-scale mech attack, they would have a hard time overcoming ProStar's formidable defense system, let alone Jinchi Star's formidable defense system. So, their purpose in this war wasn't invasion, but Murong-Su? Calculating the time of the terrorist organization's retreat, it was almost exactly 2 minutes before and after Murong-Su's disappearance. Zhou Jingxing was startled. That's right, these past 2 days, he'd been so focused on finding Murong-Su that he hadn't even considered that, based on his previous deductions, Murong-Su had most likely been taken away by Shabangda. And the purpose of taking him away? Was it to deliberately infect him with the beast spore, and then take him away to tame him into a killing machine? No, if Shabangda wanted to see Murong-Su turn into a steel crystal beast and then use him as a weapon against the Apollo Alliance, there would be no need for such a complicated process. After all, others infected with the beast spore would also mutate, and the difference in combat power between different individuals after mutating into steel crystal beasts wasn't significant. Why was that? Zhou Jingxing considered several possibilities, but they were all just guesses. Since Murong-Su was most likely taken away by Shabangda, he couldn't keep wasting time. He had to go and confirm it himself, to rescue him. He dressed quickly and left the bedroom. On his way to the hangar, Zhou Jingxing made a call to Song Yiming. Yiming, I need to go to Lanhuan Star immediately. I have some questions to confirm with Yuan Manny. Okay, then let's continue searching for the young marshal's whereabouts. Zhou Jingxing piloted the Jetwind towards Lanhuan Star. The steel crystal beast rampage on Lanhuan Star had been suppressed. All that remained was to treat the injured and help them eliminate the beast spores from their bodies. As soon as Zhou Jingxing landed, Tianning rushed up to him. Your Highness, is there any news of the young marshal? We were just about to go to space to meet you and search for him together. Zhou Jingxing's expression was grave. He shook his head. No news yet. Where is Yuan Manny? In the interrogation room. She's stubborn. We used all sorts of torture, but she just won't talk. I go find her. I take you. Zhou Jingxing arrived at the interrogation room. Yuan Manny was in a terrible state. She was strapped to a metal frame, covered in blood, her flaxen hair a mess, and her face was deathly pale. Clearly, after being tortured, she was barely clinging to life. She seemed to hear someone enter and looked up. Zhou Jingxing said, Your plan failed. The steel crystal beasts causing trouble on Lanhuan Star have all been subdued, and we also found a way to filter the beast spores. Yuan Manny sneered, Then why are you here to ask me? Zhou Jingxing looked at her, making no attempt to hide the hatred in his eyes. If it weren't for her, how could Murong-Su have been infected with the beast spores? Let me guess, you're here to ask about Murong-Su? Zhou Jingxing asked, What do you want with him? Ha ha. Yuan Manny laughed maniacally. So my plan actually succeeded, ha ha ha. Zhou Jingxing clenched his fists, his back teeth almost grinding to powder. Sure enough, Murong-Su had been taken away by Shabangda. Their operation this time wasn't to invade Apollo Star, but to take Murong-Su away. His deduction was correct. You went through all that trouble just to take him away. Don't you think it was a loss? Humph, Yuan Manny said, without Murong-Su, the Apollo Alliance is nothing but a pile of trash. Zhou Jingxing, just you wait and see. One day, you and he will clash on the battlefield, and that will be your death day. Zhou Jingxing continued to probe. So what exactly do you want to do to him? No, I won't say, I will never. The dying Yuan Manny seemed overwhelmed by emotion. Suddenly, her eyes widened, she couldn't catch her breath, and died with her eyes open. Zhou Jingxing's knuckles turned white, his palms almost bleeding from his fingernails. His trip hadn't been in vain, at least he had confirmed their purpose. If Murong-Su had been taken away by Shabangda, then he still had a chance to save him. He had to save him. Zhou Jingxing turned and left the interrogation room, where he bumped into Chen Jing. These past 2 days, he had been helping to treat those injured in the Steel Crystal Beast rampage on Lanhuan Star, and it was also he who had found a method to filter the beast spores. His eyes were bloodshot, he looked like he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Teacher Chen. Chen Jing approached. Any news about the young marshal? Zhou Jingxing shook his head. Not yet. The young marshal will be all right. You have to believe in him. Zhou Jingxing asked, Teacher Chen, when you learned of Gao Yi's death, you must have been heartbroken. Chen Jing lowered his head and smiled bitterly, then looked up, adjusting his glasses. During that time, I really thought about ending it all, but then I thought I shouldn't end my life so easily. So I stayed on the Qiming, doing everything I could. If one day I also die in the war, I probably won't have any regrets. 3 days ago, If he had heard Qin Jing say this, he would have comforted him and encouraged him to live for himself. But at this moment, he felt a resonance with him. Without Murong Su, the world seemed bleak. Qin Jing looked at him. I also made a plan. If I survive after eliminating the terrorist organization, I go to the Athena star system. That place is too far. I want to go with him, and while I'm at it, I investigate the Crimson Star you stayed on, and also visit Blanca Star. Zhou Jingchen's nose tingled. Your Highness, you also have very important things to do. I know. What he needed to do was eliminate the terrorist organization and rescue Murong Su. He returned to space, summoned Murong Su's confidants and his own confidants to the conference room, and explained the situation to them. We searched for 40 hours, but couldn't find the main body of Qian Sha. I got some information out of Yuan Mani. The terrorist organization's goal this time wasn't invasion, but Murong Su. So, after Murong Su was taken away, the terrorist organization's mech force retreated. Zhang Ziyuan frowned. They took the young marshal away. Could it be that they want to turn him into a steel crystal beast? Wang Yingjie said, or do they want to use the young marshal as a hostage to threaten us? Tang Lian said, if they just wanted a hostage, they wouldn't need to capture the young marshal. Tianning said, whatever their purpose in capturing the young marshal, our mission now is to rescue him as soon as possible, right? Zhou Jingchen said, Tianning is right. We can't guess what the terrorist organization's purpose is, but now that Murong Su is in their hands, we must rescue him as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous it becomes for him. Liang Gonggu said, Your Highness, with the young marshal absent, we listen to you. Just tell us what you want us to do. Jiang Yushuan echoed, Yes, Your Highness, give the order, and we do as you say. Zhou Jingchen said, We received fairly accurate information. The terrorist organization has a base on planet KP-30, likely their only base in the Kepler system. The weapons and warships they transferred from Hades are all there. It's likely that Shabanga could only take Murong Su to KP-30. Zhang Ziyuan said, Now that we know their hideout, we can take the initiative. Murong Su is currently in their hands. If we attack KP-30 directly, Murong Su's chances of survival are slim. Zhou Jingchen said, My idea is for a small group to infiltrate KP-30 first and rescue Murong Su. This might cause a disturbance, so let's go all out and start the war. Tang Lian pondered, That's the only way. Jiang Yushuan asked, But how do we infiltrate? Zhou Jingchen said, Some time ago, Murong Su sent someone to find Captain Barlow, whom we captured. He's currently on Lauren Star, and we found him. He's familiar with KP-30, so he can probably lead us in. Tianning said, Your Highness, I, Ganggu, Yushuan, and Yuan Qi are all Wind Blade warriors. Why don't the four of us infiltrate KP-30 to rescue the young marshal? You and Tang Lian can lead the armies of Jinqi Star and Pro Star, and wait for our news before attacking. Zhou Jingchen's gaze was firm. No, I'm going too. Song Yiming immediately said, Your Highness, this is too dangerous. I made up my mind. Zhou Jingchen's attitude was resolute. Song Yiming knew he shouldn't stop him, but Zhou Jingchen was now the pillar of Pro Star, and the future heir to the throne. He absolutely couldn't be harmed. I know how you feel, but His Majesty won't agree. I talked to him. Zhou Jingchen said, Gonggu and Lauren Star are more familiar to you. You and Tianning go and meet with Below first. Make sure he agrees to take us to KP-30. I have other things to take care of here. Once I'm done, I immediately join you and head to KP-30. Okay, no problem. Zhou Jingchen couldn't wait to rescue Murong Su. He also knew that this trip deep into the bandits' lair was extremely dangerous. He had to handle several things, such as discussing the tactics for attacking KP-30 with Tang Lian, Song Liangzi, and others, consulting with Zhou Shaoqin, and planning the route to infiltrate the bandits' lair to ensure everyone's safety as much as possible. Chapter 137. The Royal Palace of Prostar. After recovering, Zhou Shaoqin began to personally handle state affairs. Prostar was in dire need of reconstruction, and there was a huge backlog of official business. He often lost track of time when he was busy. It was 10:30 p.m. Prostar time. Zhou Shaoqin was still handling official business when Zhou Wanqing brought a calming soup into the king's office. Father, you only just recovered. You shouldn't overwork yourself. Drink this calming soup, and then go to rest. Zhou Shaoqin said, I know. Jingchen said he has something important to discuss with me. I'm waiting for him. Zhou Wanqing already knew about Murong Su's disappearance. She hadn't rested well these past few days. Murong Su was a pillar of the entire Apollo Alliance. His whereabouts were unknown, which had a huge impact on the entire Apollo Alliance. After a while, Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming came in from outside. Both of them were wearing military uniforms, and their expressions were very serious. "Father." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhou Shaoqin looked at the two of them. "What important matter is it?" "Speak." Zhou Jingchen said, "I confirm that Murong Su has been taken away by a terrorist organization. The longer he's in their hands, the greater the danger. I must rescue him." Zhou Shaoqin asked, "How do you plan to rescue him?" "I plan to lead a few men to infiltrate the terrorist organization's stronghold, KP-30, to gather information, rescue him, and then our Apollo 3 Kingdoms Alliance will launch a full-scale attack, engaging the terrorist organization in the KP-30 star system and striving to destroy their stronghold." Zhou Shaoqin frowned, grasping the key point. "You said you're leading men to infiltrate KP-30? "That's right." Zhou Shaoqin felt this was inappropriate. This matter could clearly be delegated to someone else. "Why do you insist on going yourself? You are the commander-in-chief of the army, the core figure of the entire army. How can you infiltrate enemy territory? Don't you understand this principle?" "Father, I understand." Zhou Jingchen's gaze was resolute. "I know the consequences, but I must go." Zhou Shaoqin's face flushed with anger. "I always thought you had grown up, that you could stand on your own, but now you made a very foolish decision. Are you trying to drive me crazy?" Zhou Wanqing also disagreed. "Jingchen, I know you're worried about Marshal Murong, but you should also think about the bigger picture. You can't just recklessly take risks." Zhou Jingchen had already guessed that Zhou Shaoqin wouldn't agree, but he had prepared his explanation. "Father, I told you about everything that happened during the 6 months I was labeled a rebel. To be honest, I didn't have the ability to take back ProStar from the terrorist organization. I couldn't even protect myself. Murong Su supported and helped me all the way. Without him, I might have become a ghost in the universe long ago. The wrong souls." Zhou Shaoqin's face darkened. "I know all this, but you must understand, you are the commander-in-chief of the army. You should be in the position of commander-in-chief. Delegating other matters to others is the same." "It's not the same." Zhou Jingchen knew Zhou Shaoqin would object, which was why he had come specifically to see him. He had to persuade Zhou Shaoqin in person. "I must go personally. Father, I know this decision is reckless, but I must do it. Don't worry, I'm going to rescue people, not to die. I will plan everything. The Apollo 3 Kingdoms allied forces are ready at any time. We must fight this war against the terrorist organization." Zhou Shaoqin rubbed his forehead, his head ached. "Do you intend to do this regardless of whether I agree or not? I came to explain to you personally, hoping you will agree." Zhou Jingchen said, "Father, he has risked his life for me several times. This time, I must personally bring him back." Zhou Shaoqin knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. Zhou Jingchen was determined. Even if he said no, he would still go. "In that case, go." Zhou Shaoqin pondered for a while, then instructed, "Remember, even when rescuing someone, you must also learn to protect yourself." "I understand." Having received Zhou Shaoqin's permission, Zhou Jingchen did not linger in the palace. He needed to immediately head to space to discuss the plan to attack KP-30 with the commander of the Apollo 3 Nations Alliance. Leaving the palace, Zhou Jingchen's jet wind stood on the palace's helipad, the silver-white steel giant gleaming coldly in the night. He turned to Song Yiming and said, "Yiming, you should stay in the palace." Song Yiming was taken aback. "How can that be? The ProStar Defense Force has Lieutenant General Chao Yang and Major General Lei Zhi in command. That's enough. If you stay on ProStar, what if?" "No ifs." Song Yiming knew what he was going to say. "Your Highness, you will be safe." Zhou Jingchen looked at him. Song Yiming would be his brother-in-law in the future, the person he trusted most, and the person he could entrust everything to. "I will be safe. You stay here and take care of my sister and father." Song Yiming's jaw tightened, but he finally nodded. "Okay." After saying that, Zhou Jingchen walked towards the jet wind. He entered the jet wind's cockpit, the jet wind system activated, all thrusters engaged, and a hurricane swept across the landing pad. With a whoosh, the jet wind quickly lifted off the ground and headed towards the atmosphere. Just as the jet wind left ProStar's atmosphere, it received a communication from Tang Lian. "Your Highness, when are you coming back? Marshal Murong is looking for you." "He's in space?" "That's right. I'd be there in about 10 minutes. "Okay." Murong Jinyun's personal starship is named Jinlin. After receiving Tang Lian's communication, Zhou Jingchen directly requested to board the Jinlin. He didn't know why Murong Jinyun wanted to see him at this time, but he could roughly guess it was about Murong Su. After boarding, Murong Xinyan's confidants were already waiting for him, and led him to the Jinlin's conference room. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the time. There were still 8 hours until his agreed meeting time with Tianing and the others, a little tight. Murong Xinyan, having survived a catastrophe, looked much more haggard, and his hair had turned significantly whiter. He sat in the main seat of the conference room waiting for him, surrounded by several people, including Xiao Chunwei, the director of the Federal Military Academy's Mech Academy, and Zhang Shicheng from the Mental Strength Testing Center. After Zhou Jingchen entered, he first greeted Murong Xinyan Marshal. Murong Xinyan, a military man by training, disliked beating around the bush and went straight to the point. I heard you want to personally infiltrate KP-30. Yes. Murong Xinyan then asked, by force? No, I already made a plan. We used the captain of a terrorist organization we captured before to infiltrate. I learned disguise techniques, so we try our best to disguise ourselves. After rescuing Murong Su, it will inevitably cause a stir. The three-nation allied forces will be waiting 2 astronomical units away. Once the time is right, we launch a full-scale attack on KP-30 and destroy the terrorist organization's lair. Murong Xinyan looked at him and nodded, recalling when he met him a year ago, when he still had a touch of naivety on his face. In the past year, he had experienced so much and had rapidly grown into an excellent general. Such growth is astonishing, yet heartbreaking. Murong Xinyan said to Xiao Chunwei and Zhang Shicheng beside him, Ah Chun, Lao Zhang, test his mental strength. Zhou Jingchen was confused. Xiao Chunwei walked over, Your Highness. It's been a year since you had your mental strength tested, hasn't it? Yes. The last test was at Jin Qixing's Federal Military Academy, where the result was 92. Xiao Chunwei said, Everyone's mental strength isn't static, it can be improved through training. We test you again. Zhou Jingchen wasn't unwilling to cooperate, but his appointment with Tianing and the others was approaching. Director Xiao, my time is tight, I might. Zhang Shicheng said, I developed a helmet that can test mental strength in 2 minutes. It won't take too long, Your Highness, please. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the white helmet on the conference table. It was hemispherical, about 40 centimeters in diameter. He was somewhat confused about their intentions. What's the point of testing mental strength? He asked. Xiao Chunwei replied, You find out after the test. Zhou Jingchen followed the instructions, donned the helmet developed by Zhang Shicheng, and underwent the test as directed. 2 minutes passed quickly, and since he frequently piloted Mechs, he was quite comfortable with the helmet's ability to connect to the mental network. Soon, the test results came back. Zhang Shicheng explained with delight, Congratulations, Your Highness. After a year of training, your mental strength has reached 98, meeting the requirements for piloting an SS-class mech. Zhou Jingchen was stunned. He had never realized his mental strength had improved so much. Meeting the requirements for piloting an SS-class mech? Well, Murong Xinyan said, the Jinqixing military's latest SS-class mech looks very similar to your Jetwind, only much larger. Furthermore, it's equipped with intelligent piloting and intelligent combat systems, allowing it to fight even without the mental network. It can also connect to your personal communicator. You can summon it within 0.5 astronomical units, and it will arrive at your coordinates at maximum speed. Zhou Jingchen was somewhat surprised. Marshal, does this mean I be piloting it? That's right. There are only a handful of people in the world capable of piloting SS-class mechs, and you are one of them. From now on, it belongs to you. Having an SS-class mech would greatly increase his chances of success in this mission. Zhou Jingchen said, Thank you, Marshal. Murong Xinyan said, No need to thank me, I should be thanking you. Su is my only child, and I want him to return safely more than anyone else. Rest assured, Marshal, I will definitely bring him back safely. Murong Xinyan looked at Xiao Chunwei. Chun, take him to see his new mecha. Also, he's already familiar with the Jetwind's intelligence system, so transfer the Jetwind's data over. Xiao Chunwei said, Yes, Marshal. Xiao Chunwei led Zhou Jingchen to the mecha hangar. The moment the door opened, Zhou Jingchen was slightly taken aback. It did indeed look very similar to his Jetwind, but this mecha was much taller, appearing to be 50 meters tall. Xiao Chunwei said, Your Highness, transferring and upgrading the Jetwind's data will take about 2 hours. Please be patient. Xiao Chunwei said, While we're at it, let me introduce you to some of the new Jetwind's weapons, equipment, and structure. Okay. You should be familiar with the young Marshal's SS-1000 killer. Actually, as SS-class mechs, their performance is similar. The damage of various weapons is about 60% higher than S-class. The maximum speed is half the speed of light. The number of high-energy laser cannons has doubled to 16, and the main cannon's charging time has been shortened to 60 seconds compared to S-Class. The head. The microwave weapon has a maximum power of 8 gigawatts. Another noteworthy point is that this new model uses dual engines, one in the belly and one in the nose. Both engines operate simultaneously, so even if one is damaged, the other will continue to function normally. Xiao Chunhui said. Later, I have the engineers add a program to your personal communicator. With this program, you can remotely summon it. This function was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't pilot the mech during his infiltration of KP-30, and if he could remotely summon Jeff Wind in a critical moment, his chances of success would be much higher. Chapter 138. After listening to Xiao Chunhui's explanation, Zhou Jingchen, taking advantage of the remaining time, convened a meeting of the commanders of the three-nation allied forces in the conference room of the Qiming to discuss the plan to attack KP-30. Zhou Jingchen entered the conference room and found that everyone was already present. Chu Jinza had also put aside his affairs on Longhuan Star to come over. In addition, Marshal Jin Qixing and Murong Jinyan were also present in the meeting. Standing beside the holographic nebula map, Zhou Jingchen, pressed for time, didn't waste any time with his opening remarks, getting straight to the point. This time, the Apollo Alliance will operate in 2 columns, forming 2 fleets according to this military exercise. The first fleet will be led by the Qiming as its flagship, with Tang Lian as its commander-in-chief. The second fleet will be led by the Shuguang as its flagship, with Lei Zhe as its commander-in-chief. There are no other celestial bodies within a 5 astronomical unit radius of KP-30. If our forces approach directly, they might be detected 5 astronomical units away. The best approach is to strike from the wormhole connecting the Kepler and Athena star systems. The magnetic field within 3 astronomical units of the wormhole is stronger than elsewhere, making it harder to detect the fleet at long range while it's in stealth mode. The Qiming fleet can remain hidden within 2 astronomical units of KP-30. After we infiltrate KP-30, Ingjia will try to send you a signal. Upon receiving the signal, the Qiming fleet will approach KP-30 to attract the attention of the terrorist organization. Additionally, it's highly likely we won't be able to send a signal. Therefore, if we haven't sent a signal after 3 hours of infiltrating KP-30, we shouldn't wait for a signal. We should immediately launch an attack on KP-30. Tang Liandao, understood. Zhou Jingchen continued. The Dawn fleet will wait 5 astronomical units away from its star. Once the Enlightenment fleet engages the terrorist organization, the Dawn fleet will immediately attack KP-30 from the rear, launching a pincer attack to disperse the terrorist organization's forces. Lei Zhe said, understood. There are still some details, we discuss them later. The meeting lasted 2 hours. After the meeting, Xiao Chunhui sent him a communication, informing him that the data transfer for Jiefeng was complete. Zhou Jingchen and Huang Yingjie packed their equipment, planning to take the shuttle to the Golden Scale. Chu Jinza caught up Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen turned back at the shuttle's gate, looking at the somewhat haggard Chu Jinza. He had suffered many blows these past few days. First, his pet steel crystal beast injured Murong Su, then, the steel crystal beasts on Longhuan Star went on a rampage, and his wife was discovered to be a spy for the terrorist organization. He hadn't slept soundly for many days. Brother Zhe, what did you want to see me about? Zhou Jingchen asked. Chu Jinza said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been bewitched by Yuan Mani, perhaps the terrorist organization wouldn't have had the opportunity to take advantage of me. I'm also sorry to young Marshal Murong, it's all my fault. Zhou Jingchen said, the terrorist organization is despicable and shameless. You are also a victim. I didn't mean to blame you. Chu Jinza lowered his head guiltily. No, I was also wrong. I was really somewhat foolish. Brother Zhe, now is not the time to blame yourself. We should focus all our energy on dealing with the terrorist organization. We haven't reached the end of the road yet. There's still a chance to save us. Chu Jinza looked at him. You must come back safely. Of course. After saying that, Zhou Jingchen and Huang Yingjie boarded the shuttle and left the Qiming. Upon entering the Jinlin, Zhou Jingchen went directly to the mech hangar. This time, Murong Jinyan had not only sent him an SS-class mech, but also 3 S-class mechs, intended for Wind Blade members Tian Ying, Liang Gonggu, and Jiang Yuxuan. These 4 S-class mechs, after adjustments, could be piloted by anyone with a mental strength of 88 or higher. As for Zhou Jingchen's S-class jet Wind, Xiao Chunhui planned to reinstall a system on it, and then hand it over to Zhang Ziyuan to pilot. In this way, the Apollo Alliance's weaponry would be on par with that of terrorist organizations. Huang Yingjie, as an information engineer, was weak in mech piloting, but his information technology skills were needed for infiltrating KP-30, so Zhou Jingchen decided to bring him along. The new Jetwind's cockpit was quite spacious, with 3 hidden co-pilot seats, accommodating 4 people at a time. Upon entering the cockpit, Zhou Jingchen first completed identity verification. Jiefeng system activated. Your Highness, it's a pleasure to continue fighting alongside you. Zhou Jingchen replied, I'm also a pleasure to continue fighting alongside you. Your Highness, my mech has been upgraded. Would you like to familiarize yourself with the weapon systems now? Time is of the essence. I need to get to Lawrence Star now. You can explain everything to me along the way. Alright. Jiefeng then asked, Your Highness, would you like to experience my intelligent piloting function? I can pilot intelligently without being connected to your mental network. Good. Activate intelligent piloting function. Destination, Lawrence Star. Okay. Upon receiving the order, Jetwind immediately contacted the bridge autonomously, sent an exit request, and after authentication, left the hatch via the conveyor belt, accelerating to maximum speed and heading towards Lawrence. KP-30 terrorist base. This place once possessed rich metal mines. After more than 30 years of mining on Hades, the metal resources were depleted, leaving only countless mine shafts of varying sizes. From space, it appears as an ordinary planet, but once inside the atmosphere, one discovers a human civilization. Mine shafts hundreds of meters deep have been repurposed, transformed into underground cities, the stronghold of the terrorist organization. KP-30's atmosphere and climate are unsuitable for carbon-based life. In the past, human miners needed multiple layers of protection or specialized transportation to venture here. The terrorist organization, utilizing an intelligent ecological balance system, transformed it into a habitable underground city. In a medical room in the underground city, a man dressed in a white shirt and black military trousers lay on a medical bed. His body was strapped to the bed, and a transparent tube was connected to his wrist. Bright red blood flowed through this tube into a machine, and then through a tube in his neck into his body. At this moment, a man draped in a red robe entered. Normally, this should have been a robot, but his body was projected with a special optical image, showing his former appearance. Only his brain remained, hanging behind the robot's head, now concealed by his red hooded cloak. This man was Cairo. The doctor in the medical room bowed respectfully upon seeing him, Lord Cairo. Cairo walked to the bedside and looked at Murong-Su, who was currently unconscious. How much longer until the hemodialysis? He asked. The doctor replied, soon, estimated at 30 minutes. Cairo looked at the doctor beside him. Make sure there are no remaining beast spores in his body. I don't want a body that will turn into a monster. Don't worry, Lord Cairo, the doctor said. After the hemodialysis is complete, we will conduct a thorough examination and cleaning of his body. Cairo raised his hand, his cool fingertips tracing Murong-Su's face, from his temple down to his jawline. What a handsome face, he said. No wonder he's the man admired by men and women throughout the Kepler galaxy. The doctor patted him appropriately. A flattering remark followed, but soon, this body will belong to Lord Cairo. Cairo's fingertips traced Murong-Su's features, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He couldn't wait to possess this body. Where's Daniel? Dr. Daniel said the surgery would take a long time, and he needs to rest beforehand. He should be in the recovery room right now. Cairo withdrew his hand. The surgery must be arranged as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. I have a feeling the Apollo Alliance will attack in the near future. Okay. Cairo left the medical room and took the elevator to the 68th underground floor. The 68th floor was the deepest part of the underground city, and the leader of the terrorist organization, Hag, was on this floor. The elevator stopped on the 50th floor. Shabangda stood outside the elevator. He seemed somewhat surprised to see Cairo inside, hesitated for a moment, and then coldly entered the elevator. Cairo glanced at Shabangda beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. Shabangda, you did a good job this time. You finally accomplished something. Shabangda, his face full of displeasure, said, Cairo, we're on the same level, watch your tone. TSK, what's wrong? You're not happy even when I praise you. Put away your arrogant attitude. If you anger me, I can crush the 2 pounds of flesh in your skull anytime. Cairo laughed instead of getting angry. Shabangda, do you dare? Only my brain combined with Murong-Su's body can pilot the world-destroying Azura. Once the world-destroying Azura is activated, the entire Kepler system will grovel at my feet. Murong-Su can certainly do it, but you, I doubt it. You? At this moment, the elevator arrived. Shabangda stepped out first, followed by Cairo. The two of them entered a council chamber filled with screens on all four sides, glowing with a blue light. Haig, dressed in a gray military uniform, was already sitting in a chair waiting for them. The two approached Haig and raised their hands to their left chests in a salute. Haig's deep, hoarse voice said, "In the Kepler system, the only ones who can rival us are Had and the Apollo Alliance. Had is currently embroiled in a full-blown civil war and is preoccupied with its own problems. The Apollo Alliance, having lost Murong-Su, is leaderless. We must strike while the iron is hot and eliminate the Apollo Alliance." Cairo said, "Lord Haig, I believe that even if we don't attack first, the Apollo Alliance will come knocking." Shabanda disagreed. "That's a long time from now. When I took Murong-Su away, we were only an astronomical unit outside the war zone. They probably thought Murong-Su was dead. Our last attack cost them their leader and severely weakened them. They wouldn't be foolish enough to come to their deaths now." Cairo sneered, "Shabanda, you're too naive. Murong-Su is indeed a pillar of the Apollo Alliance, but have you forgotten about Zhou Jingchen? A year ago, he was a good-for-nothing, but now he's completely transformed. He probably already guessed that Murong-Su isn't dead, just taken away. Underestimating him will only lead to trouble." Shabanda's face showed displeasure. The resentment he accumulated in the elevator hadn't been vented yet, and now Cairo was mocking him. "Humph, a mere punk, do you think I'm afraid of him?" Hag slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, his gloomy eyes fixed on them like venomous snakes. "What are you doing? Fighting amongst yourselves?" Shabanda bowed slightly to Hag. "Lord Hag, I'm just stating the facts." Shabanda, "Underestimating the enemy is no good." Hegel said, "Cairo is right. We must be wary of Zhou Jingchen. Pass on my orders to strengthen our defenses. If they dare to come, they never return." "Yes, sir." Hegel then looked at Cairo. Now that Shabanda has brought back Murong-Su's body, the brain transplant must proceed as soon as possible. Our weapon supply has been cut off. The world-destroying Azura is a crucial weapon for us to conquer the Kepler system. We can't delay any longer. Cairo said, "In 3 hours, I'd be in the operating room. After the brain transplant, I can ascend the world-destroying Azura in as little as 3 days. At that time, it will be time for me to help Lord Hegel dominate the universe." A smug smile appeared on Hegel's half-mechanical face. That day is not far off. Chapter 139. Barlow considered himself incredibly unlucky. First, in the Athena system, Shabanda sent 33 warships to search for the Chongming and Shuguang, but ultimately, his warship was invaded and captured by Murong-Su. All his compatriots on board died, except for him. He should have been lucky, since he was still alive, but Murong-Su forced him to betray Shabanda, which destined him to a life of exile, because Shabanda wouldn't let him off easily. He was piloting a shuttle, drifting through space. He didn't really know where he was going. The shuttle's supplies were limited, and he drifted aimlessly for a long time. After finishing the food on the shuttle, looking at the vast expanse of space, he felt his life was coming to an end. Unexpectedly, he was rescued by a passing civilian ship. Having survived a near-death experience, he pretended to have amnesia and infiltrated Lawrence. On Lawrence, he disguised himself and worked in an underground casino, thinking he would live out the rest of his life like this, but he was eventually exposed. He was now strapped to a lie detector chair, sitting opposite Zhou Jingchen and Tianying. He glared at them menacingly. "I thought you were real gentlemen, but you're worse than thugs." Tianying sneered. "Explain yourself. How am I worse than thugs? Murong-Su promised to release me if I helped you escape the Athena galaxy. Only a few months later, he's brought me back. What is this if not thuggery?" Zhou Jingchen said, "I just need your help. After this, I give you a reward, enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. And if you behave well, I can give you citizenship on ProPlanet, so you don't have to live like a stray dog." "TSK, I don't care." Zhou Jingchen pulled out an electromagnetic pulse gun and pointed it at his head. "Since you don't care, do you want to die?" Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, Below's face turned deathly pale. He had to admit, he was afraid of death, terrified. Is this how you beg for help?" Zhou Jingchen's gun remained pointed at him. "Let me tell you, I don't have much time to explain. You only have 2 choices. One is death, the other is to help me. I give you everything I promised." Tianying said, "Did you hear that? Anyone with a brain would know. How do you choose your path?" Barlow said, "What else do you want to know? I said everything I needed to say back on the Corbett. These past few months, I haven't dared to contact Shabanda at all. I know absolutely nothing about them. Just answer what you know." Zhou Jingchen put away his electromagnetic pulse gun. You said before that KP-30 was one of your bases, the only base in the Kepler system? That's right, but some people went to Hades later. I haven't been there, so I don't know what the situation is like there. The lie detector didn't deliver an electric shock, meaning he wasn't lying. Approximately how many troops does KP-30 have? A few months ago, it wasn't that many, about 20 or 30,000. But in the last 2 years, the underground base of KP-30 has been expanding, and with the constant flow of warships and supplies from Hades, I'm not sure anymore. Zhou Jingchen continued. Who is your supreme leader? A man named Haig. I only met him a few times. He's always been very mysterious and rarely interacts with us subordinates. Who is he? He's a general on planet Bodo. Zhou Jingchen asked, did he ever give orders to capture Murong-Su alive? Barlow replied, I don't know. Even if he did, it was given to Shabangda. Shabangda never tells us the specific purpose, we just need to obey his commands. Zhou Jingchen then asked, if I want to infiltrate their hideout in KP-30, what's the least suspicious way? Barlow explained in shock, only a madman would think of infiltrating KP-30, because that's basically suicide. Zhou Jingchen. He stood up and walked over to him, looking down at him. No, I'm not crazy, and I'm not going to my death. You just need to tell me how. Barlow was afraid of death. He swallowed hard. Where are you going now? KP-30. Barlow's eyes widened, his limbs struggling on the lie detector chair. You want to die? Why are you dragging me along? Zhou Jingchen pressed down on his shoulders, his gaze sharp as he stared at Barlow. You're in my hands now. You only have 2 options, obey or die. Barlow gasped for breath, exchanging a fierce glare with Zhou Jingchen, seemingly trying to see who could outglare him. Zhou Jingchen said, if you want to die, I kill you right now, or throw you into outer space and let you explode. Barlow couldn't understand why Zhou Jingchen was so determined to infiltrate KP-30. When I was on Lawrence, I heard that your Jinpu Alliance had already recaptured Prostar. If that's the case, why are you still so determined to die? I told you, I'm not going to die. Zhou Jingchen figured that since they wanted Barlow's help, telling him the truth wouldn't hurt. I'm going to rescue people. Who? You don't need to know. Barlow wasn't stupid. Combining this with Zhou Jingchen's earlier question about whether Haig had given the order to capture Murong-Su alive, he immediately guessed, could it be Murong-Su? Zhou Jingchen didn't speak, and Barlow knew this was an admission. He couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Murong-Su, that terrifyingly strong man, had actually been captured? KP-30 was a planet unsuitable for human habitation, making it impossible to grow crops. It even lacked the water and carbon dioxide needed to synthesize sugar. This meant that the people on the planet had to obtain water and food from outside to survive. A few years ago, before Mateo became Prime Minister, transport ships in the Kepler system were frequently hijacked by terrorist organizations. This was one way terrorists obtained food, but it was unreliable. Therefore, they established a purchasing point on Enel, an agricultural planet under the control of Hader. The person in charge of this point disguised himself as a merchant, buying grain and claiming to sell it to other planets. But in reality, it was being transported to KP-30. Barlow had previously served as a transport ship captain, so he was very familiar with this route. Enel is the closest inhabited small planet in the Kepler system to KP-30, only 6 astronomical units in size. Enel is also a well-known agricultural planet, and was once an important food source for the artificial planet Blanca. To avoid suspicion, the terrorist organization used ordinary civilian transport ships, which typically have only about 20 crew members. The biggest drawback of civilian ships is that they lack any weaponry. Their radar detection systems are also civilian grade. If a military warship were to confront them, they would be utterly vulnerable. Having learned from their previous success in outsmarting the USS Corbett, Zhou Jingchen and his team repeated their tactics. Using the shuttle from the Corbett, they disguised themselves as fellow terrorists and had Barlow send a boarding request to the transport ship. Barlow had once been the captain of this route, and the transport ship's captain, a former subordinate of Barlow who had suffered much mistreatment at his hands, was eager to humiliate him upon seeing Barlow's disheveled state. Therefore, he agreed to let them board. After successfully boarding, Barlow led his men to the bridge. The transport ship's captain had even prepared his sarcastic remarks. Barlow, I never thought you have a day like this. But his smugness didn't last long. A silent bullet pierced his forehead. The other crew members on the bridge heard the commotion and looked over, but before they could even see what had happened, they were struck in the skull by a silent bullet. The shooters were Zhou Jingchen, Tian Ying, Liang Gonggu, and Jiang Yuxuan. Huang Yingjie, who was at the back, watched them deal with the people on the bridge, then swiftly went to the control panel and used his personal terminal to hack into the transport ship's system, taking control of the entire ship. The others cleaned up the scene and then disguised themselves as crew members. Below disguised himself as the captain, thus secretly changing the crew of the warship. As for the others on the transport ship, keeping them alive was fine, killing them would only arouse suspicion. This transport ship was slower than a warship. 1 astronomical unit took 3 hours to travel. They were still 3 astronomical units away from KP-30, meaning 9 hours to go. The journey from Enel to KP-30 took nearly 20 hours, with 1 shift change already taken. Now they only needed to stay on the bridge until they arrived at KP-30. During this time, Wang Yingjie obtained and analyzed the communicators of the crew members to gather information about each of them. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingchen's jet wind activated its intelligent driving mode, maintaining a distance of 5,000 kilometers behind them. Upon entering the atmosphere of KP-30, Zhou Jingchen saw through the forward porthole a massive metal panel embedded in the ground. This was the underground city the terrorist organization had built in the mines. Barlow had already sent an entry request from outside the atmosphere. The metal panel recognized the transport ship, and a square gate on the massive panel slowly opened. The transport ship slowed down and entered the gate. Once the transport ship entered the gate, it meant they had infiltrated the underground city. Zhou Jingchen clenched his fists, feeling a mixture of anticipation and fear. He hoped he might see Murong-Su soon, but he feared Murong-Su might not even be there, or that he had already been killed by the terrorist organization. But no matter what, he had to find him, alive or dead. The transport ship arrived at the underground city's warehouse via conveyor belt. Most of the work was done by robots, responsible for loading, unloading, and hauling goods in and out of the warehouse. Only a few humans were involved in directing and coordinating operations. Once the transport mission was complete, the ship's crew could leave. Zhou Jingchen had planned ahead. Their first stop was the prisoner of war area. Barlow was familiar with the underground city, making him the perfect guide. To prevent Barlow from betraying them, Zhou Jingchen had planted a miniature bomb on him. The prisoner of war area was in a different mine than the warehouse. They boarded a railcar, which provided access to the vicinity of the prison. The entire underground city consisted of about a dozen mine shafts, each several hundred meters deep. Railcars shuttled between the shafts, creating a complex network throughout the city. After disembarking at the prison station, a tunnel appeared. The tunnel was about 3 meters high, with a lamp at intervals along the walls, though not very bright. The tunnel wasn't straight, it turned a corner every so often. The group walked through the tunnel, their footsteps echoing in the darkness. Suddenly, a noise was heard, and Zhou Jingchen, who was walking in front, immediately stopped. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Wang Yingjie asked. "Did you hear that?" Tianning asked. "Is that the sound of the railcars?" "No, it doesn't sound like it." Zhou Jingchen looked at the tunnel ahead. "It's coming from inside." Everyone fell silent, listening carefully. Indeed, there were sounds coming from inside. Sounds like stones falling and metal striking stone. Liang Donggu looked at below. "What's that sound?" "I don't know, I never been inside." Zhou Jingchen pulled out an electromagnetic pulse gun and concealed it in his sleeve. "Keep going." The group continued walking inside. The further they went, the clearer the sounds became, but they could only hear them, they saw nothing. After walking about 600 or 700 meters, a fork in the road suddenly appeared on the right. The fork was short, only a few dozen meters long, leading to a heavy door. Judging from the sounds, the noise seemed to be coming from the right-hand fork. He gripped the electromagnetic pulse gun under his sleeve tightly. "Let's go check it out first." The door at the end of the fork didn't have any iris or fingerprint scanners, but there was a turntable, indicating that the door was mechanically unlocked. Standing behind this door, they could hear the sounds inside more clearly. What was inside? Tianning looked at Zhou Jingchen and whispered, "Should we open it and see?" Zhou Jingchen nodded. "Yes." Chapter 140. Tianning turned the mechanical lock, which resembled a steering wheel, 3 times before finally unlocking it. He glanced at the others. They had all taken out their electromagnetic pulse guns and were ready. Tianning swallowed hard and opened the door. The heavy door swung open, revealing a scene that stunned everyone. It was a massive mine shaft, its walls uneven and covered with steel crystal beasts of all sizes, some flapping their wings. It looked like a steel crystal beast breeding farm. The number was impossible to count, but there were at least several hundred. Suddenly, the ground shook. A small, newly formed demon bird landed on the platform outside the door, aggressively charging towards them. Tianning immediately closed the door, quickly locked it again, and left. With a thud, the heavy door was struck by a steel crystal beast outside and trembled. Damn, that scared me to death. Tianning was still somewhat shaken. Huang Yingjie said, it seems they not only raised steel crystal beasts on Longhorn Star, but they also raised them themselves. Tianning had some PTSD from these monsters. These things are very difficult to deal with. Back on Longhorn Star, it took us a lot of effort to subdue those 30-odd ones. If these steel crystal beasts join the battle in a war between two armies, it will be quite troublesome. Liang Gonggu asked, is there any way to eliminate them all at once? If I had known, would I still have gone head-to-head with them? Zhou Jingchen said, Qing Jing and the others have already started researching how to control the steel crystal beasts using electromagnetic waves, but I don't know if they can catch up. Huang Yingjie said, steel crystal beasts reproduce by parasitizing carbon-based organisms. With so many steel crystal beasts here, who were they originally? Huang Yingjie's question made Zhou Jingchen's expression turn grim. Everyone looked at Barlow, who said, I don't know either. Zhou Jingchen didn't continue the discussion. Their purpose here was to rescue Murong Su. To the prison. Continuing along the tunnel, they arrived at the prison. Access to the prison was required. Huang Yingjie took out his personal terminal and analyzed the access control. After a few minutes, he said, this door has a very high security level, very difficult to crack, and it's connected to an alarm. If we force it open, the alarm will go off. If the alarm was triggered, not only would they fail to rescue Murong Su, but they themselves would also be doomed. Zhou Jingchen thought carefully. There was only one tunnel leading here, about 1 kilometer long. This meant that whoever came had to go through this tunnel. Because this place was far from the center of the underground city, it was rudimentary. There was only a surveillance device at the entrance, which Huang Yingjie had hacked. The camera was now frozen, meaning that if anyone entered or exited, they wouldn't be noticed unless they made a loud noise. Zhou Jingchen said, just to be safe, let's sneak in when someone comes. There were several square meters of space on either side of the prison entrance, blind spots for anyone coming in from the tunnel. The tunnel was also dimly lit, making it perfect for hiding. Soon after, footsteps echoed from inside the tunnel. Huang Yingjie had attached a miniature camera to the tunnel entrance. If anyone entered, they would know immediately. There were two men, dressed in the gray uniforms of a terrorist organization. One had a buzz cut, the other a thick beard. The bearded man looked half asleep. Another shift change so soon? I'm really fed up with this awful place. Who isn't? Being surrounded by a bunch of monsters. The bearded man said, the day everyone in the prison turns into monsters, we won't have to come anymore. Then let no new people come. Staying here, I'd rather be managing the warehouse. The two chatted as they arrived at the prison gate. The bearded man raised his hand to verify. The door opened, and he was about to step inside when he felt a chill on his neck. Before he could even figure out what was happening, his throat was slit. The buzz-cut man beside him suffered the same fate. After slitting the bearded man's throat, Zhou Jingchen immediately dragged his body to a nearby blind spot. After disposing of the body, Zhou Jingchen and Huang Yingjie went inside. Tianning dealt with the two guards inside, while Liang Gonggu and Below stayed outside to keep watch. The prison was simple, roughly the size of a cave, containing about a dozen cells. Each cell door had a semi-transparent glass window, allowing those outside to observe the situation inside. Zhou Jingchen, disguised as a guard, checked each cell one by one. The first two were empty, but in the third cell, he saw a person, no, more accurately, a half-human, half-monster. Black carapaces had grown on his body, obscuring human skin, yet he still retained a human form. He had gone mad, alternating between laughing and crying, smashing walls, and going berserk in his cell. Seeing this, Zhou Jingchen felt a pang of pain in his heart. If Murong Su hadn't cleansed the beast's spores from his body, he would have become like this too. Watching one's body slowly transform into a monster, while still retaining human consciousness is something most people couldn't accept. Zhou Jingchen moved on to the next room. The person inside was also nearing mutation, only slightly better off than the one next door. He seemed to be suppressing his urge to consume the steel crystals, but ultimately couldn't resist, and picked up a thumb-sized steel crystal bead from the ground, putting it in his mouth. He finally understood why the mine, where the steel crystal beasts were raised, was right next to the prison. Those who entered the prison would eventually become steel crystal beasts, and the purpose of that door was to send already formed steel crystal beasts inside for raising. A chill ran down Zhou Jingchen's spine. He quickened his pace, checking each room one by one, but didn't see Murong Su. Reaching the last cubicle, Zhou Jingchen looked through the transparent window and saw a person without any symptoms. He looked to be in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sitting cross-legged in the corner. It seems he hasn't been infected by the beast spore yet. Why is he the only one who hasn't? Who is he? Does he know Murong Su's whereabouts? Wang Yingjie told him via telepathy that the surveillance cameras near him had been successfully hacked, meaning he could now communicate with those inside. The small transparent window on the door could be pushed open from the outside to talk to the person inside. Zhou Jingchen pushed open the window and asked, "Why were you arrested?" The person sitting in the corner glanced at him, then closed their eyes, as if they hadn't heard him. Zhou Jingchen asked, "Have you seen Murong Su?" Hearing Murong Su, the person's face showed emotion, and they opened their eyes to look at him. Zhou Jingchen continued, "Don't worry, I'm not a member of a terrorist organization." The other person seemed to notice something odd about the person he was speaking to. He didn't seem like someone from a terrorist organization. "Who are you?" "I'm from ProStar." Hearing this, the other person stood up excitedly, walked to the door, and looked at him. "You're from ProStar?" "That's right." Zhou Jingchen asked, "Where are you from?" "I'm Frank, a mecha engineer from Star." Zhou Jingchen had heard Murong Su mention that many military engineers from Star had been transferred by terrorist organizations. It seemed he was one of them. "Have you seen Murong Su here?" The other person seemed curious. "No, why do you ask? Why would Murong Su be here?" It seemed he didn't know either. "It's a long story, and it's not convenient to explain now." Zhou Jingchen said, "How long have you been here?" "I don't know. I've been locked up here, and I completely lost track of time." "You haven't been infected by the beast spore?" "No, but some of my colleagues have mutated into monsters." Zhou Jingchen found it strange. Why was he the only one not infected? Or was he still useful to the terrorist organization? Frank proactively explained, "I'm the chief engineer for the World Destroyer Azura. They're keeping me around, probably because they haven't fully mastered the World Destroyer Azura yet." Zhou Jingchen had once heard Murong Su say that the World Destroyer Azura was the only SSS-class mech in the universe, its speed exceeding the speed of light. 2 months ago, the World Destroyer Azura and its engineers were transferred by the terrorist organization. A mech exceeding the speed of light, how powerful must its performance be? Is the World Destroyer Azura already ready for deployment? Actually, it was completed a long time ago, but they couldn't find anyone to pilot it. We anticipated this problem when we were developing it. The warp drive is achievable. The difficulty lies in finding someone capable of piloting it. We considered that Murong Su might be able to, but he's not one of Jin Qixing's men, and we couldn't possibly let him try out the latest mech. Something flashed through Zhou Jingchen's mind. He seemed to understand why the terrorist organization was so determined to take Murong Su away. However, if they wanted Murong Su to pilot the world-destroying Azura, they would have to modify him to obey. What would they do to him? Frank said, "You must stop them from activating the world-destroying Azura. It's the only weapon in the Kepler system capable of exceeding the speed of light. Its destructive power is immense. Its speed can crush anything. If they successfully activate it, the entire Kepler system will be in danger." "I understand." Zhou Jingchen said, "I can't save you right now, but our Apollo Alliance and the terrorist organization will soon be at war. When the time is right, I will arrange for someone to rescue you." The engineer's eyes welled up with tears. "Thank you." Murong Su wasn't here, and they couldn't linger. They had to find Murong Su before the terrorist organization discovered them. The underground city's central medical room. This is where major surgeries are performed. Generally, only officers of the rank of major or higher can be treated here. The medical equipment here is the most advanced in the Kepler system. In the center of the medical room was a capsule medical pod, which could help people who had undergone brain surgery heal their wounds in a short time and minimize the occurrence of rejection reactions. The person inside was Murong Su. He was only wearing a white hospital gown. His once jet black hair had been completely shaved, and there were scars around his head from previous brain surgery. His eyes were closed, unaware that several pairs of eyes were watching him. Even in an era of highly advanced medicine, brain transplantation surgery remained a high-risk procedure, and there were no more than 5 people in the entire Kepler system capable of performing it. 3 days had passed since the brain transplant surgery. Normally, the recipient should wake up 3 days after the transplant, otherwise, the surgery would have failed. Hager rarely visited the medical center. He wanted to personally inspect the results of Cairo's brain transplant. "Nothing's wrong these past few days, has it?" Hager asked in a slightly mechanical voice. The doctor beside him replied, "Don't worry, Lord Hager, everything has gone smoothly." "Open it." The doctor pressed the opening button on the medical pod, and the transparent cover above it slowly opened. After a while, the person lying in the medical pod slowly opened their eyes. Chabanda, standing next to Hag, immediately drew an electromagnetic pulse gun and gripped it tightly. The person in the medical pod regained consciousness after a short while. They raised their hand to look at it, then glanced at the person beside them, a smile spreading across their face. They propped themselves up on the bed, seemingly quite satisfied with their new body. This body is truly perfect. Hag said, I expended considerable resources to obtain this body for you. Cairo got off the bed, raised their right hand to their chest, and bowed slightly. Thank you, Lord Hag. With this body, I can serve you wholeheartedly. Hegel smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Get used to this body first. In a few days, once you're feeling better, you can test drive the World Destroyer Azura. Okay. Cairo's gaze shifted to Chabanda, noticing the electromagnetic pulse gun in his hand. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. Chabanda, it seems you're terrified of Murong Su to the core. Chabanda glared at him angrily. What did you say? When have I ever been afraid of him? Don't forget, I kidnapped Murong Su. Cairo gestured to the electromagnetic pulse gun in his hand. Then what do you mean by holding a gun when you saw me? He had indeed taken out the gun as a precaution, because Murong Su was simply too powerful. Even knowing his brain had been replaced, he was still wary of him. Chabanda holstered his gun. I was just worried your brain transplant might not have been successful, and you might still have some of Murong Su's consciousness left. Cairo sneered. Chabanda, you're really funny. Since it's my brain that controls this body, then I am the master of this body. You better get used to it, and not draw your gun whenever you see me. At that moment, Chabanda's communicator rang. Lord Chabanda, unidentified personnel have intruded into the dungeon. Chabanda roared, you bunch of idiots. Someone broke in, and you didn't arrest them. They disguised themselves as our people, and they seem very familiar with the dungeon. We can't track them down. Fools! Chabanda finished cursing, then hung up the communicator. He said to Haig, Lord Haig, I go see what's going on. Haig narrowed his triangular eyes. They were usually the ones infiltrating others' territory. This was the first time someone had actually broken in. They actually dared to break in. Arrest them. I want to see who they are. Chabanda responded with a yes, and turned to leave. Cairo said with interest, they're probably from Jin Qixing or Proxing, infiltrating to rescue Murong Su. Why don't I go and meet them? Hager said, you just had surgery. Why are you getting involved? Cairo, however, was unconvinced. I'm using Murong Su's body now. Getting information out of them is a piece of cake, isn't it? Hager initially didn't want Cairo to go through all that trouble, but looking at Cairo's Murong Su-like face, he felt a bit suspicious. He wanted to test him, so he agreed, let's give it a try. Chapter 141. Zhou Jingchen and his group had been in the underground city for 2 hours and 30 minutes, with 30 minutes remaining to reach 3 hours. Their communication within the underground city was disrupted. Before arriving, they had agreed with Tang Lian and Lei Zhe that, 3 hours after entering the underground city, regardless of signal strength, they would launch an attack on KP-30. Time was running out, but they hadn't found even a trace of Murong Su. After escaping the prison, they infiltrated the core area of the underground city, its largest mine shaft. It resembled a massive building, 80 stories high, where the terrorist leader resided. This was also the most heavily guarded area of the underground city. After disembarking from the railcar, they discovered an identification device leading to the entrance. Manufactured by Hades, it could perform comprehensive scanning, including iris scans, facial contour scans, and even detect facial prosthetics. Wang Yingjie used a signal controller to subdue 2 patrol robots and manipulated them to sabotage the equipment. The robots' arms were equipped with Vulcan rifles, and the equipment flashed its malfunction indicator lights under continuous fire. Zhou Jingchen and his group pretended to be nearby residents checking on the situation, blending in amidst the chaos. However, this method only worked temporarily, as they were quickly discovered. The entire underground city was now in an uproar, and the guards were hunting them down. Tianning and Liang Gonggu separated from Zhou Jingchen and Huang Yingjie to cover their escape. Zhou Jingchen and Huang Yingjie temporarily hid in a room, a private office containing only a desk and chair, seemingly an officer's office. Huang Yingjie connected his personal computer to the office's personal computer and quickly cracked the key. At that moment, a sound came from outside the door. Zhou Jingchen hid behind the door, and Huang Yingjie quickly concealed himself under the desk. A portly middle-aged man opened the office door and entered. He yawned as if he hadn't fully woken up, and before he could even close his mouth, his neck tightened. Just as he was about to struggle, a voice came from behind, "Don't move, or I slit your throat." The middle-aged man felt the sharp, cold tip of a knife against his jaw, less than a centimeter from his neck. With a little force, the tip could pierce his skin and sever his carotid artery. Who are you? You don't need to know. Zhou Jingchen said, "Just answer one question honestly, and I let you go." The man was afraid of death, facing the threat to his life. His body was already trembling. "Tell me, where is Murong Su?" "I don't know the specifics." Zhou Jingchen pressed the sharp tip of his knife against his chin. "Then tell me everything you know." The man's voice trembled slightly. 5 days ago, Lord Shabangda brought Murong Su back, but Lord Haig ordered that it not be made public. As for where Murong Su is being held, I truly don't know. And what else? What was Shabangda's purpose in bringing him back? I really don't know. I'm just a mid-level officer. I usually only follow Lord Haig's orders. He consults with Shabangda and Lord Cairo on everything. We don't know anything. He stammered. I really only know this much. Please spare my life. Zhou Jingchen pulled a thin chain from his military trouser pocket. This chain was a type of explosive. Once connected at both ends, if someone tried to forcibly disarm it, the entire chain would detonate as a miniature bomb. They had also installed this type of chain on Barlow. You should know what this is. If you don't want to die, you better behave. The man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I cooperate. He glanced at the time on his communicator. There were only 15 minutes left before the Apollo Coalition's attack. Huang Yingjie disconnected the quantum computer. Your Highness, his quantum computer only has the underground city's structural map. There's no other useful information. Zhou Jingchen said, at least now we confirm that Murong Su is in the underground city, so this trip wasn't in vain. What do we do next? Zhou Jingchen pondered for a moment. Their purpose in capturing Murong Su is to make him pilot the world destroyer Azura. I speculated on how they might control him. With current technology, they either erase his memories and implant fake ones to make him one of their own, or... Huang Yingjie pressed. What? Zhou Jingchen clenched his fist. Brain transplant. Huang Yingjie was stunned. Terrorist organizations were capable of brain transplants. Mateo was a prime example. Then if the young marshal's brain is transplanted then. If Murong Su's brain was transplanted, he would no longer be Murong Su. What would it be like if he, as a member of a terrorist organization, piloted the World Destroyer Shura and fought against the Apollo Alliance? The World Destroyer Shura is currently the most terrifying weapon in the universe, an object that exceeds the speed of light. Even the most advanced weapons of the Apollo Alliance cannot lock onto or aim at it, let alone catch up with it. Therefore, it is highly likely that he would be at the mercy of others. Zhou Jingchen's heart ached as if it were bleeding. They had clearly seen the dawn of victory, yet at this moment, they had plunged into an abyss, a single misstep threatening utter destruction. However, Zhou Jingchen's mental fortitude was much stronger than before. As the leader, he quickly calmed down and analyzed the situation. Now that they had infiltrated the terrorist organization's lair, even if there was only a sliver of hope, he had to find him. If he had truly been brainwashed, he would knock him unconscious and take him away. Even if he was no longer himself, he couldn't allow others to defile his body. Zhou Jingchen said to the prisoners he had captured, "Take us to the medical center. The medical center isn't a place we can just go to. If I go there, I'd definitely be exposed. Don't worry about that, just take us there." If Murong Su had truly been brainwashed, or had his memories erased, then he should be at the medical center. Huang Yingjie, holding his personal terminal in one hand, checked Tianying and Liang Gongdu's locations. Tianying and the others are on the 35th floor, still moving. Tell them we're going to the medical center on the 40th floor. Have them find a way to meet us there. Okay. The two men adjusted their facial disguises, transforming into different faces, and followed the prisoner like his lackeys. According to the information Huang Yingjie had just obtained from his personal terminal, the medical center was on the 40th floor underground in the core area. The elevators in the core area required iris recognition, and different identities allowed access to different areas. For example, on the floor where Hage was located, only his trusted confidants had access. Fortunately, the prisoner they had captured had access to the 40th floor. Zhou Jingchen and Huang Yingjie followed the prisoner to the 40th floor underground. Upon arrival, Huang Yingjie's communicator flashed red. He paused, then checked the location. The young marshal's communicator can be located. Huang Yingjie had previously developed an intelligence system capable of locating an opponent when their communicator was active. His communicator had received Murong Su's location information, indicating it was activated. A glimmer of light appeared in Zhou Jingchen's eyes. On the 40th floor? That's right, only 200 meters away. Zhou Jingchen's heart raced. Huang Yingjie said, but it could be a terrorist trap, deliberately luring us there. Huang Yingjie was right. Murong Su's communicator suddenly activating seemed to be telling them his location. It was highly likely a trap. Their communicators couldn't connect to the terrorist organization's underground city, so he couldn't call Murong Su to confirm. He had to go in person. They had dared to infiltrate the terrorist organization's lair to rescue Murong Su. Now that they had finally obtained a sliver of information, Zhou Jingchen wasn't going to let it go. Even if it was a trap, he had to go and see. He left Huang Yingjie and the prisoners behind, going alone. The core area of the underground city wasn't crowded. Most people were concentrated in the surrounding mines. The medical center was even more deserted. Zhou Jingchen, disguised as one of their men, walked openly down the corridors, occasionally passing by a doctor or nurse. He stopped in front of a room. Murong Su's communicator was located here. He looked around. No one was nearby, and the door was just an ordinary door, requiring no identification. He opened the door and went inside. He saw a hospital bed with a person lying on it, dressed in a pure white hospital gown and a matching cap. The person's hands and feet were bound to the bed. Upon seeing the man's face, Zhou Jingchen couldn't contain his excitement. He rushed forward and gently shook the person on the hospital bed. Murong Su! Murong Su opened his eyes, and upon seeing the man, his first reaction was shock. How did you get here? I came to save you. Do you know how dangerous this is? I can't worry about that now. I can't let you fall into their hands. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the shackles on his hands and feet. He was prepared and took out a high-energy laser generator. Don't move, I unlocked the handcuffs for you. Zhou Jingchen cleanly and efficiently unlocked the handcuffs, helped him up, and looked him over. Did they do anything to you? Murong Su got off the bed. They just removed the beast spores from my body. They haven't done anything else. That's good. Zhou Jingchen helped him up. You can walk. Is that right? Of course. If he were to take Murong Su out like this, they would be caught on surveillance very quickly. He had to disguise Murong Su. He pressed his shoulder. Sit down first, I disguise you. Murong Su sat down. Zhou Jingchen first pulled off his hat. When he saw Murong Su's bald head, his pupils trembled slightly. Then he took a few steps back warily and drew his gun. Who exactly are you? Murong Su looked at him. I'm Murong Su. What? Don't you even recognize me? Zhou Jingchen asked again, then who am I? Your name is Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen was still not reassured and continued to ask. Last year when you came to ProStar, you gave me a gift. What was it? Murong Su paused, then smiled. I suffered a head injury, so I don't remember some things very well. Please don't mind. No, you're not him. Zhou Jingchen's heart felt like it was being torn apart. He was still a step too late. Murong Su stood up and approached him step by step. How can I not be him? Is it because I don't look like him? I did have a head injury. You saw it yourself. My hair is all shaved. It's normal not to remember some things. Zhou Jingchen gripped the gun tightly, watching him slowly approach. His mind was in turmoil, but he knew very well that unless Murong Su remembered nothing at all, how could he forget that he had given him the jet twin last year? Stop! Or I shoot! Murong Su seemed unafraid, as if certain that Zhou Jingchen wouldn't shoot. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Murong Su pointed to his upper left shoulder. If you dare, then shoot here. Zhou Jingchen's hand trembled slightly. He remembered the painful memories from Blanca Star, where he had shot and wounded Murong Su, almost killing him there. Murong Su laughed. What? Scared now? At that moment, the door was violently pushed open, and Shabangda entered with 6 guards, each holding a gun and pointing it at Zhou Jingchen. Shabangda scoffed at Cairo. Cairo, I thought you were something special, but you were recognized so quickly. Cairo glanced at Shabangda. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have caught him. You? Just then, Shabangda's communicator rang, and an urgent report came from a sentry. Lord Shabangda, a large number of warships are heading towards us, within 0.8 astronomical units. Shabangda roared, you bunch of idiots. A warning only issued at 0.8 astronomical units. Why didn't you wait until they attacked before saying anything? Lord Shabangda, they came from the direction of the wormhole. The magnetic field and gravity are stronger there, making them harder to detect. Idiot! He was furious and ordered the people beside him, arrest this spy, preferably alive, as a hostage. Zhou Jingchen naturally wouldn't give in so easily. He preemptively fired, turning his electromagnetic pulse gun around and firing 2 shots in quick succession. His marksmanship was excellent. 2 guards fell, and Shabanda used the guard's cover to escape. Soon after, Liang Gonggu and Tianning arrived from another direction, firing at the guards, who had just come out of the medical room. The exchange of fire was short-lived, as reinforcements from the terrorist organization arrived. A chaotic melee ensued. Amidst the hail of bullets, Shabanda escaped to the elevator entrance. He was furious, but he had no time to waste. The Apollo Alliance forces were attacking, and would soon be within range. He had to get to the command post to take command. He issued an order over the command channel, "I'm going to space immediately to command the operation. The guards left behind must capture the spy at all costs." More and more guards surged towards the 40th floor. Zhou Jingchen, Tianning, and Liang Gonggu met behind the main load-bearing pillar of the medical center. "Your Highness, have you found the young marshal?" Tianning asked breathlessly in a low voice. "Found him, but his brain has been replaced." Liang Gonggu exclaimed in shock. "What do we do then? The war has begun, and we're completely exposed. Let's take advantage of the chaos and leave." Zhou Jingchen said, "Ingjia is near elevator number 5. "Let's go!" Tianning said, "Okay." After discussing it, the 3 rushed out together, using the pillars of the medical center as cover, and made their way towards elevator number 5. Reaching an intersection, Murong Su, gun in hand, rushed out. Tianning instinctively shouted, "Young Marshal." Zhou Jingchen pulled him back, "Watch out." Murong Su's bullet ultimately struck the wall behind Tianning. Zhou Jingchen dragged Tianning into a side alley, and then fired continuously at Murong Su's feet. Murong Su, seemingly unfazed, continued firing at the intersection as he walked. Zhou Jingchen and the others had no choice but to flee along the fork in the road. Liang Gonggu, running, asked, "Was that really the young marshal? Was his brain really replaced?" Tianning replied, "It was. He just fired at us. What do we do then? I can't shoot him." Zhou Jingchen contacted Huang Yingjia via telepathy. Huang Yingjia said, "Come quickly, the elevator will reach the 40th floor in 5 seconds. Reaching the end of the fork, Zhou Jingchen recognized the way. It was near elevator number 5. He turned a corner, and saw Huang Yingjia and the prisoner already inside the elevator. They quickly boarded, bullets raining down on the elevator doors from their pursuers, instantly leaving countless marble-sized dents. Finally, the elevator doors closed and began to ascend. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "What if they control the elevator, trap us inside, and kill us?" Tianning asked breathlessly. Huang Yingjia adjusted his glasses. "While waiting for His Highness, I modified the elevator's programming. It's now off the main control system, and will take us directly to the designated floor. The elevator goes as far as the basement, which is also the docking port for shuttles and starships. Barlow is waiting for them there." The elevator quickly reached the basement level. Dozens of guards were already waiting for them outside, guns drawn. The elevator doors opened, and everyone fired simultaneously. The elevator was quickly riddled with bullet holes, filled with smoke, but they soon realized it was empty. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. How could there be no one? The people downstairs had clearly told them to intercept them at elevator number 5 on the basement level, but now they saw no one. Just as everyone crowded into the elevator to check, alarms sounded all around. An armored starship not far from them was activated, and the exit slowly opened. The guard captain reacted, hysterically calling Control Center, "Someone has illegally activated the Iron Bat. Don't let them out." However, it was too late. The exit was already fully open, and the Iron Bat sped out. 20,000 kilometers outside the KP-30 atmosphere, countless warships and Mechs hovered. The Apollo Alliance fleet was within 2 minutes of entering firing range. The terrorist organization was ready to engage. Upon receiving news of the spy's escape, Shabanda slammed his fist on the Nebula platform. "You bunch of idiots. So many people, and you can't even catch 4 spies. Urson, take 10 Mechs immediately. If you can capture them alive, do so. If not, kill them." "Yes, Lord Shabanda." Urson took the order, and immediately led 10 Mechs back to intercept the escaped spy. The spy only had a small armed starship, which he didn't take seriously at all. He even felt he could handle it alone. He aimed at the armed starship and unleashed a barrage of high-energy laser cannon shots, but infuriatingly, not a single one hit. Gritting his teeth, he decided to teach them a lesson, so he sped after them and fired his laser cannon again. Finally, one hit. Inside the armed starship, Liang Gonggu was maneuvering it to dodge, but unexpectedly, it was still hit. Tianning, in charge of the weapon systems, was beside him, practically grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, are you even capable? If I can't, then you try? I can pilot a mech, but I can't handle a starship. Liang Gonggu said, then shut up. Just as they were talking, several more high-energy beams struck their starship at high speed. The system alarm sounded, warning, right wing thruster number 2 is damaged and has ceased operation. After the alarm sounded, the entire starship was thrown off balance. Everyone on the bridge was in a state of weightlessness. As the starship lurched, they grabbed onto nearby fixed objects to regain their balance. Zhou Jingchen commanded, Yingjie, shut down the left wing's second thruster and maintain balance. Huang Yingjie, in the co-pilot seat, shut down the left wing's second thruster, and the starship finally regained its balance. However, their area was very close to KP-30's atmosphere, and under the influence of KP-30's gravity, their movements were severely hampered. The 10 Mechs relentlessly pursued them, like a pack of cheetahs chasing a deer on the grasslands. They were ferocious, bloodthirsty, and ruthless. Then, countless cannon shots rained down on the starship. The stern of the starship caught fire, the red warning lights on the bridge flashed, and a mechanical voice announced, "Fire at the stern of the starship, second engine damaged. All personnel on board, evacuate immediately." Liang Gonggu, drenched in sweat, cried out, "Your Highness, this starship is doomed." Tianning said, "But what can we do? If we leave the starship, we either be captured or die." Zhou Jingchen's gaze was resolute. He didn't want to die here. He said decisively, "Hold on for 2 more minutes. Enter the atmosphere." Liang Gonggu was taken aback. "Your Highness, entering the atmosphere now will cause us to crash immediately." "Listen to me, go in." Liang Gonggu trusted Zhou Jingchen and immediately steered the starship into the atmosphere. The KP-30's atmosphere was very dense. Once a starship or mech passed through the atmosphere, it would have to retract its weapon systems and become unable to fight. This was also why Zhou Jingchen chose to enter the atmosphere. As the damaged starship lurched violently through the atmosphere, the immense friction intensified the burning tail, and thick smoke reached the bridge. A piercing alarm blared, red warning lights bathed the entire bridge in light, and the mechanical voices relentlessly continued their siren. "Starship severely damaged. Evacuate immediately. Starship severely damaged. Evacuate immediately." The starship evaded the Mech's attacks, but the fire raged on. After rapidly traversing the atmosphere, the starship was severely damaged and rendered combat inoperable. Even its main thrusters were damaged, leaving it to freefall under gravity. In approximately 5 minutes, the starship would crash and explode, or perhaps not even 5 minutes would pass before the pursuers caught up, and the starship might be obliterated by the Mech's main cannons before even hitting the ground. Liang Gonggu's face was deathly pale. The entire starship was out of control, and half of the buttons on the control panel were malfunctioning. The only saving grace was that the bridge had special protection, and the circuitry was independent, so they still had a small amount of oxygen to survive. Just then, a mech caught up at top speed. Its main cannon was open, charging up, and even through the cockpit, he could feel the twisted smile on the other mech's face. They were going to die here. They had barely escaped the underground city, but ultimately, they wouldn't be able to return safely. However, when they decided to storm the underground city, they had already prepared themselves for a one-way trip. A deafening bang. A red mushroom cloud blotted out the sky, the force of the explosion scattering the clouds in the atmosphere. A familiar voice came through Zhou Jingchen's communicator, "Your Highness, I am late." It was Jiefeng's voice. Zhou Jingchen had been waiting for this moment. He said, "Not late, just in time." The mech that had just exploded was from the terrorist organization. Jiefeng arrived at the last moment and destroyed it with its main cannon. Then, maintaining a safe distance from the burning starship, it sprayed fire-extinguishing gas from its right palm, quickly bringing the fire under control. It remained suspended in midair, its arms supporting the half-destroyed starship hull. The cockpit hatch opened, aligning perfectly with the starship's boarding gate. Zhou Jingchen and the others donned special protective suits and entered the jet wind. This process took only 1 minute. 1 minute later, the other Mechs caught up. Jet wind, having left the damaged starship behind, maintained its autonomous piloting mode and flew towards exoatmosphericity. It was incredibly fast, leaving the other Mechs far behind. Chapter 142. Shabanda received a communication from Elson. "Lord Shabanda, an SS-class mech just abducted a spy. It's incredibly fast. I can't catch it." Shabanda gritted his teeth, almost exploding on the spot. "You bunch of idiots." He had barely finished speaking when he saw a silver-white mech streak across the battlefield at maximum speed on the battle screen. The veins on his forehead nearly burst. He wished he could personally tear the opponent to shreds. Send Marcus into battle. Tear their SS-class mech to shreds. Marcus was another SS-class mech belonging to the terrorist organization, a human-machine hybrid designed like an octopus. The Jetwind flew at maximum speed towards the Apollo Alliance's flagship, the Awakening. Tang Lian, aboard the Qiming, received Jiefeng's boarding request and his eyes lit up. Open the boarding gate immediately. Jiefeng slowed down as it approached the Qiming and nimbly entered. The Qiming had a dedicated SS-class mech hangar capable of accommodating 2 SS-class mechs. After Jiefeng entered the hangar, the cockpit opened, and Huang Yingjie, Tian Ying, Liang Gonggu, and below disembarked. Zhou Jingchen retracted the cockpit elevator and connected to the bridge communications. Tang Lian, I brought Yingjie and the others back safely. You assigned them their tasks. Tang Lian replied, Yes, Your Highness. He then asked, Have you found the young marshal? Yes, but he's no longer Murong Su. You must be prepared to be his enemy. Tang Lian was somewhat shocked. This? Zhou Jingchen said, We discuss this later. How is Qin Jing's research progressing? Tang Liandao said, There's been no progress yet. The terrorist organization is raising hundreds of steel crystal beasts. If these steel crystal beasts are released, we'd be at a disadvantage. We must find a way to control them as soon as possible, or at least a way to eliminate them quickly. Understood. I need to launch an attack now. Don't push too hard before the Dawn fleet arrives. Understood. With that, Zhou Jingchen piloted the Jetwind and launched another attack. At this moment, the star field 30,000 kilometers from the KP-30 atmosphere had become a battlefield. High-energy artillery fire rained down, exploding in dazzling light upon hitting its targets. The battlefield in space is always silent. Only the repeated explosions, brighter than New Year's fireworks, proclaimed the intensity of this war. This was Zhang Ziyuan's first time piloting an S-class mech on the battlefield. Having accumulated considerable combat experience, he quickly got the hang of it, handling the S-class mech with ease. Initially, during the initial attack, he fought another S-class mech, gaining the upper hand and ultimately destroying its main thruster. But soon, an SS-class mech appeared, that disgusting octopus. On their way here, they had watched footage of the battle a week prior, including a video of this octopus's combat. Back then, Liang Gonggu and Tang Lian had fought it together. It was larger and more powerful than the black octopus they encountered in the Athena system. He hadn't expected to face this octopus so soon. When deployed, it was enormous, nearly 10 times his size, and its tentacles were incredibly agile. He even suspected the pilot was a hybrid of human and octopus. While dodging the laser cannons on the octopus's 8 legs, he tried to find an opportunity to fire his main cannon at its main body. However, he clearly overestimated his dodging abilities. 64 laser cannons on 8 legs were no joke. He was caught off guard and stung by 2 lasers. Without hesitation, he fired his main cannon, hoping to take a few more laser projectiles. Unexpectedly, the octopus was incredibly agile, dodging his main cannon and wrapping itself around him from the side. One of his legs was entangled by the octopus's tentacles, while another tried to wrap around his arm. In desperation, he drew his high-energy light-speed blade and swung it at the approaching tentacle, severing a section. Before he could even see where the severed section went, another tentacle lashed out, striking him near the cockpit. The impact sent a jolt through his head, and he remained stunned for a while. The octopus's tentacles transformed into sharp swords once more, stabbing towards his cockpit. He reacted and tried to escape, but his legs were entangled by the octopus's tentacles, preventing him from dodging. A flash of silver light severed the tentacles binding Zhang Ziyuan, and he used the thrusters to dodge. Zhou Jingchen's voice came through the communication channel, Ziyuan, you deal with the S-class mech. Leave this octopus to me. Yes, Your Highness. The octopus mocked over the loudspeaker, without Murong Su, you're nothing but a bunch of trash. Anyone else would just be doomed. Zhou Jingchen retorted without hesitation, a little better than you. Judging by your appearance, you've been dead for ages. With that, the octopus charged, its tentacles lashing out. Zhou Jingchen drew 2 high-energy light-speed blades, spinning rapidly. The blades, like moving cutting wheels, sparked fiercely whenever they touched metal. The octopus mimicked this, extending its tentacles and spinning like giant fans. The 2 SS-class mechs clashed like spinning tops in a game, sending sparks flying. However, the Jetwind was significantly smaller, and at a disadvantage in the collision. Furthermore, the octopus could unleash laser cannons while spinning at high speed. Zhou Jingchen immediately adjusted his tactics, switching to long-range artillery fire. He aimed his main cannon at the octopus, but it was too agile and dodged. In the core area of the underground city, on the 68th basement level, Heigl, dressed in a black robe, stood in a dimly lit conference hall. Before him was a huge curved screen displaying an interstellar war. Behind him stood a man in a black robe, who reported, "Sir, an Apollo Alliance fleet is approaching from 1.3 astronomical units away. Judging by the numbers, there are 68 warships." Hager clenched his hands behind his back, his voice chilling. "Since they dared to come, let them never return. Should we release the demon birds?" "Release them?" "Yes, Your Majesty, I take care of it right away." The man in the black robe turned and left. Reaching the entrance to the conference hall, he encountered Cairo, dressed in military uniform. Upon seeing Murong-Su's face, the man in the black robe paused, then realized that the other was now their comrade. However, their relationship was distant. They didn't greet each other and simply brushed past. Cairo walked up behind Hager. "Lord Hager." Hager tilted his head. "Cairo, come take a look." Cairo walked to Hager's side and looked at the battle situation on the screen. The battle had been going on for an hour, and so far, it seemed that both sides had similar casualties, a close contest. But they were still sending reinforcements, with warships continuously heading towards the battle zone. His gaze fell on the sub-screen next to the large screen, which was showing a battle between two SS-class Mechs. He sneered. "I didn't expect that besides Murong-Su, the Apollo Alliance had someone else who could pilot an SS-class Mech." Hager asked, "Who do you think will win, him or Marcus?" Marcus excels in close combat, and the opponent seems to have realized this, constantly alternating between close and long-range attacks at high speed. If Marcus doesn't adjust his strategy, he probably won't last half an hour. Hager asked curiously, "Then how should he adjust his strategy?" "This is a limitation of the Mechs themselves. It's difficult to adjust." Hager's triangular eyes narrowed slightly. "Then what do you think? Is Marcus doomed?" "Not necessarily." Cairo raised his right hand to his chest, volunteering, "Lord Hag, please allow me to pilot the World Destroyer. I think I can end this war in 10 minutes if things go smoothly." Hag glanced at him, seemingly not thinking it was the right time to deploy the World Destroyer. "No rush, the World Destroyer is a backup plan." Cairo bowed slightly. "Yes, sir." As Cairo predicted, Zhou Jingchen quickly gained the upper hand. The Jetwind attacked from a distance, sometimes darting past the octopus at maximum speed, exhausting the octopus's patience. The octopus's later attacks became chaotic and disorganized. The octopus-like creature spun like a top, attacking the Jetwind at high speed. 64 laser cannons fired simultaneously, resembling a giant showerhead continuously spraying laser beams. Zhou Jingchen seemed to anticipate its attack path, drawing its attention while simultaneously performing a semi-elliptical maneuver at maximum speed, circling behind it. His main cannon, poised for fire, struck the edge of the giant showerhead, exploding in a blinding flash of light. Marcus, like a lion cornered, drooled and breathed heavily, his fierce eyes fixed on his prey, yet powerless against its stronger prey. The previous attack had destroyed 3 of its tentacles, leaving it with only 4, all on the same side, looking somewhat incongruous. "I kill you! I tear you to pieces!" Marcus roared as he charged forward. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the battlefield. Hundreds of steel crystal beasts had been released, swarming towards the Apollo Alliance camp like locusts. Having dealt with many steel crystal beasts on Longhorn Star a week ago, Zhou Jingchen had learned from his experience. He reminded the Mech team in the command channel, "Steel crystal beasts are vulnerable to electric shocks. After being electrocuted, their movements will be slowed for about 1 to 2 minutes. Use this time to bind their wings with tungsten chains to restrict their movement." Su Ruiyang said, "Your Highness, the terrorist organization's Mechs, plus the steel crystal beasts, are too numerous. We have a hard time dealing with them." Zhou Jingchen activated his shield to block the octopus's laser cannon attack. While dodging, he said in the command channel, "The Dawn fleet will be within range in 5 minutes. They disperse some of their forces then." "Hold on." The Dawn fleet, commanded by Rear Admiral Rise, approached KP-30 from another direction. Their objective was to infiltrate KP-30's surface and directly strike the terrorist organization's hideout. Of course, they needed to clear obstacles before entering the atmosphere. Rise sat in his command chair, looking out the porthole. At a distance of 0.6 astronomical units, the Apollo Alliance and the terrorist organization were engaged in a direct battle. From this angle, it looked like watching a spectacular fireworks display. Rear Admiral Rise, this ship will be within firing range in 120 seconds. Rise glanced at the nebula map, which was filled with red dots. The terrorist organization's warships and Mech were already waiting. He shouted the order, "All ships of the Dawn Fleet, listen up. This fleet is about to enter firing range. Maintain triangular formation, high firepower output, break through the atmosphere." "Yes, sir." "Dawn, main guns ready. Fire." With this command, the main guns of all 68 warships fired simultaneously, and the enemy, not to be outdone, immediately launched a counterattack. A hail of artillery fire weaved between the two fleets. The Dawn fleet maintained its triangular formation, bombarding the enemy with high density, its aim being to clear the way for the landing at KP-30. The commander of the terrorist organization was named Jaden, a trusted confidant of Shah Banda. Faced with the Dawn fleet's sustained high firepower attack, their warships were clearly at a disadvantage, both in numbers and tactically. Seeing the enemy closing in, Jaden, sweating profusely, dialed Shah Banda's communications. "Sir, the Apollo Alliance's offensive is too fierce. We need reinforcements." Shah Banda gritted his teeth. Facing the combined forces of the three nations of the Apollo Alliance, they had to mobilize their entire army. All the troops available in the underground city had been deployed. To support Jaden, they could only disperse their forces from the main battlefield. Otherwise, if the atmosphere were breached, they would lose their homeland once again. Shah Banda glanced at the battle situation again. Since releasing hundreds of demon birds, the Apollo Alliance's mech squadron had been bogged down. Sending some troops there would allow them to hold out. Just as he dispatched 16 warships to support Jaden, his intelligence officer shouted, "Sir, Marcus has been destroyed." Shah Banda saw on the split screen the octopus exploding, its two remaining tentacles flung out by the shockwave, a truly comical sight. Meanwhile, the victorious Jetwind had only suffered minor injuries. His forehead veins bulged, as he slammed his fist on the armrest of the command chair. Useless. After destroying Marcus, Zhou Jingchen, while dealing with the steel crystal beast, contacted the bridge communications of the Qiming. "Tang Lian, I need to enter the dungeon again to rescue someone." If the person Zhou Jingchen wanted to rescue was Murong Su, he would have said his name, not rescue someone. Tang Lian asked, "Who?" "Frank, a senior engineer from Hades." Zhou Jingchen said, "He's the engineer of the world-destroying Azura. Only he knows its weaknesses best." Tang Lian naturally knew about the world-destroying Azura, the legendary SSS-class mech capable of destroying everything. "Your Highness, why not wait until the Dawn fleet lands before going? They could assist you then." "No, we must rescue him before they activate the world-destroying Azura. We can't wait any longer. But it would be very dangerous for you to just barge in. He was imprisoned in a mine where steel crystal beasts were kept. The steel crystal beasts have been released. That place is the safest." "It seems he's planned everything." Tang Lian asked, "Then how can I assist you?" "I need to bypass the terrorist organization's fleet. Send someone to cover me." "Okay, no problem." Zhou Jingchen destroyed a steel crystal beast and instructed, "If the world-destroying Azura appears, immediately command the fleet to retreat in a scattering pattern. Don't even think about subduing it. The world-destroying Azura's speed can reach the speed of light. Forget aiming. Even the most sophisticated tracking systems would have difficulty discerning its trajectory. No one knows just how terrifying it is. If all the Apollo Alliance's warships are concentrated together, they will be wiped out quickly. If they disperse and retreat in different directions at maximum speed, at least most of them can be saved." Tang Lian understood Zhou Jingchen's intention. "Understood. Also, remember one thing. Murong Su is no longer the Murong Su we know." "I know." With that, Zhou Jingchen piloted the Jetwind at maximum speed towards KP-30's atmosphere. Tang Lian immediately arranged for warships and Mech to provide cover for Zhou Jingchen, assisting him in bypassing the fleet. The upgraded Jetwind's speed was now half the speed of light. Under Tang Lian's cover, he successfully bypassed the terrorist organization's fleet and headed towards KP-30's atmosphere. Meanwhile, Shah Banda simultaneously received news that the Jetwind had bypassed the fleet. He stood up from his command chair. "Dick, you take command? I'm going to pilot the Hydra and tear him apart with my own hands." Dick replied, "Lord Shah Banda, as you command." After speaking, Shah Banda turned and left the bridge, heading towards the hangar. KP-30 had an intelligent defense system installed near the underground city. This system would automatically activate when it detected unauthorized intrusions by starships and mechs. Zhou Jingchen seemed to have anticipated this. He was still dragging a tightly bound steel crystal beast along. When the defense system activated, countless cannons aimed at him. He activated Jetwind's protective shield and used the steel crystal beast as a shield. This steel crystal beast shield was incredibly effective, thicker than the steel crystal shields equipped on the mechs, though its weight hindered its speed. He advanced unimpeded through the high-level defense system. Jetwind scanned the underground city structure. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, a perspective view of the underground city appeared before him. He had been to the mine where the steel crystal beasts were kept. The place was vast, with only a prison and no other facilities. Just before reaching the ground, Jetwind accurately hurled the steel crystal beast he was using as a shield at an anti-aircraft gun emplacement. The emplacement was destroyed, causing a violent explosion. Jetwind quickly reached the top of the mine, where the steel crystal beast was imprisoned. The gate was closed, constructed of sulfide carbide, a non-metallic material, extremely sturdy, 200 times harder than diamond. However, it was vulnerable to high temperatures. 8 laser cannons on Jetwind's back simultaneously aimed at a single point, continuously firing high-energy lasers. The intense heat from the lasers caused the gate to melt, billowing thick smoke. Mechs and armed starships attacked him from all directions. He remained motionless, the high-energy lasers continuing to melt the gate. Using only his Vulcan rifle and the microwave weapon on his head, he blasted all the approaching mechs and starships back 500 meters away. The gate was incredibly thick. It took Jetwind's high-energy laser cannon 2 minutes to breach it. Scattered around the gate were fragments of mechs and starships. Your Highness, a high-performance mech is approaching, Jetwind reported. Zhou Jingchen received the alert and quickly moved away from the area. The next instant, with a bang, multiple main cannon shots struck the gate, sending thick black smoke billowing up again. Zhou Jingchen saw the mech's appearance clearly. It was a giant snake with 9 heads. Jetwind said, Your Highness, according to Major General Tang Lian's information, it's the mech that took the young marshal away. Scanning performance. Soon, Jetwind said, this is an SS-class mech. Each of the 9 snake heads has an independently operating engine, capable of firing 9 main cannon-level shots simultaneously. That last shot was fired from all 9 snake heads at once. Zhou Jingchen's fists hardened. He desperately wanted to kill him to avenge Murongsu, but he had more important things to do. He had to rescue Frank. He fired a main cannon shot at Hydra, then feinted towards the opening he had just created. However, Hydra moved swiftly and attacked him, forcing him to change course. Shabangda's voice came through the loudspeaker. What, you still want to save Murongsu? Zhou Jingchen dodged Hydra's attacks while replying, so what if I am? The real Murongsu is dead. What lies is just his body. Ha ha ha, guess who's using his body now? Zhou Jingchen drew his high-energy lightspeed blade and slashed at one of the serpent heads. Sparks flew as 9 more heads attacked him. He quickly disengaged, 16 laser cannons firing from his wings. I don't care who it is. As long as I have a breath left, I won't allow anyone to defile him. Ha ha ha, how deep your affection. Shabangda said arrogantly, but you soon be reunited with him. Since I could defeat Murongsu, I can kill you too. Shameless. Zhou Jingchen said, if Murongsu hadn't been injured by the steel crystal beast, you would only deserve to kneel at his feet, crying and begging for mercy. With a loud bang, several snake heads slammed into the gate like heavy hammers, and thick black smoke billowed from it again. Zhou Jingchen dodged in time, avoiding the attack. A distorted voice rang out from Shabanda. Even if he wasn't injured, I could still defeat him. You're all talk. If you're so capable, fight him properly again. No, there's no chance anymore. I killed him. Zhou Jingchen dodged several main cannon shots and continued, his physical body is still there, isn't it? Even with a brain transplant, he's still him. Guess why it wasn't you piloting the world destroyer Shura, but him with a transplanted brain? Because you're a piece of trash. This struck a nerve with Shabanda. All these years, he had been the one giving his all on the front lines. What was Cairo anyway? For so many years, he had been hiding in Mateo's body, living a life of luxury, acting all high and mighty. This time, he was the one who retrieved Murongsu's body for him. He would be the one piloting the world destroyer Shura. So what about him? What was he? Thinking this, Shabanda became incredibly agitated, his mind reeling, and unleashed a torrent of attacks at Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen drew his steel crystal chain and, taking advantage of the Hydra's frenzy, darted between its 9 heads at maximum speed. The chain, 700 or 800 meters long, was originally used to pull and bind the steel crystal beasts, and now it proved useful. He quickly bound 4 of the heads together. The other heads attacked him, but he swiftly broke free. His microwave weapon on his head precisely destroyed the engine of one of the heads. The Hydra, with 4 heads entangled, roared and struggled fiercely, continuously firing at Jetwind. Continuing to fight it out would delay rescuing Frank. He had to hurry and get to the rescue. Chapter 143. The underground prison shook violently from the battle above, the piercing alarm blaring. Frank pressed his face against the door, peering through the transparent window. He thought to himself, that pro-planet person was right. They really have attacked. Would he keep his promise to rescue him? The inmates in the next cell, already half-mutated, seemed terrified by the waves of abnormal tremors and loud noises, and began violently banging on their doors, trying to escape. The prison guards had been killed, and no replacements had been sent. The entire prison was in chaos. With a loud bang, one of the prison doors was smashed open, and the alarm seemed to blare even louder. Frank's eyes were practically glued to the transparent glass, trying to see who had escaped. Were they his companions? They had been captured as a team. He, as the chief engineer, had remained safe, while the others had been gradually injected with the steel crystal beast spores and were beginning to mutate. Who broke down the door? Suddenly, a figure clad in black armor rushed past him, running around frantically like a startled mouse, shouting. His clothes, torn by the armor that had sprouted from his body, hung like rags. Frank gasped at the sight. Their prisons were segregated. He hadn't known what they looked like after their mutation. Now, seeing it, his heart felt like it had been punched hard. He knew someone in the prison had gone mad, an engineer on his team named Ellis. He would scream or laugh every day. He understood why Ellis had gone insane. Who could accept becoming a monster? He pounded on the door, shouting, Ellis. Help me. Ellis. The man in the hallway seemed to remember his name, Ellis. He quieted down, stood outside the door, and looked through the transparent window at the face, a human face. Suddenly, he touched his face, now covered in metal armor, then looked at his mutated hands. As if provoked again, he clutched his head and screamed. Ellis! Frank shouted, Ellis. It's Frank, help me. Suddenly, several shots rang out. Ellis was hit by multiple bullets. The force of the impact knocked him to the ground, where he screamed and crawled around, finally settling into a corner. The bullets had struck his steel crystal armor, but he wasn't injured. Frank looked at the shooters. They seemed to believe Ellis posed no threat, and had ignored him. They approached him, opened the cell door, and Frank looked at them, unsure of their identities. Were they there to rescue him, or were they from a terrorist organization? Frank, panting, asked warily, Who are you? Lord Hague wants you here. Come with us, and behave yourself. Judging from their tone, they were from a terrorist organization, not there to rescue him. Why would Hague want to see him at this time? He thought carefully. A fierce battle was unfolding outside, meaning the Apollo Alliance had attacked. Therefore, to protect themselves, the terrorist organization would definitely activate the World Destroyer Azura. The World Destroyer Azura possessed extremely high performance. It was humanity's first successful implementation of a warp drive. Equipped with a warp drive, the World Destroyer Azura could reach the speed of light. Only those with extremely strong mental power could control it. Those with insufficient mental power, who attempted to pilot, it would suffer a mental breakdown. Hague had kept him around simply because he was familiar with the structure of the world-destroying Azura, just in case. He was led out of the prison and into the long tunnel. A gun was pointed at him from behind, and he dared not make a move. Suddenly, a loud bang. The tunnel ahead collapsed, the falling debris blocking the path, plunging everything into darkness. The two terrorists cautiously switched on their communicator lights, swallowing hard in fear. What's going on? The other man, holding a gun, looked around. Could it be that winged monster? But weren't they all released? The next instant, the rock wall beside them collapsed, the entire tunnel wall adjacent to the mine falling off the cliff, leaving only the inner wall standing. Seeing this, the two terrorists frantically ran back towards the prison. Frank tried to run too, but after only a few steps, he felt short of breath, as if he were suffocating. The tunnel had artificial oxygen, but the mine had very little oxygen and was extremely hot. A person exposed to this environment would die within 2 minutes. He covered his mouth, watching a silver-white steel giant slowly descend from the sky. The steel giant extended its hand to him. Frank, I am Zhou Jingchen, the third prince of Prostar. I come to save you. A glimmer of hope ignited in Frank's eyes. It was him. He had really come to save him. He climbed onto the steel giant's hand. The steel giant's chest opened, revealing the cockpit. Entering the cockpit, with normal oxygen supply, Frank, his face flushed, gasped for breath. After a while, he recovered. The cockpit was fairly spacious. He saw Zhou Jingchen's face, and said in a hoarse voice, Thank you. Zhou Jingchen said, Sit down, we're not out of danger yet. Frank quickly sat down in the extended seat, and the safety features immediately secured him. Zhou Jingchen asked, Frank, what is the weakness of the world destroyer Ashura? Frank said, I am its creator. In my eyes, it has no weaknesses. If it does, I will do my best to make it perfect. Zhou Jingchen said, then let me ask you another way. If the world destroyer Ashura is activated, is there anyone who can stop it? Yes. Who? Haig. Zhou Jingchen asked, what do you mean? The world destroyer Ashura is the only SSS-class mech in the world. If it can truly be activated, let alone a fleet, even 100 fleets wouldn't be its match. Haig is afraid of piloting. The person driving the world destroyer Shura betrayed him, planting a bomb in the driver's seat. The bomb is connected to the personal computer inside his body, meaning he doesn't need to operate it. He can destroy the world destroyer Shura and the pilot at any time if he wants. Zhou Jingchen was slightly taken aback. Then how did he determine that the world destroyer Shura betrayed him? I don't know the specifics. That program was added by their people. Jiafeng said, Your Highness, Hydra is heading towards us. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the surrounding environment. This was an inverted cone-shaped mine, with a maximum diameter of 2 kilometers and a minimum diameter of 200 meters. A fatal weakness for Hydra. He looked at the curved screen in front of him and spoke to Frank, It might be a bit bumpy from here. Having said that, he drew his high-energy light-speed blade and faced the Hydra. During the battle with Shabanda, Zhou Jingchen didn't forget to ask Frank a question. Frank, I have a question. If I kill Hag, will he be unable to control the world-destroying Ashura? Frank thought for a moment. I don't know the specifics, but we can try. Space. The battle had lasted for 2 hours. The terrorist organization had mobilized almost its entire force. In the silent space, the flashes of gunfire rose and fell, and fragments of warships and mechs floated in this area of space, among which were the exploded corpses of humans. On the bridge of the Qiming, Tang Lian looked at the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Since the release of hundreds of steel crystal beasts, their mech squadron had been at a disadvantage. A third of their mechs had returned due to battle damage, and some were not coming back. These steel crystal beasts are not easy to deal with. They have extremely thick steel crystal armor, and are incredibly agile. B-class mechs are no match for them. Only A-class and S-class mechs can put up a fight. Tang Lian wished he could personally pilot an S-class mech to wipe out these monsters. The communications officer said, Major General Tang, a message from Teacher Chen. Upon hearing Teacher Chen's name, Tang Lian immediately said, Put it in. Chen Jing's upper body appeared on the large screen. Tang Lian, what's the current situation? The terrorist organization has released hundreds of steel crystal beasts. We're temporarily holding them off. Listen to me, the steel crystal beasts are star beasts. They don't belong to any faction. The terrorist organization can control them by sending them signals using electromagnetic waves. Chen Jing said, Through our research on the steel crystal beasts, we discovered that their brains are like integrated panels, communicating with each other via electromagnetic waves. These electromagnetic signals can control their actions. So, if we find and destroy the signal transmission point, the steel crystal beasts can break free of control? That's right. Chen Jing said, I'm sending you a set of electromagnetic waves. This is the same signal that appeared when Yuan Mani controlled the steel crystal beasts to attack the young marshal. I think it can help you find the signal source. Okay. Chen Jing continued, destroying the signal source will only free the steel crystal beasts from the terrorist organization's control, but their inherent danger won't be eliminated. I prepared some weapons to deal with the steel crystal beasts, and they're on their way. They should arrive in about half an hour. Okay, I find and destroy the signal source first. After ending the call, Tang Lian immediately instructed the information engineer to analyze the electromagnetic waves on the battlefield. On the battlefield, due to the presence of multiple signal transmitters, the electromagnetic waves are extremely chaotic, making it very difficult to extract a single set of electromagnetic waves. 10 minutes later, the bridge communication for the Yanfen came through, and Chu Jin's half-body holographic projection appeared in midair. Major General Tang, I located the warship emitting the electromagnetic signal. It's the one behind the enemy flagship. Is that confirmed? Confirmed. Chu Jinza said, the hemispherical device on the top of this warship contains the transmitter. I checked the electromagnetic waves. The overlap with the ones used by Yuan Mani is 80%. I understand. Tang Lian said, I arranged for men to destroy the transmitter immediately. Major General Tang, please allow me to lead men to destroy it. Chu Jinza volunteered. Tang Lian looked at him. The other's eyes were resolute. This is a battlefield. Do you know how dangerous it is to lead men deep into enemy territory? I know. Chu Jinza's eyes were still red. He had been blaming himself these past few days. If it weren't for him, Murong-su wouldn't have been injured by the steel crystal beast, and they wouldn't have attacked KP-30 before they were fully prepared. It's all my fault. If I can't do something to make amends, I never have peace of mind. Your Highness, no one can be right all the time. Even the young marshal makes mistakes. My cowardice is my greatest enemy. I want to be brave this time. Major General Tang, please allow me to lead men to destroy the launch device. Tang Lian naturally understood his feelings. Alright, in that case, the task of destroying the launch device will be entrusted to your Highness. Chu Jinza accepted the order, turned, and headed towards the mech hangar. He gathered 5 mech warriors, and resolutely headed towards the enemy camp. Tang Lian connected with Tian Ying's mecha communication system. Tian Ying, His Highness Chu Jinza has led 5 mecha warriors to the enemy camp to destroy the signal transmitter controlling the steel crystal beasts. You and your men will provide cover. Yes, sir. Chu Jinza had less combat experience than the mecha warriors from Jin Qixing and ProStar. His only 2 combat experiences were against the steel crystal beasts. He had always thought it was fortunate that Longhuan Star had avoided being invaded by terrorist organizations, but after Yuan Mani's plan was exposed, he realized that Longhuan Star was the most unfortunate. He lost his closest comrades in arms. 70 to 80% of their mechas were destroyed in the fight against the steel crystal beasts, and so many innocent people died because of them. A devastating loss. Besides, even the person he most wanted to spend his life with was nothing more than a spy planted by a terrorist organization within his ranks. He was like a joke. He had nowhere to vent his pent-up grievances and pain, because no one would see him as a victim, only as a foolish accomplice. At this moment, he seemed to have found an outlet. Veins bulged on his forehead, and power surged from his body. He became fearless, fearlessly swinging his meteor hammer at the mechs and steel crystal beasts that blocked his way. He couldn't back down, because he knew that retreat and fear would only cause him to lose more. Warning, head laser cannon muzzle damaged. A cold, mechanical female voice rang out. But Chu Jinza seemed not to hear it, swinging his meteor hammer at the enemy mech without hesitation. The electrified meteor hammer struck the enemy mech, exploding with steel wool-like sparks. His eyes were bloodshot. He retreated a short distance, then fired another main cannon shot. With a blinding flash, the enemy was reduced to ashes in space. Suddenly, his cockpit shook violently. His mech was blown open by the wings of the steel crystal beast. Seeing the sharp tentacles piercing towards the cockpit like swords, he swung his meteor hammer with all his might, sparks flying as the electricity on it struck the tentacles. Tianning rushed over at that moment. Your Highness, leave it to me. Hearing this, Chu Jinza activated maximum speed and headed towards the enemy flagship. Seeing a mech break through their defenses, the 3 mechs guarding the flagship immediately took to the air, assuming a defensive posture. However, they didn't expect that the enemy wasn't heading for the flagship, but for the warships behind them. Chu Jinza bypassed the flagship, executing a semicircular flight path, accurately heading towards the warships behind the flagship. The warship's laser cannon swept towards him, and he dodged in his mech. Even after having an arm severed by a high-energy laser cannon, he didn't retreat. He only hoped to hold on until the very end, sweat rolling down his forehead like soybeans. He felt he could die at any moment, turning into dust in this cosmic expanse, yet he felt no fear. Like a warrior, he charged towards the enemy without hesitation. Finally, the instant his long-charged main cannon fired, an electromagnetic railgun behind him also hurtled towards him. He first saw a blinding flash of light. The hemispherical launcher was engulfed in the light. He had completed his mission. Then, the electromagnetic railgun behind him struck him. In his final moments, he was enveloped by a powerful force and torn apart. He had actually left a final message in the hangar. I am a sinner of the Apollo Alliance. I do not seek to be a hero. I only wish to make amends for my mistakes. If I perish here today, it will be my honor. He had been brave once. The Apollo Alliance will have no more cowards. On the bridge of the Qiming, the intelligence officer reported, Major General Tang Lian, the enemy ship's electromagnetic signal transmitter has been destroyed. Furthermore, Prince Chu Jinza's mech has lost contact. Tang Lian's expression was grave. I understand. With the signal transmitter destroyed, the steel crystal beasts in battle lost control, but their inherently belligerent nature led them to indiscriminately attack surrounding mechs and warships. The terrorist organization's mechs were naturally not spared either. The battlefield became even more chaotic. The communications officer reported, Major General Tang Lian, Teacher Chen Jing has requested to board. Granted. After a while, Qinjing, wearing a white lab coat and glasses, strode onto the bridge. She approached Tang Lian, glanced at the battle situation, and said, "We've been developing a steel crystal pill these past few days. Its outer layer is made of steel crystals, which are the steel crystal beasts' food. When they swallow it, the pressure inside their bodies will detonate the bombs inside. Steel crystal beasts are 80% metal, but their internal digestive organs are still carbonyl. This method can completely kill them. How do we operate? We've been working at breakneck speed to produce 2,000 steel crystal balls along the way. I just scatter them around the steel crystal beasts." "Okay, I arrange it right away." The dungeon. Haig stood in the dimly lit council hall, looking at the huge screen before him. The situation had turned around. The steel crystal beasts they had released were no longer under anyone's control, attacking indiscriminately. Then, the Apollo Alliance released some more small black balls, the steel crystal beasts' favorite food. They greedily swallowed them, and soon, one after another, black, viscous liquid gushed from their mouths. They twitched a few times and died. The bombs inside the steel crystal balls couldn't blast their bodies open, but they could blast their relatively soft internal organs into a pulp. Seeing this scene, a cold glint appeared in Hager's eyes, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. "I didn't expect you still forced me to use my trump card." He raised his mechanical arm, which also functioned as a computer. He manipulated something, and the wall beside the large screen slowly slid open. Inside was a huge, dark chamber. Through the open door, two enormous metal legs were visible, their smooth lines gleaming with a silver-gray sheen. A few steps further, to the edge of the door, one could look up and see the entire steel crystal giant. The first impression was its sheer size, incredibly large, 100 meters tall. Every design element was streamlined. Its back was thick, housing an energy generator capable of reaching the speed of light. Hager raised his arms, gazing at the steel crystal giant with a reverent air, and said in a slightly mechanical voice, "Cairo, look how beautiful this mech is. I don't want it to be tainted by the smoke of war." Standing behind Hag, Cairo said, "Lord Hag, let me go and wipe out those arrogant ants. Of course, when I return, the world-destroying Azura will be intact." Hag approached Cairo, who was using Murong Su's body, and was 5 centimeters taller than him. His triangular eyes looked at him. "Before you board the world-destroying Azura, I must tell you something." Cairo raised his right hand to his chest. "Please speak, my lord." "The cockpit of the world-destroying Azura is planted with bombs, connected to the quantum computer inside my body. Of course, these bombs won't explode for no reason, unless you betray me." Cairo said, "Lord Hag, I wholeheartedly want to help you dominate the Kepler system, so how? How could I betray you?" "Cairo, of course I trust you, that's why I'm telling you all this." Hag narrowed his eyes slightly. "Listen carefully, the world destroyer Azura cannot stray more than 1 astronomical unit away, otherwise it will lose connection with my quantum computer. Don't let it lose connection, or the bomb will explode. Also, if I die, the bomb will explode too." Cairo looked at the cold smile on his face. "Don't worry, sir, none of this will happen. Of course, Cairo, I always trusted you. I will become the ruler of the Kepler system, and you will be my most powerful warrior." As soon as he finished speaking, the steel giant's program was activated, the cockpit on his chest opened, and the elevator descended. "Cairo, it's your turn to attack." "Yes, sir." Cairo stepped onto the elevator, and entered the world destroyer Azura's cockpit. He first glanced around. Hag wasn't bluffing. The place was riddled with bombs, enough to turn him into mincemeat. However, he wasn't afraid. He raised his hand and placed his palm on the sensor area, and the virtual screen in front of him lit up. A mechanical male voice said, "Welcome to the World Destroyer Azura. You will be entering identity verification shortly." Cairo followed the steps, and completed the identity verification. Identity verification complete. You will now be entering an introduction to the machine's performance and weapon systems. The estimated time is 5 minutes. Please confirm whether you wish to continue. Continue. Chapter 144. KP-30 on the ground. The battle between Zhou Jingchen and Shabangda lasted for over an hour. Shabangda's Hydra still had 4 heads left, but he continued his relentless pursuit. Jiefeng's fuselage was also damaged. 9 of the 16 laser cannons on its back were still functional, but one of its leg thrusters had been destroyed. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the time, and said to Frank beside him, "Frank, I need to leave Jetwind first." "You stay here." Frank was shocked. "But I can't pilot a mecha, and besides, your S-class mechas are all bound to their masters, right?" "No, you don't need to control it. Jetwind has an intelligent piloting system. As a mecha engineer, Frank naturally knew about intelligent piloting systems. However, intelligent piloting systems currently have many limitations. Although they can surpass 95% of humans, they might not be able to defeat the Chabanda. The Chabanda is already at its last gasp. Jetwind has been with me for a year and has collected a lot of my combat data. It can handle it. Frank wasn't one to be coy. Hearing Zhou Jingchen's words, he nodded. Okay. Zhou Jingchen handed over piloting control to Jetwind and began to disguise himself. He was still wearing the uniform of a terrorist organization's guard. He only needed to adjust his face. Jetwind, pretend to land and drop me off in the Dungeon Lord's area. Okay. Your Highness. Thanks to Chabanda, this seemingly impenetrable underground city has been riddled with holes, and with almost everyone in the city mobilized, now is the perfect time to infiltrate. Jiafeng pretended to be struck by Hydra and landed near a hole above the main area. Zhou Jingchen, already prepared with protective gear, emerged from the cockpit and nimbly entered the underground city. One of the underground city's elevators had been destroyed by Huang Yingjie, allowing him to directly access any floor he desired without authorization. Identity verification complete. Instructions complete. Parameter adjustment complete. Weapon loading complete. Thrusters about to activate, departing the hangar. The thrusters on the back of the silver-gray steel crystal giant began to slowly emit hot air, its massive body gradually ascending along the hangar. The hot air billowed Shabanda's black robes, his smile gradually twisting as he muttered to himself, "The world-destroying Azura has appeared. The gates of hell are about to open." Suddenly, a gun was pointed at his head from behind. Hager seemed utterly fearless. He glanced at the man with the gun beside him. "So it's the third prince of Prostar," Zhou Jingchen said coldly. "Hand over Murong Su's body and brain, or I blow your head off." Ha ha ha. Hager seemed completely unfazed. He turned to look at him. "What, you still haven't given up? I advise you not to waste your breath." Hager licked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste. "I never knew human brains were so delicious. I regret not trying it sooner. I wonder if only Murong Su's brain is delicious in this world." Zhou Jingchen's face turned deathly pale, his arms trembled uncontrollably, and his chest ached so much he could barely speak. "What did you say? You actually..." "Ha ha ha." Haig grinned maliciously. "If you want to keep him company, I can agree to let you be buried with him." Zhou Jingchen fired a shot into his leg, but heard only a metallic echo. His body seemed to be encased in a hard armor, impenetrable even by a bullet. Zhou Jingchen fired another shot into his abdomen, and the bullet bounced back again. Haig was fearless. "What? You want to kill me? You should have died long ago. Don't even mention you can't kill me. Even if you could you bring yourself to do it? What wouldn't I bring myself to do it? My body is connected to the world-destroying Azura. If I die, the world-destroying Azura will explode, and then Murong Su's body will turn into mincemeat. No, probably not even ashes will be visible. After all, the world-destroying Azura's explosion can destroy everything." Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. "I advise you to surrender now. The battlefield situation is already clear. The steel crystal beasts have been mostly cleared out. Your battle. The ships and mechs won't be destroyed for long. If you surrender now, I might spare your life." TSK. Hag seemed to find it laughable. "Ridiculous, truly laughable. Shabanga told me that the third prince of Prostar is no longer what he used to be, but it seems you're just a clueless brat. And do you think you still have a way out?" Hag strode to the enormous screen, which was displaying battlefield footage. He glanced at Zhou Jingchen. He didn't seem in a hurry to kill him. He was more interested in seeing Zhou Jingchen's reaction, as he watched his army be completely annihilated. "Third Prince, the show is about to begin. Why don't you come and watch?" Zhou Jingchen asked warily. "What tricks are you playing?" "Me? How about I perform a magic trick?" Hag snapped his fingers, and a silver-gray mech appeared on the screen. This mech had already left KP-30's atmosphere, and was heading towards the war zone. "See that? This is the only SSS-class mech in the world. Its name is Annihilator Azura." Zhou Jingchen said, "So what? Our Apollo Alliance's mech warriors are no less powerful than yours. Looks like you don't understand the power of an SSS-class mech." Hager said, "Don't blink, the magic show is about to begin." Zhou Jingchen looked at the large screen, which was enormous, over 10 meters high, making anyone standing below appear tiny. It was currently showing footage of a battlefield. Hundreds of Apollo Alliance warships were engaged in combat with the terrorist organization's warships. Blinding flashes of light erupted repeatedly. The battle had reached a fever pitch and showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, A silver-gray mech entered the frame. Before Zhou Jingchen could even see its silhouette clearly, it transformed into a beam of light and hurtled towards the Apollo Alliance's fleet. In less than 3 seconds, the 2 foremost Apollo warships exploded one after another, shattering into pieces. Zhou Jingchen's eyes widened. No, impossible. He pointed his gun at Heigl. This is a fake video you deliberately created. Don't try to fool me. Ha ha ha. Heigl glanced at him. This is just the beginning, Third Prince. Why don't you continue watching? Just as the warships in the front row exploded one after another, the warships behind them followed suit, like a string of firecrackers exploding automatically one after another. At this moment, Zhou Jingchen's communicator rang. Your Highness, we have detected an extremely fast and heavily armed mech. We cannot track it. We have already lost 10 warships. Zhou Jingchen realized the situation was dire, and shouted into the communicator, retreat. Retreat immediately. Hager sneered, retreating now? Too late. A hissing sound came from the other end of the communicator, indicating the signal was lost. He abruptly looked up at the screen. The explosions were still ongoing. It wasn't a trick, it was real. His eyes reddened, and he cried out in anguish, no. Retreat. Retreat now. But no one heard him. In less than 5 minutes, almost every warship in the Apollo camp had perished, reduced to cosmic fragments. Zhou Jingchen was almost in unbearable pain. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, pounding the ground hysterically, screaming, ah! Looking at Zhou Jingchen at this moment, Hager was overjoyed, laughing loudly. At this moment, a communication came in on the screen. Lord Hag, thanks to the world-destroying Azura, the Apollo Alliance has been completely annihilated. Our army has won a great victory. Excellent. Clean up the battlefield immediately. Don't let a single remnant escape. Yes. Then, Murongsu's face appeared on the large screen again. Lord Hag, my mission is complete. I return now. Cairo, you did a very good job. You didn't disappoint me. It's my honor to receive praise from Lord Hag. Hag looked at Zhou Jingchen, who was writhing in agony on the ground. Third Prince, why don't you look up and see? He's the one who piloted the world-destroying Azura. He's the one who annihilated the Apollo Alliance. How about that? Does it make you feel a little better? He's not Murongsu at all. How can he not be? Didn't you just say you wanted to find him? Hag said, he'd be back soon. How about you meet him? I'm going to kill him. Kill him? You can't bear to? Zhou Jingchen raised his tear-streaked face, his eyes bloodshot, and said, I'm going to kill him. A scorching wind blew into the hangar. Heigl seemed to want to continue watching the show. He's back. The silver-gray, streamlined steel crystal giant landed, immediately held in place by the surrounding mechanical arms. It had just wiped out an entire army in 5 minutes, yet its surface was completely unscathed. The pilot stepped off the elevator platform, his black military boots clicking on the floor. Cairo, Hager said, you better watch out. This Third Prince was just yelling that he'd kill you. The newcomer glanced at the somewhat disheveled man on the ground, raising an eyebrow. Oh! He drew a gun, pointed it at Hager, and said with a slightly mocking voice, Your Highness, your acting is getting better and better. Zhou Jingchen, who had been lying on the ground, stood up, wiping away his tears, completely different from the distraught man he had been moments before. I'm still a bit inferior to you. Hager's triangular eyes widened. Cairo, what do you mean? But he quickly realized, no, you're not Cairo, you're Murongsu. Murongsu curled his lips. Hager, it's really not easy to find you. Hager subconsciously glanced at the screen. The screen still showed the same image, but the content had changed. Hundreds of Apollo allied warships were heading towards KP-30, about to break through the atmosphere. He immediately tried to contact Shabangda, only to find that the communication was down, and even his trusted confidants couldn't connect. It turns out that it was his army that was just wiped out, not Apollo's allied forces. Haig's face contorted in a rage. You dared to deceive me, he roared. Zhou Jingchen replied, it was just a little trick. You used the same trick years ago on Blanca. Haig realized what was happening. The dungeon's AI program had been compromised. Everything he'd seen was fake, created by the AI. Zhou Jingchen's risking his life was merely a performance to prevent him from activating the world-destroying Shura bomb. But where exactly did things go wrong? Why wasn't Murongsu's brain replaced? I clearly saw the surveillance footage. Your brain was indeed opened and replaced. Murongsu said, it's true my brain was opened, but how can you be so sure it was replaced? Haig gritted his teeth. It was Daniel, you bribed him? At this moment, a doctor in a white coat and metal-rimmed glasses entered from outside. He didn't bribe me, It was my own choice. Zhou Jingchen vaguely remembered him. He was Daniel Walker, the lover of the mummified corpse they encountered on Blanca. He looked exactly like the one in the photo. Daniel said, "You tampered with my memories, killed my lover, I know everything." He had received orders to perform the brain transplant on Cairo. When he saw it was Murong-su, he struggled internally. At that moment, Murong-su, feigning unconsciousness on the bed, gave him something the size of a soybean, a transceiver for intracranial communication. He accepted and put it on. Murong-su's voice entered his brain through the transceiver. "If I remember correctly, you should hand it over to Daniel Walker." He was shocked because no one in the entire underground city knew his full name. They all called him Daniel. "How did you know?" "You have a lover named Eamon Davis. He's been searching for you," Murong-su said. "We found his body on Blanca. He was killed by Cairo. He left some messages and a photo of you, hoping we could rescue you." Daniel was wary. "No, I don't know anyone named Eamon." "Daniel, you're an excellent neurosurgeon. The terrorist organization probably stole your memories or brainwashed you to get you to work for them. How can I tell if you're telling the truth? There's a chip in the back of my head. It contains the answers you're looking for." Daniel pretended to examine the back of Murong-su's head, feeling the chip, smaller than a sesame seed. Why would a normal person hide a chip there? It was obviously for his convenience. "Did you deliberately get captured?" "Not really, just part of a scheme." He had indeed suffered a mental breakdown due to multiple electric shocks and had been taken away by Shabanda, but he was still inside the mech. So he played along, because he had already guessed the terrorist organization's motive. Someone wanted his body, and the purpose was obvious, to activate that SSS-class mech. He even anticipated that his brain would be transplanted, and brain transplant surgery isn't something everyone can perform. He guessed it would be Daniel. If it was Daniel, that would be easier. He could persuade him and stage a scene. In the end, he succeeded. Haig was indeed watching the surgery's monitor, but during a brain transplant, the human brain is encased in a spherical medical pod. Only Daniel could see the process. He had secretly hidden a human brain from the lab under the operating table as a cover, creating a convincing illusion. Throughout the entire process, even the assistants didn't notice anything amiss. At this moment, a group of people poured in. They weren't from a terrorist organization, but from the Apollo Alliance, led by Zhang Ziyuan. They surrounded Haig. Haig laughed as if he'd gone mad. "I never thought you outsmart me." Zhou Jingchen said, "Take him down." Haig retorted, "Who dares touch me?" His triangular eyes glared at those trying to approach. "If I wanted, the bombs in the dungeon could turn you all into mincemeat at any time." A few seconds of silence followed, then Haig's arrogant laughter echoed. "What, scared? Good, so many people will die with me, then I can die without regrets." Wang Yingjie appeared at this moment. "Your personal computer has been hacked. Don't you feel anything? Don't try to fool me. Even if you use AI to control all the signals in the dungeon, it absolutely cannot control me." Murong-su kindly reminded him, "Our senior IT engineer never exaggerates. You should check it. Don't be blindly confident." Haig's laughter abruptly stopped. He quickly checked and found that his personal computer was disconnected from everything in the dungeon. Zhang Ziyuan joked, "Yingjie, you deliberately went last, didn't you? Look how smug you are." Wang Yingjie modestly replied, "Just a small trick. Nothing to mention." Haig looked around at the people. He was surrounded. He was like a lion under attack, his vicious gaze sweeping over everyone. No, he had one last move. He pulled off his cloak, revealing 7 or 8 gun barrels attached to his body. Murong-su was faster. The moment Haig's cloak was ripped off, he pulled the trigger of his electronic gun. A burst of high-voltage current shot out from the muzzle like lightning, striking Haig's head directly. Haig's body was almost entirely encased in steel crystal. He not only had mechanical arms, but also a steel crystal shell, a quantum computer, and even several gun barrels. He himself was a weapon. He wasn't afraid of electromagnetic pulse guns. His only fear was high-voltage electronic guns. The high-voltage current from the electronic guns flowed through Haig's entire body, causing a short circuit in his internal quantum computer. His body crackled and popped like a burnout circuit board. "Leave now," Murong-su shouted. Everyone retreated quickly. At the last moment, Murong-su grabbed Zhou Jingchen and ran outside with him. A dozen seconds later, Haig, whose body had short-circuited, finally detonated the ammunition stored on his body, exploding into pieces, leaving only scattered limbs. Following this, a massive explosion also came from the nearby mech hangar, the shockwave shaking almost the entire underground city. At the same time, the underground city's piercing alarm sounded, and the red warning lights emitted blinding flashes. Hag had once said that his body was connected to the world-destroying Azura. If he died, the world-destroying Azura would also be destroyed. The explosion just now occurred in the cockpit, and the resulting fire would soon ignite the massive energy tank on the back of the mech. They took the elevator directly to the top floor, where a warship was already waiting, along with Zhou Jingchen's mecha, Jet Wind. Murong-Su led Zhou Jingchen onto the warship, into a lounge, and pinned him against the door. Both were panting, their breaths mingling on each other's faces. Zhou Jingchen glanced at his head. It was completely bald. Murong-Su's lips curled into a smile, and he asked in a breathy voice, "You're disgusted by my baldness?" Zhou Jingchen raised an eyebrow. "That's good, at least it prevents me from flirting with other women. I cut my hair short once during my rebellious teenage years." Turns out, even more people are infatuated with me now. Zhou Jingchen chuckled. "Narcissistic. I'm telling the truth. 6 years ago, a 19-year-old boy was completely infatuated with me. Zhou Jingchen was like a kitten with its claws outstretched, ready to pounce." Murong-Su said, "And coincidentally, I was also completely infatuated with him." The kitten's sharp claws finally relaxed, its cheeks flushing slightly. He reached out and hooked his arm around the back of the kitten's neck, holding him tightly. Having regained what he had lost, he couldn't describe his feelings. "Have you cleared the beast spores from your body?" "Yes, I won't turn into a monster." "You weren't deliberately captured by them, were you?" "Not deliberately, just part of a plan." Zhou Jingchen recalled the scene a few days ago, when he searched everywhere in the vast space for Murong-Su. "At that time, I didn't know you had been captured. When I was searching for you, I saw Qian Sha's remains, and I thought you." He couldn't finish his sentence, as if saying it would bring bad luck, so he simply shut his mouth. "There are still people I cherish in this world. I won't die so easily." Zhou Jingchen snuggled closer to his neck, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness at the thought of holding him. As their mechs and warships departed KP-30, the entire underground city exploded violently, turning the anthill-like underground city into ruins amidst billowing smoke. From that moment on, the Kepler system was free of terrorist organizations. Murong-Su and Zhou Jingchen returned to the Qiming, where everyone gathered to celebrate their victory. Tianying, Zhang Ziyuan, and others surrounded them. "Your Highness, how exactly did you determine that the young marshal's brain hadn't been replaced? You weren't communicating in code, were you?" Zhou Jingchen recalled seeing the brain-opening marks on Murong-Su's head. He was devastated, believing his brain had truly been replaced. But later, when he pointed a gun at him, Murong-Su pointed to his upper left shoulder, indicating that he should shoot there. That place bore the wound he sustained on Blanca, a wound known only to Murong-Su and himself. He was the one who fired that shot. He immediately understood that Murong-Su was giving him a hint. He wondered, if Murong-Su's brain showed signs of surgery, and he was still himself, then why would he pretend to have had a brain transplant? The answer remained unknown. Murong-Su was acting. What he wanted was the world-destroying Azura. Murong-Su's deliberate act was most likely to gain the trust of the terrorist leader. The world-destroying Azura was a terrifying weapon, capable of destroying the world. The terrorist leader wouldn't easily allow someone else to pilot it. Therefore, he returned to rescue Frank, and made Frank tell him everything about the world-destroying Azura. After understanding the situation, he communicated with Zhang Ziyuan and Huang Yingjie, instructing them to quickly infiltrate the underground city, control its signals, and mislead Haig, giving Murong-Su the opportunity to pilot the world-destroying Azura to eliminate the terrorist organization's army. He, meanwhile, deliberately approached Haig to distract him, preventing him from discovering anything and detonating the world-destroying Azura's bombs. Zhou Jingchen briefly explained the process to everyone, who listened intently. After listening, Liang Gonggu said, "Your Highness, it's fortunate you saw through it, otherwise we would have had a difficult time winning the battle." Zhou Jingchen said, "It wasn't just me, this time. The elimination of the terrorist organization was thanks to every single soldier of our Apollo allied forces." Murong-Su echoed, "Your Highness is right. Every soldier present deserves credit for the successful annihilation of the terrorist organization." Everyone looked at each other, noticing each other's disheveled appearance, and laughed. They had won. Their planet could finally live in peace, no longer living in fear, no longer separated from loved ones. Murong-Su looked at Tang Lian. "Tang Lian, tally the casualties and clean up the battlefield." Tang Lian replied, "Okay." Tianying took a small black box from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Jingchen. "Your Highness, this is Chu Jin's. Please pass it on to Prince Longwan." Zhou Jingchen was stunned. He knew what it was. It was the black box from the mech, containing data on various mechs and the last words of the soldiers. Its presence in Tianying's hands meant that Chu Jinza's mech was destroyed. A chill ran down his spine, Brother Zhe. Tianying swallowed hard. He sacrificed himself. Zhou Jingchen's eyes reddened. He took the small black box from Tianying's hand, his heart heavy, unsure what to say. Tang Liando said, His Highness Chu Jinza is the bravest warrior. He penetrated deep into enemy territory and destroyed the enemy's warship controlling the steel crystal beasts, allowing the Apollo Alliance to turn the tide. He is a hero. Zhou Jingchen gripped the small black box tightly. Yes, he is a hero. News of the Apollo Alliance's victory over the terrorist organization spread quickly. The entire Kepler system rejoiced, and netizens from various planets praised the Apollo Alliance's bravery and sense of responsibility on the interplanetary network. The victorious Apollo Alliance was expected to arrive in the Apollo Star region in 3 days. Marshal Murong Xinyun of Jinchi Star invited the King of Pro Star and the King of Longhuan Star to outer space to welcome the triumphant warriors and give them the highest welcome. On the bridge of the Golden Scale, the 3 leaders, Murong Xinyun, Zhou Shaoqin, and Chu Yin, stood side by side, watching the magnificent fleet on the screen heading towards the Apollo Star region. Each of them was moved to tears. Murong Xinyun sighed, We're all getting old. Fortunately, we have a group of descendants we can be proud of. With them in the Apollo Alliance, a peaceful and prosperous era is sure to follow. Zhou Shaoqin said, The Marshal has raised a fine son. Young Marshal Murong is the soul of the Apollo Alliance. He led everyone to victory. Murong Xinyun smiled, Aksu is indeed excellent, but Prince Jingchen is also a dragon among men. He's only been involved with mechs for a little over a year, and he's already able to pilot an SS-class mech. I'm quite surprised. Zhou Shaoqin said, It's all thanks to young Marshal Murong's guidance. Murong Xinyun and Zhou Shaoqin chatted and laughed, while Chu Yin remained silent. Since learning of Chu Jinza's death, he hadn't smiled once. Zhou Shaoqin noticed Chu Yin's state and comforted him. Brother Chu, Jinza was also a very outstanding child. You raised him very well. Chu Yin replied, Jinza is not as good as Jing Chun, much less as good as young Marshal Murong, and he made a grave mistake. I know all that, but ultimately he grew up. He is the bravest person in my heart, a son I am proud of. Murong Xinyun said, The warriors of the Apollo Alliance are all brave. They are all heroes. At this moment, the fleet led by the Qiming entered the Apollo Star system in a grand procession. Visibly, the warships bearing the flags of Jinchi Star, Pro Star, and Longhuan Star were battered and bruised, some even missing limbs. 7 shuttles capable of spewing colored smoke departed from the Golden Scale, heading towards the Apollo Alliance fleet, leaving behind a magnificent rainbow trail. Colored smoke in space doesn't dissipate easily, and can linger for a long time. The Apollo Alliance fleet arrived traversing this rainbow trail of space. This was the highest honor for welcoming a triumphant hero. Wearing the Golden Star uniform and a military cap, Murong Su stood on the bridge of the Qiming and began broadcasting, Your Majesty Zhou Shaoqin, Your Majesty Chu Yin, and Marshal Murong Xinyun, I am Murong Su, Commander-in-Chief of the Apollo Alliance. Our army has destroyed the terrorist organization's base on KP-30. The terrorist leader, Hag, is dead. Our army has lived up to expectations and completed its mission. Hearing this, those who came to welcome the hero were moved to tears. If they weren't in space, they would surely be overjoyed. Murong Xinyun announced over the loudspeaker, Warriors of the Apollo Alliance, you have worked hard. You are the bravest warriors, heroes who defend our homeland. The Apollo Alliance and the entire Kepler system will remember this day. After Murong Xinyun finished speaking, he said to the other 2 kings, You too, please say a few words as well. Zhou Shaoqin gestured to Chu Yin, who then addressed the loudspeaker, Warriors, you are the pillars of the Apollo Alliance, its strongest support. Thank you for bringing peace to tens of millions of people in the Apollo Alliance. You are all heroes. After Zhou Shaoqin finished speaking, he gestured for Chu Yin to step forward. Chu Yin stepped forward and said passionately, Warriors of the Apollo Alliance, the victory in this war was not solely due to the Jin Qixing army. It's not just the army of ProStar or Longhuan Star, but our entire Apollo Alliance. We deeply understand the importance of unity. Remember, the Apollo Alliance is a whole. Only through unity can we become strong and invincible. Everyone cheered upon hearing this. On the Qiming, Murong Su glanced at Zhou Jingchen, who was wearing ProStar uniform beside him. Commander Zhou Jingchen, do you have anything to say? Zhou Jingchen said, What I wanted to say, you and the 3 leaders have already said. There's no need to repeat myself. Really not going to say anything? No. Murong Su's lips curled up. Then I say it. Go ahead. Murong-su announced over the loudspeaker. Finally, welcome everyone to my engagement ceremony with His Highness Zhou Jingshan next month. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered again. Although sound couldn't travel in space, the cheers from every warship seemed to carry over. Caught off guard, Zhou Jingshan raised an eyebrow at Murong-su. How come I didn't know the engagement ceremony was next month? Murong-su mimicked his raised eyebrow. Did you want it this month? There are only a few days left this month. It's too rushed. A vein throbbed on Zhou Jingshan's forehead. I mean, when did I agree to get engaged to you? Your Highness, our marriage was arranged a year ago. You can't abandon me now. You? Looking at Murong-su's feigned grievance, Zhou Jingshan was utterly helpless. This guy was too good at pretending. At this moment, Huang Yingjie, not far away, said, Young Marshal, don't worry, His Highness won't abandon you. During the days you were missing, His Highness searched for you without eating or drinking, and he looked so haggard. It broke my heart to see him like that. Su Ruiyang echoed, we can all testify, it's true, Young Marshal, His Highness cares about you a lot. Tianning added, moreover, His Highness didn't have to risk his life to go to the terrorist organization's underground city, but he insisted on going to rescue you himself. The more Murong-su listened, the deeper his smile grew. Zhou Jingshan didn't dare look at Murong-su's smug expression. He glared angrily at the onlookers. You should all shut up. Jiang Yuxuan said, you all said how much His Highness cares about the young marshal, so let me tell you about the young marshal. 6 years ago, after being dumped by His Highness, the young marshal was emotionally. He's quite depressed, and his temper is extremely fiery. Every day he's in the training ground, piloting his mech and beating everyone up. Tianning said, now that you mention it, I remember. Not only did he beat me up every day, but I couldn't refuse. Everyone was talking enthusiastically, and Tang Lian added, also, for the next few years, the young marshal always carried that fragrant wood that His Highness gave him. Su Ruiyang chuckled, I know, it's red sandalwood. It's a token of love on our pro star. Giving red sandalwood is almost like confessing your love. Yu Jiaza said, so, if that's the case, the young marshal and His Highness are deeply in love, their bond stronger than gold. It'd be hard to end things without marriage. Yes, marriage. Marriage. Murong-su smiled, looking at Zhou Jingshan. Zhou Jingshan met his gaze, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upwards as well. At this moment, Olay, dressed in a white coat, appeared on the bridge, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. So, what's the exact date of the engagement ceremony next month? Murong-su glanced at Zhou Jingshan, whose ears and cheeks were flushed red. Your Highness, which date would be best? Zhou Jingshan replied, didn't you already decide? Why are you asking me? Then I decide? Zhou Jingshan coughed lightly. Yes. Murong-su's smile deepened. Ladies and gentlemen, the 18th of next month. You are all welcome to attend my engagement ceremony with His Highness. The specific location will be announced later,